Hello everyone, welcome to the second edition of React Day Bangalore. I would wholeheartedly welcome you all and I would invite onto the stage my co-MC Megha Patak. Hey Megha,
Hi.
excited for starting the day with our second edition of React Day.
Hi all. I also welcome you all to React Day, and we are like really excited to host you today.
So without any further ado, let's get started. Uh, once again, I welcome you all to our second edition of React Day Bangalore. Our first edition was such a massive success that it had so much pressure on us to deliver two more action packed days for this year. And this year, we received around 4,000 plus registrations. And we're so glad that you could all be present today with us and be a part of this conference. So,
I think we can like start with like a little introduction. So again, for everybody who is joining and yeah, putting on these comments, hi to all of you. I would like all of you to meet my co-MC Tanisha. Tanisha works as a software developer at Gamescraft, and she's such a sucker for communities, React, tech, Twitter, and everything around it. You just name it, you'll find Tanisha there. This time, Tanisha has decided to promote her from being a speaker last year to being a co-MC this year alongside me. So yeah, Tanisha, welcome from my end and from the rest of us.
yeah. Now that you've done that, let me introduce you to my co-MC, Megha Patak, who's a front-end developer and is obsessed with communities. She helps in running the product folks community. When not in front of the screen, she might be found to be creating paintings or games. And I'm so glad that I'm hosting this conference alongside her. Really excited for the day ahead.
A little about the Reactify community in general. For those of you who are like attending this conference as their like first thing with this community, React Bangalore meetup grew into this vibrant community over the last 6 years, and it has across 14,000 people. React Bangalore have hosted a lot of meetups in person before pandemic. There were like around 60 plus meetups, and a lot of people you see around us are like became friends from those meetups only. Reactify has started building this vibrant React community in 2020 and hosted 20 plus virtual meetups so far. After this conference, there is a lot more community initiatives to come. So you might want to stay tuned with Reactify.
About React Day Bangalore, we had a first edition of React Day Bangalore last year, and it was a huge success. We had around 2,000 plus attendees attending that day, and it was just a massive ride. Looking forward to the same response in our second edition, and hope we could deliver the best of in the best of our efforts, and you have a wonderful day ahead. More about this online React Day Bangalore. It will span over 2 days. We have 30 talks lined up exclusively for you, two panel discussion, and in total 38 speakers speaking in this 2 day conference.
Now I'm gonna act a little like a air hostess just to show like what's located where. So you are like probably attending this conference via Hopin platform. So this is the main area. Where are you right now? And there is session section where you can like after a session you can go for a Q&A with any speaker. Speakers won't be taking your questions on the main stage, so you can like directly interact with them in the session section. And in Expo we have different sponsors and different people from their team telling you more about their company, what they are doing engineering wise, and lot more. So you can explore the Expo section as well.
Talking about giveaways, there's no conference without giveaways. So we have so many giveaways lined up for you. You can tweet your learnings with hashtag React Day in 2022 and hashtag TIL. You can also tweet the fun screenshots with the speakers, MCs, co-participants, again with the hashtag React Day in 2022 and hashtag fun. Mind you, the best entry win a lot of goodies. You can also visit the expo and check out what our sponsors are have for the giveaways, and I'm sure you would land up getting some of those. And tweet your React puns with hashtag React Day in 2022 and hashtag funny, and get your puns featured in the conference. So don't wait, just go there, tweet it out, and we got you covered.
And regarding if you personally have any issues, feedback, love, and support, you can like always tag React Day India in your tweets, and our team will get back to you. Or just like appreciate your support in journal.
So, before we start with the main conference, let's take this moment to thank our partners who helped us in promoting this event. We were able to deliver the same because of these partners, and we are very grateful to be associated with them. Also, on the sponsors, since this conference is happening virtually, it wouldn't have been possible without our sponsors, which helped us and supported us throughout. So again, great thanks to all the sponsors who made this conference possible and helped us in connecting with each other.
So I won't waste much of your time before we start the conference. Just some important stuff. Uh, be respectful for everyone who is participating in this event, and please ask speakers questions that are only relevant to their speaking sessions, and like just stick to the talking points. Everybody who is attending this conference, either as a speaker, attendee, and even as a MC, are abide to this code of conduct. And if you face any issue of any sort, you can like always DM React Day India on Twitter, and yeah, your like issues would be heard and resolved. So yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess. So let's cozy up and enjoy the next 2 days with us. Again, I welcome you all to React Day Bangalore.
So I guess without any wasting any more time, let's just start with the conference and let me introduce you to the first speaker of the day. If you've been around in the tech community, I'm sure you definitely know this one. She has helped so many devs in their careers, including me. And today I'm so glad that I'll be hosting her. So she's none other than Neha Sharma, today who will give a talk on React 18, new features and updates. Over to you, Neha. Really rooting for you and your talk.
Thank you, Tanisha. Thank you, Megha. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the second edition of React Day. A big thanks to whole team of React Day for conducting these 2 days of fun and learning about React.js. So today I'm gonna talk about React.js 18. I think in last 1 year, if we will look back, that's the biggest update happened. About me, my name is Neha Sharma. I'm working as a full-time engineering manager. Over the weekend, I before pandemic, I used to organize meetups, JS lovers, and then pandemic happened. Um, so hopefully we will start soon. When I'm not doing talks, when I'm not doing coding, I love to do calligraphy. So this is my Instagram handler. If you are in codes, if you are in art, please feel free to drop and check my work. So before we start into the details that what React 18 has to offer, I want to put few things forward that this is a new major version. And it doesn't mean that we as a React developer need to relearn everything. Whatever we so far know about the React, it's still valid. React 18 introduced new hooks, API concepts, few features, and majorly their focus is on the foundation of future, basically where React will be going. So if you are thinking, oh my God, there's a new version, now I have to go back and relearn whole React. No, it's not like this. So having said that, it is available right now. So if you will go back and if you will do npm install or yarn, basically if you will install React right now, you will get the latest version, which is 18th. So what's deprecated or what's not there? There are few things which are discouraged or deprecated, but the biggest one is, I would say, there is no longer support for IE11. So if you have a business use case where IE11 is a must to support, I would appreciate that. Do not move to React 18. Take a step back, think through, and then only move ahead, because React 18 is no longer supporting IE11. So what's new in there apart from deprecation or what is discouraged? So the first feature available right now is new root API. What it means is that we no longer will be using React DOM.render. And same goes for the hydration one also. So if you want to upgrade to React 18, this is the only change as a developer we have to do after installing React 18. Instead of React DOM.render, now the new API is React DOM.create root. And for the hydrate, we have hydrate root. What it means for the developer? What it means that it is must, if you want to move to React 18, this particular code change we have to do. The reason is this will enable all the features or the concept or the new hooks, APIs, whatever React 18 has to offer, only after we will do this change in the code. If we will not do this change in the code, it doesn't mean the whole application will break. React team was very conscious that this time they wanted to give a backward compatibility, as well as most of the features will be opt-in. So even if you do a React 18 install and you are not doing this code change, this root API change, you will get a warning. And what it means is that now you can create your own root and render it. I will show you the code in a while, as well as with the hydrate one, because in 18, the focus was also on SSR. So they have introduced a new API also. And third thing for developer, it means is the render callback is removed, which means there is a new way to do the callback for the render. So as a developer, key takeaway for you, that if you wanted to upgrade to React 18 or you wanted to enable the features, this is the one code change you need to do, and it's must. So now look at the code. So before 18, this is what we used to do. So if you will look at the line number 6, or basically the square rectangle with the red border, you will see this is how we used to do. Now when you are on React 18 and you want to enable all the feature, what we need to do is just focus on line number 6, 7, or basically the bottom square rectangle with the red border. This is what we have to do. Here we are creating the root element and we are attaching it for the rendering. Why this is important? One of the reason is, before this, React used to keep the record of root and the render used to happen even when the updates are not happening. But this time they have changed it so that the not required updates they can ignore, React can ignore. So that's why this is important. Talking about callback, this is how we used to do line number 18 to 20. This is how we used to do the callback before 18. But now in 18, what you need to do is you can look at the line number 8, 9, 10. So basically line number 9, I would say, this is how the callback will happen. And this is the only change in the code as a developer we have to do to upgrade ourselves or enable React 18 features. So we are done with the first and the most important one. Now let's move to second, which is automatic batching. This is a very important one, I would say, because what batching is basically mean that React used to group all the multiple state updates into single re-render. And we know when we are doing it, it means good performance. But the problem was React was not consistent about this before 18, which means if any state update was happening from React handlers, event handlers, it used to get patched. But if those same state updates are happening from asynchronous, basically either from a promise, set timeouts, or native event handlers, they were not getting batched by default. But this time, what React has done with 18, that it has introduced consistency in the batching. It means irrespective of where such state updates are happening, either from the default React handlers or promises, batching will happen by default. So now, if we as a developer were writing any manual code to batch the state updates, we don't need to do that, which means that there is a performance improvement for sure. And uh, this will work with class component and hooks as expected. But if you are working on automatic patching and if you see anything is getting break, please go back and inform the React team. React team this time were very open for all the feedback, discussions, and taking the feedback from the community, from the developers, library authors, everyone. Now, as I told you that everything is backward compatible this time, it means that by default, React 18 will batch the events. So if you will see what you are looking at in front of your screen right now, this is how we used to do before React 18. So again, that red border box, what is happening here is on the right side, on the left side, this is the code. What I'm doing there, I'm just putting a click handler, and within that I'm doing a fake promise, and within that I'm doing two state updates. As a result, what is happening on the right side at the console, you will see whenever I will click, two times this state will update, so one after another. But in 18, this is no longer this will happen. The state will update only once. So again, in this screenshot, at the right side at the bottom, you will see the render is happening. Render console is only coming once. I have not written any additional code here, nothing. Same code is running just on React 18 and this is happening. So as a developer, I'm not doing anything. Automatic batching is already there. React is taking care of it. But if you want to opt out of it, what you need to do is you need to do flush sync. So this is another one React 18 has given. You can opt out of automatic patching out. And how to do that? So wherever you have multiple states, you can wrap particular state update into flush sync and the automatic batching will be stopped. So again, if you are working on React 18, you are not looking for automatic batching for whatsoever is the reason, React team is providing you an option to opt out. Moving to next, strict mode. Um, strict mode, there were few under the hood changes happen. The reason of doing this is because of the um, because they wanted to make sure that when you are upgrading on React 18, what they wanted to do is they wanted to see if the old code or whatever the code we have written is not having any issue with the concurrency mode. So in that case, they have done some updates in strict mode. But what it means for developers, the only thing where developers will be seeing any change, first we use it in the dev environment. So when you will go in the console, you will see few extra consoles coming there, which is fine, but you will be seeing a lot of blogs or conversation around that uh, how to mute such duplication of the console messages. As per the React team, we don't need to worry because it's in dev environment. On prod, it is not going to impact anything, so it's fine. So from the developer perspective, everything is fine. It's just React team is doing some conscious decisions to make sure that they are able to identify if there is any issue or anything happening within our code. The last one is the concurrent mode. Sorry, not last one. I'm sorry. So the next one is the concurrent mode, which I think was making most of the noise. And what it is React used to be interrupted or synchronous in nature, which means is once the render is kick off, you cannot stop it. And also we cannot interrupt any of the rendering, which means that we have to wait Once one state update is done, then the second will happen, then the third will happen, then the fourth will happen. And to be honest, we are JavaScript developers. We are very much into the thought process of synchronous and asynchronous, identifying which particular task is going to take a lot of time. Can we move that to the background, and can we prioritize anything? All these stuff. So these were the things were not there in React, but with the concrete concept, this is actually getting introduced. Now what they are saying with this concrete mode, that we can start interrupting the React rendering. We can interrupt it, we can pause it, we can resume it, and we can abandon a render also. And how this is possible, there are few new features they have introduced: hooks, APIs, for example transition, suspense, server streaming. Those things are powered on concurrent mode, which we are going to explore a lot. So in my perspective, I am personally very excited about this, because this actually introduce open a lot of opportunities for developers, especially in improving our user experience, to make sure that our users are always engaged and we are always showing them the content on their screen. We are all able to maintain all the heavy and light states update very well. So with that, let's talk about the transitions. We know now concurrent mode, what concurrent mode is, and transition is one of the way to achieve that. But what is transitions? So as of now, there are two type of state updates. There is urgent update and there is transition update. In a very layman language, urgent update is basically whenever a human or whenever your user is interacting with your application, like click, uh, hover, pressing, typing, these kind of things. And transition means moving from one view to another. Right now, we don't have any way to tell React which one is urgent and which one is not urgent. Which means if you are doing a heavy search task or heavy search operation, what will happen? Your user is typing a product name in search bar. In meantime, the result is coming. We are doing the state update for the view to show our state. At that time, if user will retry to type there would be a delay, there would be a jerkiness, the experience won't be good, especially when you are this search operation and putting the data in the component is very heavy. So now if you will think like a developer, you will say, okay, while my results are coming, this is a heavy task, this is a very very time taking task. Why don't I just put it in the background, and meanwhile if my user want to do a typing or do anything in the search bar, let me give a good experience to my user. So this we can do with React 18 now. How? Now we can identify that which particular UI update is non-urgent, and when we are doing identifying or marking such UI updates as non-urgent, that is known as transition. And with that, React will get to know that which updates React need to prioritize and which they don't need to prioritize and wait. So how to mark transition? So whenever you want to have a low priority or non-urgent state update, you can use straight transition. That straight transition, the moment you are going to use it, it means that this is non-urgent and it can be interrupted with urgent updates like clicks or key press or basically user interaction. So this is the first one with the transition, straight transition, which we need to use. Um, Most updates used to be transition updates, and these are backward compatible right now. So they are opt-in. It's not like that this is default out of the box available for you. If you want to opt in, you can opt in. Right now in React 18, updates are urgent. Or sorry, all the updates React is handling is urgent, which means it will give the priority to the click, basically click, pressing, or interaction. But if you want to update any transition, if you want to mark any task low priority, we can wrap that into start transition. Sorry. Now what it means for developer, it means that now we can provide a better UX experience. We can improve the performance of the application instead of having the whole application is getting blocked, waiting for the state updates, waiting for the response. Now we can at least introduce little bit of interaction. We can interrupt the renders, and we can also start identifying that which state update is not urgent, which can be get interrupted. You can start thinking that why not set timeout or why other stuff. There are difference between start transition and set timeout too. I would encourage everyone to go back and give it a read. This is a pretty good one. I There are a few demos also. I have also prepared the demo, so if at the end, if the time will permit, I can show you that. So let's look at the code. You can see that start transition can be imported. And here's set search query. I'm wrapping in start transition, which means that this is a low task. This is an urgent one and can be interrupted. So now if the user will come back and the user will try to interact with my input field, they can, instead of blocking the whole UI, the user can start having the interaction. But now while these all things are happening, what we do when the transition is pending? So now another hook they are providing is React team is use transition. What it does, it provides us a flag is pending. So what happens is identify, is there any deferred state or view available there? If yes, then it tries to put that there. So to be honest, you can start, if I have to explain in a very layman language, start transition when you want to mark any state update as a low or non-urgent, basically, which can be interrupted, that. And meanwhile, if you want to identify that is it happening or not happening, you can use transition. Okay, so another thought as a developer could come, that why I'm not writing the faster code, because this was already we were handling as a developer. We already were handling this in our code, that how to handle such use cases. Absolutely right. You can still you need to start thinking that transitions are complementary to writing faster code. This is the support we are getting from the React 18 onwards. So instead of now handling a lot of things by ourselves, we can start using these new features. Now, moving to the next one, what it is suspense. I think a lot of noise happened across it, across suspense, that suspense is their server side components and all that. So let's talk about suspense. Before getting into the suspense, there are few terminology we should be aware. One is rendering and hydration. So renderings, there are two type of rendering: client side rendering and server side rendering. Client side rendering is basically when the React components will be processed and rendered at the client side with no code processing happening at the server side. This is pure your client. Everything is happening at client. In the server side, React components HTML will be generated at the server and sent back to the client before the JavaScript bundle and loads and run everything. So these are the two type of rendering. And I hope a lot of people are aware, like Next.js is the one of the popular for server side rendering. Now, what is hydration? The process of rendering your components from server to client and attaching event handlers at them is known as hydration. So once your HTML is at the from the server, it is at the client. When we start attaching our event handlers, basically started making our components interactive. That particular phase is known as hydration. But why we are talking about it? Because suspense is very much related to understand how server side rendering work and how hydrations work. So currently, if we will talk about how before React 18 server-side rendering used to work, we used to return HTML, fetch JavaScript, load JavaScript, hydrate, and interact. This was a waterfall. Basically, every step will wait for the previous one to finish. And at that time, at the client side, we are just looking at the blank page. We were waiting for everything, which is not a good experience at all. So the problems were, we were waiting for everything, user is not able to see anything, a blank screen is there, though we can put a loader or something, but still it's not a good one. So what React team has done, they have done the architectural improvement. Now what will happen is, Server side render will generate a HTML at the server side, send it back to the client so the page can see the content and data before JS bundles and run it. What it means, because this was exactly what initially it was happening. It means that now React 18 won't wait for everything to be returned. Now the moment our components HTML is ready, it will start showing there. Um, which means now our client, our customer, or our user can at least see something on their screen. Meanwhile, rest of the component and data, we are waiting for that. So for example, on the left side, you can see there is a header, there is a navigation that is ready. When I say ready, the HTML is there, but rest of the screen is blank because we are waiting for something. This is known as HTML streaming. As soon as the HTMLs are ready, we will start showing it at the client side. So this is one of the example, better diagram, I would say. Another thing is selective hydration. Now your HTML is there. So at that time, the moment they are ready, the hydration will start happening, which means they are ready to be interactive rather than again waiting for everything to be done. So this is known as the selective hydration. As soon as your components are ready, they are ready for the hydration also. So basically your user will start interacting with the component. Another good improvement, rather than having a blank screen, to moving towards the components which are ready for interaction. Meanwhile, the component we think is gonna take time. We are just showing a loading or a spinner there and waiting for the data to come from the server. But this is not blocking the rest of the view. Now, another question come here. One of the question come here is, while my one of the comp we are waiting for the rest of the content, and our HTML is there, if user will interact, click between hydration and HTML, what will happen? At that time, React will prioritize that particular component for the hydration, and React will take care of that by itself. So we don't need to worry about it. So the problem we saw initially with server-side rendering, that we were waiting for every step to be finished before we show something to our user. Now we improved that. Now we can show the HTML, we can show the components with the hydration phase also. So the HTML part is known as the streaming HTML and HTML streaming, and this hydration known as the selective hydration. So these are the two improvements happened with the suspense. So this is the example of selective hydration. Again, the better diagram. Now, how the codes look like. So code looks like very straightforward. If you will look here on after the post, the comments one, we are wrapping in suspense, which means that we know that it is gonna take time. It will not block the view. Meanwhile, whichever component is ready, that will start showing on the screen. Meanwhile, the comment content is coming. The fallback would be spinner. Basically, we are showing a loading or a spinner. So this is our suspense. Now, what it means for the developer, it is useful for user experience for sure. We are not making our users to wait. React is going to do a lot of heavy lifting for us. And HTML streaming, selective hydration, for example, is getting handled by the React itself. Now, the next one is use ID. What it means is that use ID hook is generating the unique IDs on both client and server side. Why this is important? Because before this, there used to be a mismatch used to happen when the hydration part phase used to happen. So, and why it is also important? Because there are a lot of stuff, a lot of tasks we are doing where we need the IDs to remain same at the client and server side. One of such example is accessibility. We want to keep the consistency between client and server. We want to generate the same kind of ID for our use. So in that case, this use ID is very useful. Before use ID, there was use opaque identifier. It was having few issues. Those were addressed in use IDs. So please start using use IDs rather than use opaque identifier. And another thing is, do not use the generated IDs for styling and CSS. It is not meant for that. It is only purely for keeping consistency between client and server. So you can see an example, code example here. On line number 4 from the top, you can see this is how we can use. We have generated the ID. Now how to use it? On line number 8 in HTML4 and line number 9 with the ID, we are using it. So this is how we use it. So again, this is useful for the server side rendering. Pretty cool one, I would say. Now let's go to the summary because we have went through a lot, I feel. Um, this is a table I created to understand which API, what is feature, what concept, and how many hooks are there, and one line summary that why a particular API or hook is there. Also, as I told you, that React team has done a brilliant job in opening all the discussions, everything, and they are very keen to know the feedback of the developers. So on the right side last column, I have put all the links of all the discussions happen around that API within React team. So if you wanted to get into deep dive learning why particular decision has been taken, uh, and all whatever, basically in deep depth, you can just go and check. And if you have any questions, just ask them to. Resources. So from where we can learn more? Two places. React official documentation, please go explore that. And React working group, which I just showed you in the last slide. This one, please go and use that. A lot of information is there. Having said that, it doesn't mean that all the updates or the features are just limited to it. There are a few more. So please go out and check. But these are the major one which I shared. Now, how to upgrade? The $1 million question, how to upgrade to React 18? Two steps again. First, npm install. The moment you are doing the npm install, you will get React 18, 18th version, and then you need to upgrade to React.create DOM. Unless and until you will not do the step 2, automatic batching, these kind of features, concurrent, suspense, this will not get enabled. So these two steps are important to do. Will everything get break? No, but you will get a warning when if you will not do the step 2, as I told you earlier. So thank you everyone for sticking with me for 30 minutes. This is my GitHub. Please feel out to reach out to me, and this is my Twitter handler. If you have any question, anything, I will be here for next 20 minutes. It's super early at my end, so I need to go back to bed to start fresh for my office. So thank you everyone.
Thank you, Neha. That was such a wonderful talk. Learned quite a few things. So, folks, Neha would be hanging around in the session panel in Hopkins platform. Please head to that session panel and ask any questions if you have. She will be there for the next 15-20 minutes, and I hope she can you can get your questions answered. So that was a great start to the conference. Great, wonderful first talk. Let's head to the second one. So the second speaker is the one who can talk design systems and infrastructure tools all day. So we have Kamlesh Chandnani, Principal Front-End Engineer at Razorpay for the next talk. His talk title is as interesting as the topic itself. Over to Kamlesh for his talk titled One Step Back, Two Step Forward on Building a Design System That Scales. Over to you, Kamlesh. All the best.
Thank you, Tanisha. Thank you so much for a very nice introduction. Good morning, everyone. I hope most of you are still in beds, or maybe you have just got up, or you're grabbing a cup of coffee. I promise I won't make you asleep. So yeah, let's start. So I'm Kamlesh. I work as a work at Razorpay on the platforms team, specifically working on design systems and dev tools. So what is design token? Huh? It's a thing of Web3. It's a token for building design system on blockchain, which means all of us are gonna get uh, rich. That's just a joke. So design tokens are spicy variables. Let me elaborate what does spicy mean over here. So they are basically variables that can point to either another variables, or they could directly point to a hard-coded value. So just for an instance, let's say you have a variable called Azure.500 that might directly point to a hex value. Similarly, you might have a variable which is button background primary that might point to Azure 500 internally, and that points to another hex value. And similarly, let's say you have a border radius small that might directly point to 2 pixel, which says, give me like the border radius of this particular element would be 2 pixel. So design tokens are basically design decisions, and they are kind of stored centrally. You don't like the consumption of it on different platforms. Let's say iOS or let's say Android or web could be different. For example, box shadow. So to implement box shadow on iOS native or Android or web, it is kind of different, but still your decision remains the same, that you need a shadow of a particular with a particular elevation, right? And that's exactly what your design tokens talk about. Now let's see some benefits of design tokens. So imagine we create a alert and a badge component, and we say that we want to point to a background color of these components. They both are same, and you can see that both are pointing to a specific hex value. Now imagine that we want to change the background color of these components, right? What will you do? As simple as that. You'll just go ahead, do a maybe write a regex or scan across your code base, replace all these hex values with a new value, right? And boom, everything works. But now imagine change like updating tens or maybe hundreds of these components across projects, right? It's a nightmare. So let's see what happens if we have design tokens here. So I've created a design token named feedback background notice, which means that I need a background, I need a background color for a feedback component, which is of variant notice, and that points to a hex value. Now, taking the same example, imagine that we want to change the color of these feedback components, background color. What I'll do is I'll just go and change the value of these tokens. And my consumers, they don't have to do anything. They'll just update the version. They'll get all the updated values. All the projects they work across. As simple as that, right? Now let's see, let's move on to the design tokens in Blade, which is our design system at Razorpay in V1. Like when we started initially, that's why it's called V1. So just to set the context, we have different products that run across different platforms. On web, on mobile app, they have different branding, they have different themes, colors, everything. So now you'd be imagining that this is a very classic use case or a very obvious use case for evolving products at this scale. So which means design system is a no-brainer, right? But how do you prove that design system is worth the investment? Because all of us know that it's a big investment. So how do you justify the effort versus impact equation? So what we did was we decided to build the MVP version of Blade with a pilot project. Now, what I mean by pilot project is it's basically a project on which we'll use the design system. So what we did was back then we were creating a mobile app, and we decided to create design system alongside that. So that become like whatever we are building, that become the immediate consumer of it. So that's why it's like MVP product and MVP version of our design system. Now let's see what were the tokens that we created back then. So we didn't pay much attention to tokens, but I'll show you in a while, like what do I mean by that. So all of us, we just always begin with creating colors, right? Because that's what gives or adds some visuals to your products. So we created as someone would create, we created the color palette. So this color palette, just to show you an example, was named as Sapphire. That was just a name. And then we had a scale from 100 to 900, which basically presented different shades of blue. But if you look at it, base color palette is literally not sufficient. Like, what does Sapphire 500 mean? Do I use it on button background, or do I use it on buttons hover state, or do I use it on a background color? So hence, what we did was we introduced one more layer called aliases, which will be an alias to these base color token. Now, let me show you with an example. So previously you are using Sapphire 500, right? And that was directly pointing to a hard-coded value. But then we added one more layer, which is primary 500. That kind of added some sense to Sapphire 500, because we'll say, okay, now imagine that if we want to change our primary color to be green, all we have to do is change the internal mapping. Like primary 500 can map to, let's say, Emerald 500, which is our green, and then nothing changes on our consumer side. All of us are happy. So that's why we created an alias layer, which was again similar to our base layer. So that had a name of primary, and then again it ranged from 100 to 900. Next, we had a very obvious typography scale. Just pay attention to pixels, like all these values, they pointed to pixel values. Now let's see these tokens in action. So imagine you want to create an OTP component, right? And now let's see what if you were to use the tokens from our system, how would you use it? So you would basically just like, let's say we want to point out to all the blues. What we'll do is, like, all of them are pointing to primary 500. Similarly, for typography, we are pointing all the typography, like all the text, to text dot extra small. Now let's see the actual values or these mappings of the tokens. So we have primary 500, which points to Sapphire 500, and then it points to a hard-coded value. Similarly, tone 930 is pointing to slate, and text extra small is pointing to 12 pixel. Now imagine tomorrow we decide to rebrand ourselves for any reason, right? And we change all the blues to navy blues or some of that shade. All we have to do is we'll just change the internal mappings. Like primary 500, now instead of pointing to Sapphire, it might point to slate, right? And my text dot extra small might point to 13 pixel instead of 12. Now, on our consumer side, it will just get a refreshed look, right? Without me doing anything or any of the consumers explicitly doing anything. So you might be wondering, right? Everything works. Hooray. Thanks for coming to my talk. That's it. Design tokens, they work. Everything is fine. They work in action. Unless I say that we were so excited that we didn't even think twice and began scaling the system, which was just MVP, right? You never scale MVP systems, but usually that's how the journey happens of any company or any of the products in a startup, right? So let me talk about issues one by one and how did we fix them. So let's start with issues with color tokens, right? Now, what does primary 500 mean? Shall we use it on button? Shall we use it on default or hover or active state? It just means primary, right? But in primary, what is the state of the button? Is it default, hover, active, disabled? Similarly, what is primary 500? Is it only for button? What about radio, checkbox, my text input fields, which have similar requirement, right? Which means the aliases are not semantic. They don't reveal the actual purpose. The next issue was color contrast issues. This was a bigger one. Like most of our text, they weren't even passing AA contrast checks. No naming or guideline to define the structure of the token. Now, what do I mean by that? Now, imagine that you want to add light or dark mode support to our tokens, right? The most obvious way you would think is, okay, now I'll just say primary 500 has a particular state of light, hover dark, and similarly you create a hierarchy, right? But what is the structure? Do you say primary.500.disable.light or primary 500 light.disable? Like both of them might work, but how do you decide a guideline for that? Because this might get complex and you won't even know once you hit the scale that how to solve what, and everything would be a mess in your entire system. So how did we fix it? So as a first step, we first overhauled our color palette. So now we have two color palettes. One is our chromatic color palette, and then it is our neutral color palette. These were our two categories. Like one is the entire visual like colors, and then you have neutrals, which are nothing but blues and grays. That is mostly used for surface, backgrounds, and everything. Yeah. So this is what would be the reaction, right? Every time we see all these shades, it's like, okay, fine. All right. So what were the outcomes after we did this overhaul? Let me show you. First thing, it just fixed, like we kind of fixed all our text contrast ratios. Like all of them were meeting at least AA benchmark. be it chromatic or be it neutral color palette. Next, our color palettes now have proper depth and cues for which is specifically required for supporting light and dark mode. Now, what do I mean by depth and cues? Let me show you with an example. So this is a famous example from Refactoring UI book. So let's go one by one. So first start with a left version of this is a podcast app. So let's start with a light version. You could see like it's very evident, it's very prominent, right? You could like all the elements which are necessary are emphasized properly. And now usually what people think is that dark mode is just an inversion of light mode, but that's not true. And we can see that in this example. Now look at the second example, right? This is like an inverted version of the light color palette. Now, if you look closely, the media player at the bottom has the least emphasis, like it's not being emphasized, right? Similarly, the podcast that is written on the top, that is also not properly emphasized. So that is because we just inverted the color palette, which is not correct. We need a depth for elements which are required to be emphasized. So the third part, which is a color palette which has proper depth and cues, which is meant for dark mode. And now if you could see the first and the last version, they basically signify and they emphasize the similar elements that for users. So now if you look at our color palette, they are not inversion of each other. This is basically blue-gray light and blue-gray dark. They are not inversion. These are color palettes which are explicitly defined to handle these depth and cues for light and dark modes. Next, we started with the tokens re-architecture, like the whole architecture of our tokens with structures and everything. We decided to redo it. Now let me show you what we did. So first, we added, like it became now a multi-layer token architecture. The first one is the actual value that is now aliased with global token. And then we have two parts, which is either it could be a theme token or it could be a component token. Don't worry, I'll just explain it with an example. Imagine you have a color value, which is the HSL equivalent of this blue color. That's an actual value. Now you have a global token, which is Azure 500. Now these global tokens are not exposed to our consumers because that's not semantic. That's not what is consumable by our consumers. So we create another layer on top of it, which says action primary default, right? Action background primary default. These are our theme tokens. They are exposed to our consumers. Now, if I have to show this in action, this is a button and this is a token that is used to identify the background color of this button. So it says action background primary default. But you would be thinking, Kamlesh, even though you added this layered architecture, how are you solving the problem of naming? You just showed us that how do you name it, right? So again, the same confusion arises, like whether you call it action.background or primary default or action primary background default, and so on and so forth. So again, it's very confusing, right? Now to clarify this confusion, so we took inspiration from Nathan Curtis, this naming tokens blog post. We decided to follow this structure which says object, base, and modifier. So let's understand what each of these mean. Now we'll start with object. So object in our case is theme, like that's where everything starts, right? That's basically an entry point. Then we have base, which is subcategorized into category, behavior, and property. So category is nothing but the category of the token. Could be color, typography, spacing, border, breakpoint. Similarly, behavior is the behavior of the element. Could be feedback. Feedback could be action, could be your toast, badges, alerts, everything. They are of the feedback category, right? They give some feedback to the user. Similarly, action could be buttons, could be links, etc. And then property is the actual property of that element. Could be your background, could be your text, could be your border, could be your font family, color, anything. Then the third part, modifier. Now that's basically what keeps on modifying. Now that modifier is also subcategorized into following. Could be variant, could be state, could be scale, could be mode. Variant is very obvious, primary, secondary, tertiary, or it could be positive, negative, your neutral, anything. Then what is the state? Let's say primary button, default state, hover state, active state, and so on and so forth. Similarly, for typography, you might have scale, which could have t-shirt sizing, or it could have a scale of 100 to 900 or something like that. And then you have mode, which says light or dark mode. Now, this, like, I'll just keep this slide for like a couple of seconds for all of you to absorb this information, and then I'll take an example to show how this thing works in action. So let's understand this better with an example. Imagine you have these two buttons, primary and secondary. Now I want to say that, hey, give me a color for a primary button in a default state, right? So now if I have to map it to my object-based modifier terminology, I would say my object is a theme. Inside theme, give me color, which is the category of my token. My behavior is action. I want a background, which is my property. And the modifier is primary variant and default state. So that gives me a token, which is how you speak, right? So that's the that's a terminology, and it's literally vocabulary that the way you speak, right? So you say, give me theme.color.action.background.primary.default. Similarly, for a secondary button, you would just say, hey, give me a background color for secondary button in a default state. So similar structure, you say theme, then you define base, which is color, which is color, your action, background, and then you say, give me the modifier, which is my variant and my state. So what was the outcome of all these things? Like this architecture is what is something that helped us scale everything. Like it was something that handled all the complex use cases. It also helped us add multi-brand theme support. Like, let me explain you what does this multi-brand theme mean. So just one example, we have two products primarily, payments and banking, as I showed in the beginning. None of them is a dark or light version of the other. They are literally different brands, but they are part of Razorpay. So you could say payments has a light and dark mode, banking has a light and dark mode. But all these things in front of your eyes, you might think, okay, this makes a very minimal difference, or the colors are like, if you observe properly, you would see that there are a lot of color differences. So let me show you a bigger picture. This is how all these things pans out. So payment and banking, they are not dark or light of the other one. They are literally two different brands, but they are part of Razorpay. Now, do you want to see a cherry on the top? So we created this Figma plugin. So whenever you want to change or update any token value, the designer, they'll just update it over here, and then they'll just run this plugin. This plugin just takes up all the token, opens a pull request on our GitHub repository with all the changed values, and all we have to do is just merge it. Everything is in sync, my Figma, my code, and that's exactly what we say. Your design decisions are stored centrally, and then they are reflected on different platforms. You can read upon all this, all the decisions that we took behind this token architecture in our RFC on our repo. This is a short form, like bit.ly/token architecture. To sum it up, now what all we have accessible color palette. All of them are passing at least AA contrast ratio. We have color palette with proper depth and hues, which helps us to support light and dark mode. We have scalable and semantic token structure. Everything is literally semantic. You say and you get it. Extensible to support multi-brand theme, different themes. Like imagine we have another product line that is coming tomorrow, which has like completely different theming with greens or let's say reds. We could just support it. A Figma plugin to keep everything in sync. Next up is let me show you the next issue. So we fixed color tokens issue. Now next issue was with typography. If you remember, I told you hold on with this pixel. So everything was pixel. Now, what was the disadvantage of that? Imagine that you have a browser default font size set to 16 pixel, right? And it says that the text of this primary button is of 14 pixel. Now, since everything is like all the units are absolute units, if you change your browser's font size, nothing would change. It would still be the same, which means people with visual impairments, they would find difficulties in reading the text if they change anything. Similarly, on React Native or let's say native mobile applications, on different devices of different resolution, again, the text doesn't scales. It's like on a smaller resolution, it might look proper. On a higher resolution device, it will just look smaller. So how did we fix it? So we decided to use each platform's relative units. So that is REMs on web and DPs on native, which is density independent pixels, with auto scale on. So again, you can read upon our RFC about typography units, again on the repo and the links typographies hyphen units. Now, what were the outcomes? So taking the previous example again, now all our the text elements, they have a token, like they point to a token which says, like for example, we say theme, like typography font size 75, that points to 14, but that is converted to basically rems, which is nothing but 0.875 rem. Now since it's rem, it's relative. If you change your browser's default font size, it will just scale. So that's basically all our text is now accessible to people even with visual impairments. Similarly, it worked on React Native or our mobile native applications as well. If you have a lower device with a very small resolution and a device with a very high resolution, your text would just adapt to the device's resolution. But how do you store these decisions in a platform agnostic way? Like how do you say rems on web and then DPs on native? Like it's like, how do you store it? Like I just mentioned that it should be decisions that could be stored centrally, right? So what we did was we decided to store all these tokens with unitless. Like the values of the tokens, if you could see, are unitless. It doesn't say 14 pixel, it just says 14. So let's take an example. Now, if I say I want a font size of 400, that will just point to 20. Now, what we do is, based on the platform this is being required on, we kind of convert it into either rems, which is on web, or either DPs, which is on native. That's again an abstraction within our system. So this is basically the gains that we got with relative units. The next one is, like, again, the next issue. So we had the same typography scale on across different devices, either mobile or desktop. Now that's not the ideal case. Like your headers, let's say, like the text might look bigger on smaller devices. Let's say in this case, the heading, right? 36 pixel might be good enough for a larger screen, but on a smaller screen, it might look just bigger, even though it's a responsive, but it's looking very bigger, right? It's that's not the ideal intent. So how did we fix it? We created two typography scale, one for desktop and one for mobile platform. Now, if you could see, these are like two different scales on the screen. One has a on desktop thing and one has a on mobile thing. So what was the outcome? Now, the outcome was, since we had two different scales, you like all the application, they'll just point to tokens, right? And this is the power of, again, token. You just say token, what value it resolves, it's is again dependent on the system. So on mobile devices, it was resolving to 32, and then on desktop, it was resolving to 36, which again will be converted to rems. So that handled our typography, accessibility, and all the issues related to the text content. So to sum it up, we use platforms relative unit, that is rem for web and DP for native. We stored token values without units attached. We created two typography scales specifically crafted for desktop as well as mobile devices. Next up, we created breakpoint tokens. Again, this was not present in our previous version, so that helped us define different breakpoints for different devices, so that we can just say, okay, this is a mobile device, this is a desktop device, and we can make all the optimizations and changes or create UIs which are crafted for those specific device screens. Next, we added motion tokens. Now, motion tokens are nothing but they are basically that decisions that drives your animation. Like you would want all your animations to behave consistently, right? You would have like collection of delays, durations, and maybe easing, but it should not just be like different dynamic for every product. It has to be consistent across your product so that it gives like a proper brand experience to your consumers, right? So we stored these decisions even in the form of tokens. Again, there's a RFC written on this on our repo. You could go ahead and just read about all the findings that we did over there. But you would be thinking, right, that all these things, they look good in theory, but they feel very overwhelming. Like imagine I am a consumer of this design system. if I have to think about all these things, about different scales, different color palettes, on like accessibility on different devices, it would be like just too much to expect from our consumers, right? And that's not what the aim of design system is. The aim of design system is to also solve my developer experience, right? So let's say you want to create this card. This card should have your theming capabilities. It should work across different devices. It should have different typography, text content scaling, blah blah blah. Everything that I just spoke about, right? So how will I write a code for this? Let me show you. Just import these two things. One is our provider, which has all the intelligence, and then we have like a proper brand theme. Like we have different. Right now we have two themes. One is payment and one is banking. Imagine right now I want banking, and then I say, and then I wrap my card into this provider. And you know what? This is the exact code that will run on React Native too, without changing anything in the code. Just copy paste this thing, paste it in your React Native application. It will just work. So this is what we get. This is just an example output. We change themes. You change the light or dark mode, and you will just get the expected behavior. We'll again go to, let's say, banking theme, light mode, banking theme, dark mode. I'll just reset the viewport, and it will again be adaptive, or like it will just scale my typography content. So let's see what all do we have now. First, we have like well-defined token architecture that scales because we follow the terminology of object-based and modifier. Then we have global color tokens, which is Azure 500, which helps us abstract out all like your global tokens are nothing but setting the boundaries. Let's say if theme tokens doesn't work out, what is the boundary that we have set for our design system? Then we have theme tokens. These are tokens that the consumers would say. Again, these are very, very semantic. The way you speak is the way you get the token. Then we have responsive typography tokens. Like we use relative units for different platforms so that everything scales based on those based on the internal devices rendering platforms. Then we have multi-platform typography tokens so that you have text intended for mobile as well as large screen users. Then we have breakpoint tokens so that you can identify or define what content to go where and how to optimize experience for each and every device. We had motion tokens so that we can just have good enough animations across our devices, be it web, be it native, and in a very consistent way. So that's all. It's on GitHub. You can go ahead, read upon read upon source code. Everything. A lot of things are going like they are still in work in progress. A lot of decisions are being added daily. But yeah, you can just go ahead, read upon everything, read upon all the RFCs, because whatever we take big decisions, we kind of try to capture them in our RFCs. That's all from my side. Thank you. You get a design system, I get, and everyone gets a design system. So thank you so much for that.
That was just a wonderful talk. That just changed my perspective about design systems. And I'm sure you must be having a lot of questions around whatever Kamlesh had to say today. So please head over to the sessions panel if you have any questions for him. He'll be hanging around there, so you can ask him any questions that you want. So, with that being said, let's head to our first lightning talk of the day. Shashwat Sinha, software engineer at Vimeo, will be speaking again on design tokens, scaling designs in a UI library. I'm pretty sure it will be a power packed lightning talk that will cover all things design tokens. Over to you, Shashwat.
Okay. Hi everyone, I am Shashwat and I'll be again talking on design tokens, and I'm pretty sure there will be something extra that I'll be building on Kamlesh. Thanks a lot Kamlesh for giving me a good head start. Now everyone is aware of the design tokens, so let's just jump into it. Design tokens. I mean, already what Kamlesh has said, I'll be repeating some of that and trying to expand upon some of the other points. Design tokens are essentially nicknames for all the CSS property that we know or okay that we know or we want to reuse. They can be visualized as variable shared language. These are the same it's a common language that designers of the product and the developers they speak. It helps to eliminate ambiguity, plus it enables us a easy translation of the design to the final product. Right now on the screen you can see that we have defined two design tokens, and while defining these design tokens, ultimately, for example, when we are talking about colors, ultimately at the bottom of it will be either defining it using RGB values or hex values or whatever the system that we want to, but on top of that, the first interface or the first variable that will be defining that, while defining that, we usually try to answer one of the two questions. The question is either what does this represents. For example, in this case it represents a shade of the color red, so color red 500. Or otherwise it tries to answer a question of why, like why should we use it or where should we use this. So again, example is color format primary. This is the primary format of the color, and in fact this is the main color that we use at Vimeo. It matches with the theme, and that's why we went with this name. Why should we use it? I mean, even before we knew about design tokens, even before we were aware about it, nobody was literally like hard coding hex values everywhere they wanted to reuse a particular color. I mean, if we are talking about React, there is a good chance either you are using SCSS or using styled components. In the SCSS, we tend to define a common file which defines all the hex values and maps them to a particular variable. Or in terms of styled components, we define a JSX or a JS file which maps X values to particular variables in JavaScript. So what was the issue with that? Why can't we just keep on doing that? I mean, some of the answers have already been given by the Kamlesh, but it provides a contextual reuse. Now, what's a contextual reuse? We'll look at it in coming slides. It also helps to ensure consistency across different products and platforms. So, for example, we have multiple products. Uh, I'll also touch upon that slightly later. And all these design needs to be supported across platform. Nowadays, we are already supporting web, Android, iOS. For particular apps, we support Amazon Fire TV, Samsung Tizen app, Roku devices, and design token essentially makes it like really, really easy to maintain consistency across the platform, not just the products. What all can be tokenized? Color, opacity, shadow. I mean, these are all the things. I'll just wait here for 10 seconds for you all to take a look over here. Why are we talking about design token? I mean, Kamlesh provided a good in-depth talk, even I'm talking about it, but the question is, why are we even talking about design tokens in a React meet? uh, in the React ecosystem, we generally have a tendency to reuse the components. I mean, that's one of the biggest selling points of how why people want to reuse React. Apart from the state management, which React has a very good support, reusability of the code in terms of HTML and JavaScript, it provides a very good support. So why just keep it limited to that? Why not extend that pattern to CSS as well? And design tokens essentially help us achieve that. CSS reuse can be achieved also with global variables, but we'll see like what are the problems with direct reuse of global variables in the CSS world. It also helps us ensure design consistency whenever team starts to grow. I mean, the problem is not just that there is sometimes miscommunication between developers and design team, but there are also problem with these sort of when team starts to grow. A little bit of history about the uh, a little bit of history regarding these design tokens. How did it start? So the first company ever to start using these ideas, who went public about it, was Salesforce. And when they did a survey across their product, they found that they had 106 unique text color. I think anyone would agree like none of the product actually needs all those variety of text colors. And I mean, you can refer to this talk on YouTube. I've just taken a screenshot from there. But this is a much more common problem than you would imagine. I mean, these are all the companies who have been facing same issues, and uh, they have started using design system in their production application. When they were first introduced, when people started adopting them, design tokens was just implemented in SCSS, but eventually people have started using it in other CSS preprocessor with styled components. We use it with styled components. We'll look at it at a later slide. There is also a W3C community group which is trying to define standards for it. So there is a good chance that eventually this will be the way forward to define and use CSS in your application. Our not so unique problem. We are also facing this sort of problem like other companies faced. Vimeo is a company which acquired other companies over a period of time. They were a distinct product of its own with their own development design team with a wide variety of themes. So Vimeo has a theme color of blue, but all the other companies may not have it. One of the solution is like leave them completely apart, and when people are navigating from one section, or users of the system are navigation from one section to another, just open a new window and let them have a feel like it's a completely different product. But over a long period of time, everyone likes to unify product, right? Because that's why acquisitions or mergers take place. So how do we do that? I mean, let's imagine the one of the companies that got acquired had a base color of theme, and we may had a base color of blue. So moving forward, if we start designing all the new features in blue color, there will be inconsistency within the product itself. And if we do nothing, they'll stay apart for like forever. One of the ideas is to start implementing new features with the design token, and when as and when we have time, just backport all the existing features to use the design token, and with the flip of a variable, all of the features will be ported to a completely new theme. And that's one of the major benefits, like the theme that Kamlesh was talking in the previous talk, banking and the payment system. Uh, it it need not be just limited to that. You can support like a variety of themes. Users can actually choose a theme, not just limited to light and dark mode. They can choose their own theme color, and based on that your whole application can adapt. Iris, we have our own design system. We call it Iris. It's an open source library. Just example of tokens. We have color, edge, typography, all these sort of things. And in a very similar way, we have defined the uh, various tokens for the typography based on size, based on weight, and everything. And whenever we need to use it, design team specifies this is the typography. Anywhere we are supposed to use text, they just mention like use the typography size 800, and we just use that. How do we use this? It's as simple as importing one of the components from the library, and whenever we are defining a styled component, we just try to start with the, because as I mean in the previous talk Kamlesh mentioned, I would repeat again the same part. The base of the design token starts from the theme. So for any of the default things that we do, the theme is core theme. That has a blue color of all the CTAs and black color for all the text. So we define like for the core theme, I want a color for the background of variant 500. This is a way to use it. Just another example how we have defined all the color for the text. These are the various text color. Let's look at an example. I mean, uh, if by any chance you would have missed in the previous talk, this is a good chance to just catch up on all the things. We have all the primary CTAs in a blue color, and one of the ways to achieve that, because we are using styled components, we just map this color format primary to a particular hex value, and then we use this in all the three places. But imagine after some time, if we have a requirement to change the color for a particular type of CTA, that is button. How do we do that? I mean, one of the ways would be to check like in what all places this button exists and change all the color. But that's not a scalable way. We want a library that scales, right? Which scales with the team, which in which making changes to any sort of color is like really easy. Use it contextually, define the global variables, assign them to aliases, and then use it. So whenever we have a need to change theme, color, typography, size for a particular type of things, it's very contextual. One more example. So I'll give you a use case when we are trying to upload a video, and if there is error, how should we define the text color for that? One of the ways is to directly define just the hex values. Another way, I mean, a better way is to define the color like what color red 500. Even better way is probably more contextual, color is status negative. Or what I would prefer is color upload notice error, so that if I want to change the color for that particular error message, it's like really simple, isn't it? Now, what do I mean by scaling design? Are we talking about the scalability of the product? Not at all. When teams are distributed, when there are multiple teams working on the same product, how do we ensure that everybody uses the same thing? It's not just by maintaining a global variable, rather than having a language which is a very common language across all the teams, with the design team, with the product team, and the developers. And that's how we can maintain consistency. And this avoids the problem like someone has defined a particular hex value, and then you keep looking for it, go back to the design team like I couldn't find it. So this answers the scalability of the design system. Takeaways from this talk. I know I'm little over a time, but we'll conclude it very quickly. It provides a common language for engineers and designers to communicate, and that essentially converts to a quick translation from the design to the final product. Makes big changes like theme or supporting multiple themes a piece of cake. It helps ensure consistency. For example, we support multiple devices, and all we need to do is define a theme centrally in whatever tool we use for designs, Figma, InVision, whatever, and then have a corresponding same file. I mean, we can choose to have we can choose to maintain consistency automatically or manually, but then always use those design tokens while implementing any of the design. And very soon it may become an industry standard. And that's what I wanted to talk about design tokens. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Shashwat, for this wonderful talk. I think the last 40 minutes, I learned so much about design systems and design tokens that I didn't in such a long time. So this was a really wonderful talk. Shashwat will be hanging around in a session on the Opens platform. So please head to it, ask him any questions if you have. Before we head towards our first break of the day, we have a small sponsor video for you all, and after that we can head for the first break. So let's get the video rolling.
Our engineering team is building technology in India and operating in 4 countries. We use React.js and React Native to build our websites and mobile apps. We love JavaScript. Cast24 is a fully remote technology team. Our team members can work from anywhere in India. Our interviews are realistic and we focus on JavaScript, React and mobile instead of asking data structures and algorithms questions. We have used technology to significantly improve used car buying and selling experience for our customers. And we are nowhere close to being done. There is so much to build to make a great product. We are making continuous improvements on car search and discovery, car loans, refurbishment, delivery, and numerous other places in car and customer journey. When you join Cast24 technology team, you get to work with engineering leaders who have been founders and founding engineers.
So this was Cast24, our platinum sponsor. You can head to the expo booth to get answers to any of the questions that you may have for their team, any giveaways that they might be conducting. So please head to the expo booth and have a wonderful time. We will now head towards our first break. So we will be back at 11:30. So by then, I think grab your teas, coffees, breakfast, hang around in the expo booth, the sessions, and we'll be back soon. Stay tuned.
Hi all. I hope all of you are back from your break. And if not, I wish you come back in a minute or two because we have a one more very exciting talk ahead of us. So, as we all know, implementing a dark mode is easy, but implementing the perfect dark mode is not that easy thing. It's a journey through block scripts, CSS variables, and whatnot. So today we have a very dear friend among us, Sreetam Das. Sreetam is a senior software developer at Remote, and you might know him for his love for mechanical keyboards from Twitter. So Sreetam is gonna talk about making the perfect dark mode. So let's gear up and hear it from Sreetam now.
Good morning. Hope you're enjoying React Day so far. You're having a good day. I'm Sreetam Das. I am a senior front-end engineer at Remote, and I primarily work with the growth and marketing team. Yes, my company is literally called Remote. I also love mechanical keyboards. So if you're on Twitter and you've seen mechanical keyboards on your timeline, I'm sorry, but not really. I also love CSGO, so if that's something that interests you, please hit me up after the talk. Anyway, on to my talk. Today, I'll be talking about building a. Wait, sorry, bye. Let's do this again. Today, I'll be talking about perfect dark mode. Thanks. Before we begin, a huge shout out to Josh. His work on the exploration of color themes in Gatsby was my inspiration for doing it in Next.js. His blog post is called The Quest for the Perfect Dark Mode, and I highly recommend checking it out. All right, so let's think about what happens when we load up a website with support for dark mode, which we have visited before, and saved our preference with the dark mode enabled. Answer the question, what really is the perfect dark mode? Imagine this. You load up a page and then flashbang. Hello to three of you who understood that reference because they play CSGO. You see a completely white screen, completely disregarding your saved preference. The flash, that dreaded flicker of light mode, completely blinding you for that 1 second. So why does this happen? Well, it's kind of because of React. That's not great. Well, why does this happen? Let's go back to our basics and think about what happens when we visit a page. Our HTML gets loaded first, which in turn then loads our JavaScript and CSS, and we use our link and script tags to do this. With React being client-side rendered, this JavaScript first needs to be parsed, and only after that are our components shown. Until then, unless specified, it's a blank page. To kind of show you what I'm talking about, let's look at what the Create React app entry point looks like. If you've opened your public folder, this is a file inside it called index.html. In particular, you'll see just a single div with the ID root, wherein we basically load up our entire React app. So let's go back. Why is the page here completely white? Well, the thing is, by default, a web page has a transparent background color. Well, wait, I hear you say in the background, what if we could just check if a user prefers dark mode using media queries? Well, you're smart. We'll get to that. But also, in this particular example, you would have to use inline CSS. And sadly, inline CSS does not support media queries. Remember, we don't want to make the mistake of showing dark mode to a user if someone prefers light mode instead. So we can't even find out with just inline CSS if the user even prefers dark mode. But we're really getting ahead of ourselves. Let's start with a very basic example. Here we have a very basic toggle input, a simple input, and then some text. Let's add some React state and an on-change handler to it, as well as some styles. And this is what it would look like. Cool. That works out. Nice. If you go back to our example, if you want to make some more adjustments to the rest of the page, you would extend these styles by adding some CSS class and then also some appropriate CSS. Okay, now we can actually get started with what we want to do here. So let's note down what we're trying to accomplish. Here's what we want. If the user has visited our site before, we use the saved preference. If they haven't visited our site before, or they haven't saved their preference, we check for a system-wide preference. If that still doesn't give us anything, then we default to a light mode. But don't forget, all of this needs to run before our page is rendered or shown to the user. And we also want to allow the user to actually toggle the dark mode and save the preference for the next time they visit us. Okay, so what's next? How do we actually first store and retrieve this user preference? Well, this one's pretty straightforward. Local storage is simple and it's great. I'm sure you might have used it before as well. Here is what setting and getting the preference would look like. That's setting, and then here's how you would retrieve it. Great. Now, the next step is how one would find out what the system-wide preference is. Here, we can use the prefers color scheme media feature, which detects if the user has requested a light or dark color theme. And we can use the match media method in order to run our media query. And that's what it kind of looks like. You just run the match media method along with that query, and it gives us back if that query matches or not. Sweet. Great stuff. Let's add these to our example app. This is what we had previously. We'll go ahead and add some functions to set, to store, and get the preference when we change things. And then let's also go ahead and retrieve the system-wide preference. Next, we'll also make sure that we are computing these values when a component is being mounted or loaded. And then we also add a check if we, like we mentioned earlier, if we are not able to figure out if the user has some previous set preference, then we figure out the system-wide preference. And then just to make sure we are actually saving this preference when the user toggles it, we add this particular block. Phew. All right, that was a bunch. Let's recap a little bit. Here's what we've done so far. We retrieve the user set preference if it exists on mount. If not, we get the system-wide preference. We default to light mode, and whenever the user toggles, we save this particular preference. But all of this runs after the initial loading. So how do we run all of these checks before the user actually sees that particular flash? Remember, the problem is still that React is client-side rendered. Well, would adding Next.js magically solve this entire issue? Do we need to use something else instead? Client-side rendering kind of sucks. Well, actually, what if I told you there was a way to run some code before showing the page's actual contents? Enter our humble script tag. Take a look at this particular code snippet. By default, our script tags are actually blocking in nature. What that means is when you try to run this particular code snippet, well, let me actually just show you. Sec. There we go. We don't see anything. And we only see the actual HTML after that alert has been passed. Let me refresh that once more. No content until the alert is actually discarded. Sweet. Wait, so why did that happen? What's happening here? Well, before the browser can actually render a page, it has to build the entire DOM tree by parsing the HTML markup. During this process, wherever the parser encounters a script, it has to stop and execute it before it can continue parsing the HTML. In case of an external script, the parser is also forced to first wait for the resource to actually download. This is actually why we have the async and defer attributes. because they allow us to basically not block the page from completely loading. So the next question is, where do we add this particular script? Because we really want to make sure that it is the first thing that is encountered inside the body tag, so that it blocks painting the rest of our content. If you're using Next.js, it provides us with the document that you can easily access. Let's see what that would look like. So if you've opened up your document, this is what you will see. And let's kind of go ahead and add things. Why? So I hear you say, you want me to add things, but it says it's dangerous. Well, usually setting HTML from code is risky. It's easy to kind of expose your users to cross-site scripting attacks. React actually sanitizes these contents before rendering it by default. But also, it provides us with a way to override this behavior using the dangerously set inner HTML attribute, reminding us at the same time that it is indeed dangerous. In our particular use case, though, we do want to inject and run a script. All right, so we are making some progress. Now we know that we need to run our script, and we want to run it as quickly as possible when the page loads up. So how do we do that? Enter immediately invoked function expressions, or IFEs for short. Wait, so what is an IFE? Well, it's basically a function that is executed as soon as it is defined. We want to kind of do this because we want to, one, run the function as soon as it is defined, like I mentioned. And at the same time, it also has the added benefit of avoiding polluting the entire global namespace. And in our use case, we have no use for our logic. We have no use for our logic after it's been run once. So let's see what that would look like. You can note here the parentheses that we have at the starting and the end, and how we have another set of parentheses right at the end that makes sure that the function is run as soon as it is defined. And just in this particular example, if you try to console log the name variable outside of the IFE, you would get an error because it's not available outside. Okay, so let's add what we have so far to our Next.js document. So first, we'll add a function to compute and set the initial color mode. Let's start working on that. First, we'll get the saved preference if it exists. Then we'll try to get the system-wide preference. And then because our function needs to be a string, we add this particular code snippet. But we still need to figure out how to actually use this preference. That's what we'll see in the next step. Sweet. So let's see what we have so far. We can correctly retrieve the user's prior preference. If they don't have one, we can also see and retrieve their system-wide preference. And all of this happens before the user actually sees the page. So no more white flash. Right. Now, our final hurdle is how to pass this onto our page. We need to transfer this piece of information from a pure JS script that we have, which is being run before the page has been fully parsed, and then use it in our page somehow. Well, there are a couple of ways that we can do this. Maybe we could use CSS classes for different themes and then switch them programmatically. Maybe we could use some React state, maybe even pass a class as a template literal. Perhaps there's even a solution with certain CSS and JS libraries. Well, we don't need to do all of that because all these other solutions also do require some additional setup. Well, enter CSS variables. So basically, these are entities which can reuse specific values throughout the HTML document. They can also be overloaded, so you can redefine them in different places. And the best part is that they are reactive. So resetting their value applies the changes instantly to the entire document. So you don't need to listen to the changes in a use effect anymore. So let's see what that would look like. In this particular example, you see the .root, you see :root. So this is a pseudo class, which matches the root element of which represents the entire document. So in our particular case, that would be HTML. And this is how you would use that CSS variable. if you see, there's also a value after the comma, which is a fallback value. And this is how we would go ahead and actually set these properties as well as retrieve their values inside of JavaScript. So we're already seeing a change of setting values, setting CSS variables, and then being able to access, set them, as well as get them inside of our JavaScript. CSS variables are great, again, just to repeat, because they are reactive. They remain live throughout the lifetime of the page, and updating them updates the HTML that references them wherever they are used instantly. And they can be updated with just JavaScript. You can even combine them with HTML attributes. What that means is you can assign different values to CSS variables depending on the different attribute that you define them inside. Here is what that would look like. So you have these initial values of all these different variables. And then for dark mode, we can also redefine them inside the data theme attribute. And this is just a little Easter egg. And we can set and remove these attributes pretty easily with JavaScript too. So whenever we are toggling our dark mode preference, we want to make sure that there are no clashes with our CSS variable declarations. This is what, and here's how you would actually set and change the attribute as well. So whenever the user toggles dark mode, we can add the data theme attribute. And then wherever they fall back to light mode, we can remove this particular attribute. Sweet. We can now pass on the computed dark mode preference from our blocking script to our document. Okay. So before we put everything together, let's recap everything once more. So what do we have? As soon as the page is loaded, we wanted to inject and run a script, which we're now able to do with Next.js's document, as well as ifs. We are able to check for a user's saved preference from their previous visit using local storage. We are also able to check for the system-wide preference using a CSS media query. And we're also able to fall back to a light theme. On the first load, even if the user has preference for the non-default theme, we are still able to account for this. By passing the preference as a CSS variable, the theme can be toggled and the preference can be saved for future visits. What we want to make sure, is that we never have that flash, that flicker of white light. And we always want to show the correct state of our toggle. And in case that's necessary, we defer rendering the toggle if the correct state is unknown, which would be on mount. Awesome. So let's put everything together. So this is where we basically left off. So first, we add this particular code snippet in order to set the property that we detected. Then we set the particular attribute for the theme. Let's go ahead and then sprinkle in some of our CSS. We'll be keeping it simple for our particular example. We'll be adding something for just the default theme and then something for the dark theme as well. And as an example, here is how we would use it in our particular page. So let's go back to our example and add all these. So first of all, normally we would try to detect all these values inside of our component itself. But like we discussed earlier, all of that would happen normally after the entire component has been mounted, which results in that flash. So we go ahead and remove all these. Then the next thing that we add is simply retrieving that value that we've set earlier. And then storing the particular preference whenever user changes these. And then to make sure that we're not showing our toggle when the incorrect state is known, we don't show it initially. Amazing. We've done it. No more blinding eyes of users who prefer the dark mode. And it respects the users who actually prefer light mode as well. That's the end of it. If you want to kind of follow up a little more, you can check out Josh's post, which is also linked. If you're interested about finding out what I used for this particular talk, I used MDX Tech as well as CodeSurfer. The theme in the code snippets you saw is my own. It's called Karma. The font I use is called ISFK. These are the particular colors that I used. And for everything else about my setup, you can go to my users page. If you want to try it out, you can check it out live on my website. It's already implemented there. If you want to read the blog post that I wrote about it, you can go to those links as well as the slides. And if you have any questions, you can always hit me up on Twitter. See you in my session. If you want to talk anything about my talk, mechanical keyboards, CSGO, working remotely, your favorite TV show, or literally anything else, or if you just want to come and tell me if you like my talk, I'll see you there. All right, see ya.
That was one great talk, Shriram. I think like it's really great to avoid that flicker that we have while toggling to dark modes. And I'm just glad that you explained that in such a comprehensive manner to all of our audience. So next up we have Dhaiwat with us. Dhaiwat is a developer advocate at Anchor. He has built and maintained React UI libraries, and that has taught him a million things. It wasn't easy, it was definitely a very steep curve, but today he has decided to share his experience and some tips with us so that we can build and maintain UI libraries better. So, yeah, now we have them on the stage, and he will talk about what makes a good UI library. Up to you, Devan.
Um, Thanks, Megha. Let me start my slides. Okay. Hi guys. Good morning. I'm Dhaiwat, and like Megha said, I work as a developer advocate at a company called Anchor. Uh, before before getting into Web3 and all of that, I used to be a software engineer for 4 years, mostly working with React. Uh, I have worked with my fair share of UI libraries, built a lot of them. Most of them weren't used by anyone, but a few of them got a few users. So and I really like just talking about UI libraries. That's my thing. I nerd out about React and npm packages. So yeah, I guess I'll just try to share what I have learned from building these UI libraries, using them, and working with some of the people I had the pleasure to work with. The talk was initially titled "What Makes a Good UI Library," but I thought that instead of that, like I should just share what I learned, just share my experiences, just share uh, what I've been through. So yeah, why don't we get started? Um, so first of all, like I said, this is going to be me sharing my experience. I have mostly worked with projects with like at least 5-10 people. In UI libraries, I've worked on UI libraries like Supabase UI, and then when I switched to Web3. This is the UI library I started to build from scratch like 6-7 months ago, and as you can see, I actually had a decent number of people join me there. So I think like most projects, like all projects, coordination is the biggest problem. Building a good UI library, especially when you're working with a team, is all about coordinating your efforts, making sure that you are aligned, uh, especially when you are in a team bigger than 5 people, because you will be working on different components, you will be working on different parts. Someone might be working on documentation, so it's really important that everyone has the same set of ideas, same set of goals, uh, because a UI library has to be streamlined. A good UI library has to feel consistent. Uh, and yeah, you need to coordinate effort between your team. This is kind of a running meme inside of Web3, but I just thought it would be nice to share. Um, so one of the most important things, obviously, before you start doing anything with your UI library, like without before even writing a single line of code, is defining the why. Why are you building this UI library? Each, like, you must have used UI libraries like Chakra UI, you might have used Headless UI, you might have used Material UI. All of them have their own reasons, all of them have their own benefits, all of them have their own opinions. For example, Chakra UI is quite opinionated about the way it looks. It comes along with a lot of default styles built in. If you and if you look at something like Radix or Headless UI, they don't come with any styling, but because they have different goals. The goals of Chakra UI are different than the goals of Radix or Headless. But when you are building your own, make sure that you have make sure that you have a clear vision in front of you. Like, this is what I want to build. Do you want to build something that lets people get started really quickly? Do you want to give people something that they can just use straight out of the box without having to worry too much about styling? Do you want to give them a lot of flexibility and you really want to focus on functionality or accessibility? Just define that beforehand. Define what you want to do. And again, this is obviously does not just apply to UI libraries. This is something you can apply to any software engineering project or like anything you do really. But this is something I found myself wasting a lot of time on quite a few of the projects I worked on, because halfway through the project finding out that people don't even know why they are building this and don't share the vision. It just it just wastes a lot of valuable time, and it usually leads to situations that are not pretty. So yeah, define the why, have a clear goal in mind, and only then start writing code. I know it's tempting when you have a really nice idea in your head that, hey, I just want to build this new UI library. That's what I had when I wanted to build one for Web3, because the space was so new. No one really had built anything at that time. But yeah, writing code before defining what I wanted to do just resulted in me having to get rid of that technical debt later on. So don't make that mistake. Another thing I really, if I could go back, I would probably invest more time in is choosing the dev tooling. Um, this might sound a bit weird or like an unpopular opinion, but I've just seen, so I've been in so many teams, and we have ended up wasting so much time on just migrating from one dev tool to another, like migrating from one monorepo setup to another, just because we did not make the right decision early on. Um, I think this is something that can be easily avoided if you just, before writing any significant amount of code, just decide on what you want to use as a team, especially when you're working on a UI library, because the you are building a dev tool, and you will be working with dev tools when you are working on these things locally. You might be using something like Storybook. You might be using things like I don't know, change set to publish your stuff to npm. You might be using semantic versioning, whatever is your stack. But just decide on that before you start. Decide on decide on a set of tools that you want to be using, and try not to move away from that, because the time you spent on migrating from one tool to another can actually be spent on, maybe creating a new component that you need to be working on, um, creating some documentation. I mean, people always say that they don't have time to work on documentation. So this is somewhere where you can save a lot of time, right? And this is usually the stack I found myself using, not always, but in, let's say, the last few projects I did before uh, switching my jobs pretty much last month. I'm not an engineer anymore. uh, it was good while it lasted. But yeah, but this is the stack. This is the stack we use for most of our projects. Storybook, you might have heard of that. Well, let me just show you a storybook for Chakra UI. It basically lets you uh, preview all of your components when you are working on them locally, uh, in with different variants in different states, so that you don't actually have to maybe create a Next.js app and import your stuff there and try to see how it looks. This is where it's really useful, and as you can see, it's actually deployed, so your users can actually browse through your entire set of components as well. So Storybook, great tool. I pretty much use this in all of my projects, and I think most projects use it. So yeah. um, Chain sets. I should minimize my slides again. Chain sets is this neat tool I heard about from Vidhart, actually, who is one of the core maintainers on Chakra UI. I was lucky enough to work with him on this project of mine, which is called Web3 UI. Um, this is him. He actually told me about chain sets when I was setting up my project. It makes managing versions for your npm packages so much easier, especially if it's a monorepo. It's literally a hack if it's a monorepo. So definitely check this out. Plus pre-construct. This is like a slightly less popular tool, but and I don't even know what's a good definition for it. They don't even have one on their website. It just says that Devin build your code painlessly, and that's pretty accurate. It will make your life really easy as a maintainer. Um, but I guess to sum it up, it just makes uh, it just makes like maintaining your monorepo easier, in the sense that it manages uh, the node modules in your monorepo. It's If you can think of it as an alternative to Yarn workspaces or Lerna. It's really neat. Definitely check that out. And yeah, React testing library, I guess everyone must have heard of that already. If you have not, check it out. I mean, you need it for tests, snapshot tests, whatever. Uh, Pretty much essential. So yeah, have a look if you haven't heard used this before. But that's the stack I found myself using pretty much lately. Good. I don't think you can go wrong with this. And of course, React and TypeScript on top of this. Cool. Let's move on. So API design. Um so when I started building my first UI library, it wasn't actually one of my own projects. I was just contributing to um, someone else's project. uh, I didn't This is the thing I least expected to spend time on. But I actually ended up spending a lot of time on just deciding what's a good API. And if you don't know what I mean by API design, let me just give you a quick example. Um, so API design is just basically deciding how you want people to consume your components, how you want them to use it in their code. So as you can see here, uh, these are a set of components from the form ecosystem from Chakra UI. When you use input left add-on an input inside of an input group, it actually does something in a meaningful way, because that's the way they were designed. That's the way their API was designed. This is the way they are supposed to be used. But if you wanted to do something different, maybe you could do something like input left add-on, I don't know, 1 2 3, and both of these are valid choices. It's just that Chakra UI decided to go with this, and this approach is actually called something called a compound component. You can read about that more. Uh, But both of these are valid choices, but it's up to you as the maintainer of the library to decide how you want people to use them, what makes the most sense. And it's a really difficult thing to do. You have to find the right balance between giving people enough flexibility while also making it easy to use, to make sure that they don't have to, pass in all the things in the world to even use it. Um, it's a dilemma, and I've spent hours and hours sometimes just figuring out which one is better. uh, so the one of the tips I received again from Mr. Withard, who actually worked on Chakra UI as a core contributor, is to set up a snapshot releases in change set. If I can pull up the page for it. Yep, there we go. So snapshot releases basically let you create beta publishes for your npm package. So I think most, if you are building a UI library, you will be publishing it to npm either as a private package or a public package. So what you can do is you can actually just create a beta version for all of the different API design choices that you have in mind. And this is something you want to be doing very early on. You don't want to be even thinking about this later on in your project, because like it is important that the API design choices in your library are consistent throughout your library. You don't want to surprise people. Like if I know how to use an input from Chakra UI, I probably also know how to use, let's say, a grid from Chakra UI, because it shares the same sort of a syntax, right? So very early on in your project, just pick one component, build 3 or 4 different variations for it with different API designs, publish them to publish them to npm, get people to try them out yourself, just get feedback on it, and then decide on which one you want to go ahead with, which one feels the most, not necessarily the most comfortable, but the most aligned with the goals of your library. That's the most important. Again, I will keep repeating this again and again. uh, Make sure that people and your code are very well aligned with your vision for the library. Cool. The next is look and feel. Of course, a UI library has to look good. It has to feel good. If your library does not look good, I doubt anyone will use it. I mean, the reason why I love Chakra UI so much, apart from the fact that one of my good friends was a core contributor on it, is that it just looks so good out of the box. But yeah, this is one more thing that you want to get out of your way before you start working on it. It's less important. I would definitely say that it's much more less important than the other things. You can always change like drastically change your styles later on without too much of a hassle if your code is set up that way. But again, this goes along with what I've been saying about being aligned with your vision for the library. Um, just make sure you have some sort of a theme in mind. I mean, you don't have to, but if you do have it, like if you do have like a slight idea of how you want things to look before you start, it really helps you and your teammates stay on the same page when they build things. Um, this is again uh, not something that's going to like break your project. If you don't get right, you can always change it later on. Material UI is one of the good examples. They have changed the way their project looks so much over the years. But I found it helpful to just get a decent idea in Figma before I started building my components and sharing it with my teammates. um, yeah. Okay, the next step is documenting stuff. Now I know we as engineers, this is not our favorite activity. documentation. It can be boring sometimes, actually a lot of most of the times. But if you are building an open source project, if you are building, again, this is not limited to UI libraries. You have to document all of your decisions, or at least as much as you can, especially when you're working with a lot of people who need this context when they work on things in the future. uh, this includes, going back to my first point, why you are building this UI library, what's your vision for it, why you want people to use it. um, when you when you are working with a team, for when you're building a UI library, you ideally want to set up, like a document, that has a list of guidelines around how can people go about building a component. um, so that you don't have to, of course, like when you're working with a team, you are not going to be building each and every component. So ideally, people should be just able to pick up issues, refer to that doc, and figure out all the things they need to keep in mind to make sure that the component that they are working on, or the feature that they are working on, the hook that they are working on, whatever, is streamlined and well aligned with the rest of your project. So again, just have as much context available async in a written form, documented properly. uh, this is especially important for your contributors. uh, even if you are working on a private project in an internal team, uh, it saves you so many meetings. I can't tell you how many meetings I've done just because someone didn't have a good enough idea of how to, hey, how should I go about designing an API for this component, because we haven't really done that before and we haven't documented that before, right? It will save you hours and hours of work. uh, technical con Technical context, uh, vision for your project, uh, how you want things to look, how you want things to feel, API design, how you want people to write tests, how much tests, uh, if you have any standards for test coverage, mention that. And yeah, just about anything else, any other context you feel might be helpful. Okay, and that's like the internal documentation for people who want to contribute to your project. The public facing documentation is for your users, the people who will actually be using your library. um, um, Again, you might have, you if you are React dev, you obviously have seen quite a few docs site about different UI libraries like Chakra UI, Material UI. They make it really easy for you to get started with using their stuff. So make sure that ideally you want to have a good, like a documentation site, a separate site for your docs. But if you are working on a small team, you can get started by just adding doc strings to your code and using Storybook to actually display them. Let me see if I can actually demo that. Um, we actually had done that in one of our projects. Yeah, I mean, if you just add doc strings to your project, to your code, it will actually show up in your Storybook. So if you don't have time to, create a separate documentation site like this one, and that's totally understandable in a small project, doc strings will do just fine. It's enough documentation for people to be able to use your stuff, but it's just not that pretty and not that convenient. But ideally, of course, you want to have that. You want to have that for your project. If you want a lot of user adoption, you want to have examples. Examples go a long way, showing people how they can use your stuff in a real world project. Um, and having pages like this one for individual components, and Chakra UI docs are so good at this. They show you how to use the components in different scenarios, so you don't even have to think about anything. And they also give you all the list of the props that you can use. It just covers everything. So yeah, make sure that there is enough documentation if you want people to consume your library. I was really bad at this until very recently, when I again got to work with a lot of people who have worked on things like Chakra UI, who have worked on things like Material UI. I learned a lot from them, and documentation is probably the biggest thing. That's the single biggest lesson I learned from these maintainers who have been in this space for I don't know how many years, 6 7 years. More documentation will never hurt. That's the key. Accessibility, again, very important, and unfortunately this issue gets ignored by most projects. Um, and some people try to come up with their own solution for it, which is I mean, I'm sure it's done with good intentions, but when you can use just you can just use something like Radix. When you can just use something like Radix UI or Headless UI, you should just do that, because these guys have spent so much time on making sure that their components are meet the standards for good accessibility. uh, it just doesn't make sense for you, if you are starting a new UI library, to just reinvent the wheel and do all of this all over again. Just use the primitives that they have. They have this really nice library of components. You have your sliders, tabs, toggles, basically anything you need, navigation menus, right? Just use this. Or I mean, headless UI is not that great, even though it's touted as like an accessible library, but I've seen a lot of issues with it. So I highly recommend Radix instead. Uh, just use these primitives. Don't waste time on trying to make your stuff accessible by yourself. Make it accessible. That's very important. Just for good karma and make people's life easier. Um, Apart from that, as some final notes, I guess, just to recap on the things I've said. Coordinate coordinate efforts from your team. If you're working on a team, make sure you spend enough time on making sure that everyone is on the same page. Try to use existing tools like Radix. Pick pick dev tools before you start and stick with them. Don't change things around a lot. It's really not that important, and the tools that I mentioned, they will do just fine, right? And yeah, just find out ways to get feedback from your users using snapshot releases or nightly releases or any other workflow you might want. um, Document stuff, document your decisions. That will go a long way, and I cannot stress that enough. Document decisions, document context, so that even if you are not there tomorrow, people can still working on the project. And yeah, thank you for listening to my gibberish for 20 minutes. This was just my experience with UI libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. It was a great talk. Really like the open source angle to that. The documentation part that you shared was like really helpful. Moving on, we have Kiran with us. We know that React helps us in building front ends more efficiently, but it is really problematic for search engines. Today, Kiran will be talking around how to tackle the SEO performance of React apps in general, and what are the major problems that developers face, and several strategies to tackle them. So yeah, I welcome Kiran on the stage. She's a software developer three at Walmart, and we will be discussing all around how to make React apps more SEO performant. So, stage is for you, Kiran.
Hi, Kiran. You are on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible. You can
Okay.
continue.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you everyone for joining my talk. And today, the topic of my talk is SEO performant React apps. So, so today I'll be talking about what is SEO. Is React good for SEO? How Googlebot works, like how our page gets into Google search. How can we help Googlebots and the challenges that we face while optimizing React apps, and how do we overcome those challenges? So at last, I'll be walking you through how can we test our web pages. So before I begin my talk, I'll introduce myself a little bit. So my name is Kiran Rawat, and I am a software engineer at 3 at Walmart. So this is my Twitter handle. Yeah, so formerly I was working at Make My Trip. So there I extensively worked on SEO optimization for my website. So today mostly I'll be talking over SEO optimization, like how we can optimize our React apps for SEO. Yeah, so let's begin. So let's consider I have a website which is a large content based website, so which is built in React, and I want it to be discoverable. So I want my website to be on Google search. So what do I do now? So and how do I do it? So do I really need SEO? So before we get into the question like how do we do it or what I can do to make my website discoverable, let's understand what is SEO. So, SEO, it stands for search engine optimization, and it is a process in which we are optimizing our web pages better for search engines. And we can talk SEO mainly for three things. So the three things are content, strategy, and technology. So content is basically what is our website all about. So it talks about our website, the descriptive information about our website, what is the purpose of our website, what problems my website is going to solve. So that comes under content, and the strategy is how are we going to do it? How are we improving the appearance of my website on the Google search, and how can we gain more organic traffic? So this all comes under strategy. So the third thing is the technology, which I'll be more focusing on today. So SEO is also a technical process. It directly deals with our code. So we'll see like how we can optimize our pages. Yeah, so is React good for SEO? So there's a misconception that React kills SEO, but it doesn't. So it is not a design goal of React, but we can say that React applications we can optimize for SEO. So before we get into how do we optimize our web pages, let's look into the process like how a Googlebot works and how my web page can get into Google search. So a Google crawler is a Google bot. So it maintains a crawl queue in which there will be a lot of URLs which needs to be indexed and crawled. So once this crawler becomes idle, it picks up the next URL from the crawl queue, and it sends an HTTP request to that URL. In return, it gets an HTML document. So this Google bot determines whether this HTML is enough or does it need JavaScript to be executed. If it does, then it sends it to render queue, and the renderer will execute the JavaScript, and it will return a rendered HTML to the processing unit. So what this processing unit does is it fetches all the URLs that are present in the rendered HTML, and those URLs will be sent back to the crawl queue. So once this rendered HTML we have received, this goes for indexing. So this is a basic process like how a web page gets into Google search. Yeah, so now we know that I have a big content website and I want it to be discoverable, and I know that I need to optimize my web pages, and I also know the process, right? How Googlebot works. So Googlebot actually needs to look at over 130 trillion URLs. So this is a huge number, and this keeps on increasing. So why not help Googlebots? So these are some strategies which I'm going to talk about this we can implement while making our SEO pages. And so the first one here is we can actually make sure to link our pages to each other. Let's say I have a travel website, and in that website I have 4 different products. So what I can do is on my home page I can provide several links for my different products, so that once Google crawls my home page, it gets the other links for my pages too. The second thing is Googlebot doesn't click stuff. So if we have provided buttons and other click handlers, it doesn't care about all those things. Web only needs links, so it's better to provide more links. Third thing is don't use hash URLs. So hash URLs are basically used to render dynamic content. So basically, Google bots ignore all the hash URLs, so it's better to ignore hash URLs. The next point is we should have high quality content, so that it depicts our what my website does and what it is all about. The next point is add robots.txt. So this is something like this. So robots.txt is a file which is present in a root directory, and in this file we can actually mention the things like we can give sitemap URLs. So I'll talk about sitemaps later. We can also provide the user agent. So this will talk about, so here I have given all. So it means that I want all crawlers can crawl my website. So for this, we can also mention what URLs we want to allow for indexing and crawling, and what URLs we don't want to allow. So we can mention that with allow and disallow. Yeah, so we can also create sitemaps. Really help if you have a large content website. It will be very difficult to link your pages. So what we can do is we can actually create sitemaps. Sitemap is a file, XML file, where we kind of keep all our URLs, photos, videos, and other things that are in our website, and this contains all the URL sets we can see here. So this basically tells Googlebot, hey, that we have these many URLs, and I want you to crawl these many URLs for us. Yeah, so the next thing is meta tags. Meta tags are very important for SEOs. So it describes what our page is all about. It tells what the title, what the description, and what the content of the page is. So we have a plugin called React Helmet, which we can use for providing meta tags. So here we can see that we have used this plugin Helmet, and we can provide all the meta tags here. I have provided a name for the page, and the content also we can provide. Yeah, so the next thing is we should have canonicals if we have a scenario, something like this. So let's say I have 2 different URLs, one for the desktop version and one for the mobile version, and both the URLs point to the same page. So it becomes non-indexable because we have different URLs, but those 2 URLs are pointing to the same page. So how can I resolve it? So we can actually provide a canonical page which becomes indexable. So how can we do this is in yeah, so using React Helmet, what we can do in the link tag, we can provide canonical, and in the href, we can give the main content, which is represented by the duplicate content. So by this, we can actually remove this issue. So the last point is provide explicit clues about the page using structured data. So structured data is very important when it comes to SEO because it makes the process easier for Google bots. So I have a scenario here. Let's say I have this website where I have different components, right? So if we look at a single component here, let's say I'm looking for this breadcrumbs component, which has 3 sub components here. So what structured data looks like? So it something looks like this. So this is basically we are providing Googlebot. This is a kind of a vocabulary, you can say, schema.org. So basically, Googlebot understands this structured data more efficiently. So we have given here the position one item, which is home, then the position second item, which is train tickets, and the third item, which is the name of the page. So this way we can provide structured data. This really helps in SEO rankings as well. So now let's talk about the major challenges that we face while building SEO pages in React apps. The first main pain point here is empty first pass content. As we all know that React is a client side rendered application, right? So and most of the crawlers find it very difficult to execute JavaScript. It's an expensive process, so it takes time to execute JavaScript. So the first content that we get is empty. So it's not a very good thing for SEO, because Google when Google crawls our site and it sees that the first pass content is empty, then it won't help in indexing and ranking our page. So how can we solve this issue? So we have something called pre-rendering. So it is an approach where we, preload all the HTML elements and cache those on the server. And based on, so there's a tool called prerenderer.io. So it's a service which checks whether the request is coming from a bot or it is coming from a non-bot. So if I request any page, so I am a non-bot, so the page loads normally. So if the request is from the Google crawler, then it checks the pre-renderer checks the user agent. It's a bot. Then it fetches the pre-rendered cached HTML, static HTML, and sends it to the bot. So the second workaround is server side rendering. So as we all know that it fastens the initial render. So this we can do with hydration, as well as this we can do with there are frameworks present like Next.js and Gatsby. So with hydration, we can actually load the static HTML first and then attach the event listeners once it's on the browser. So if the markup is present, it's on browser, we hydrate the component. Otherwise, if it's on server, we render the components. So the second main pain point here is loading time and user experience. So so the core web vitals are very important for rankings and indexing. So to improve our core web vital performances and our website performance, we can opt for server side rendering. We already talked about it, and we can also go for caching. So this depends on the use case. For example, I have some pages which kind of show static content. There I can go for caching. It will reduce the load time. And also we can have a CDN to serve all the static contents like CSS and JS, and we can use responsive images to load to reduce the load times. And we can also optimize our scripts, whether to load them beforehand or after we have rendered the page. And we can also go for dynamic imports or code splitting or lazy loading. So this is basically to load our components based on the demands. So this way we can actually reduce our loading time and enrich our user experience. So the next pain point here is soft 404 error. So this basically happens. So this is actually a page which is not found, but we get somehow. So this is called soft 404 error. So it's not a very it's not very good for SEO, or if we see something like this on Google search, right, and error occurred. So how can we solve this? Like we can either we can have a component as not found, where we can redirect whenever we get any error, then we can redirect to the page that gives 404. And also we can update robots meta tags. So in this meta tag, we actually telling Googlebot, see, hey, this page has an error and we don't want it to crawl. So set this attribute as no index. So we are telling the Google crawler, don't index this page. Yeah, so at last, we can test our web pages. We have two tools here. First one is the mobile friendly test, where you can actually give your page's URL and see the results. Like, it tells you whether the page is mobile friendly or not. If there are any JavaScript errors, it shows all the stack traces to that. And this is the site for this. And the next tool that we have is Google Search Console, where you can also inspect the URL and check like whether when it is last crawled and is it indexed or not. So you can see many other important things here also. Let's say this coverage thing, where you will actually see what all errors have happened and what are the valid URLs and what all you have excluded, and also you can see the impressions and everything. So these two tools really help while you build SEO performance web pages. Yeah, so this was all that I have for today. Like, if anybody has any questions, I'll be available for getting all those questions. Yeah, thank you so much for the time.
Such a great talk, Kiran. I really enjoyed it thoroughly. So, appreciation for you. If you have any questions, as Kiran mentioned, you can simply go to her session and ask your questions one on one with her. Next up, we have Nikhil among us. Nikhil is a software engineer at Postman and very passionate about React internals and everything around it. Nikhil will be talking about subtle loading today. I am personally very excited for this talk, so let's see what he has in bucket for us. Instead of uh, having loaders everywhere, we are gonna dive deep and see like what the right loader orchestration looks like. So the stage is yours, Nikhil. Impress us with your talk.
All right. I hope my screen is visible. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So, hey everyone. Thank you for joining in, and like hope you are enjoying all of these insightful talks. So today I'll be discussing about the subtle art of subtle loading. So before diving in, for the ones who don't know me, hey, I'm Nikhil. I'm a software engineer at Postman. I like mostly handle stuff around the design systems, Postman on the web, and Postman's desktop platform. And also, like, I'm super excited, as Meg already mentioned, that I love to talk about like React performance and its internals, and also you could connect with me over like Twitter or GitHub. I'd be glad to connect. All right, so let's start the talk with a notion that our users are like super fast, right? When it comes to using our UIs, right? So we and like we love the fact that our users now are like using our UIs like in a super fast manner. Like they like switch between screens, they go to like different flows in the app like super quick. And with this, like there comes like a sort of a disadvantage from our side, where like our hands are tied because we have to like go back and forth to the server so that the users can like get the content that we want to show them over the pages, right? And then comes a solution known as a loader that we usually show them in the screen. But like not using those loaders correctly, or like having too many loaders in succession, can cause a sort of jarring experience for our users, right? Now, to tackle this problem, the whole essence of our talk revolves around the fact that we want to handle these things in a subtle way. And by subtle, we want to make use of like clever and indirect methods to make our UI, like make our UX more better by like having like lesser loaders, or like if we want to have loaders, how can we like reduce too many loaders in that area? So with this, as the gist of the talk, I'll be covering up like three subtle tips for a better UX. And those three subtle tips would be these, that like, if don't worry if you're like not able to get them what they are like all about, because anyways like we're gonna discuss them in this talk, right? So like, first is like, we don't want to sit idle, we want to keep fetching things, be it UI or be it data. And second, secondly, it will be like what to load when, like that is like a very important question that we're gonna see in a demo. And third thing is like, we always want to be optimistic when it comes to loading our spinners or like loading the UIs, right? All right. So with this, time comes for a quick demo. So let's jump right into it. Okay, so for this demo, I have a quick Twitter dashboard. Now you'll be able to see there are like two similar apps. So the one on the left will be like a normal React synchronous version of this app that we usually do, right? And the other on the right is the one that I built with concurrent mode and suspense, right? So just to like give you what this demo is all about, like just quickly load in. So this is a profile section which shows me my name and all. If I go to this about me tab, it shows me like an older, like a nice loader, and then it fetches stuff and tells me about, like gives me an about sort of a description. And then if you go to this tweet section, there's this small button that gives you like access to the next tweet. If I click on it, it again fetches the tweets and like it tells you, please like don't go to the Twitter as searching around these tweets, because this is something that I've contrived. So all right, yeah, so this is mostly the thing for the demo. Okay, so coming on to tip one, which is we want to be like, we want to keep fetching every time, we don't want to sit idle, right? So let's say like how that tip fits in here. So as you already were able to see, like if like I'm on this app and I want to go to other tab, I always have to like fetch something whenever I come onto a tab, right? So like this comes up to be like a waterfall model. Like you fetch something like once you are like you become like reactive when you start fetching. So like you only come to fetch when the users come onto your screen, right? But maybe we could do this like sort of async, or like we can do things in parallel. So if you see like this section on the synchronous app, you're always going to see a loader whenever you switch tabs, right? But by the time I was showing you this demo, what concurrent mode and suspense were able to do is they were able to like fetch our screens and like render them in background. And while this demo was done, they were already fetching stuff for all the screens for about me and tweets. So like let's see if we were able to see a loader for both of these sections if I switch onto the screen, right? So if I go to about me, we didn't see a loader, no spinner. All right. And what if I go to the tweet section? Again, like it just seems like it was already there, right? So it's like a much better user experience to people. So all right, this was up for tip one, and yeah, we were able to like reduce two loaders here. All right, now let me just quickly for tip number two, let me just quickly remove synchronous mode and go to this about me section. So if you are able to see here, you're gonna see two loaders, right? So one is like for loading the description, and like one is something like to like load something more about the description. Like in this case, like there is this portman that I've like intentionally contrived like, to give you an example. So I want to like let people know that this is like the spelling of postman is like wrong in this case, right? So like this, just to give an example. So like what should be the logical order of loading here? So what we want is this description should appear first, no matter what, like when the description or like this meta description loads or not. We want to always render this description first, and then we want to load in the next set of information, because that gives like a semantic ordering of like how users should see your data in order, right? So but like in this case, like whichever loads first, we are going to see that. So maybe like the first description comes first, or like then the data comes first, we don't know. So let's try to tackle in this with a nice API called suspense list. So like if you see this code, we like have two simple suspense blocks to wrap our description and like a meta description. Now what I'm going to do is, let me just wrap all of this with a suspense list, and there's a prop called reveal order, and I'm going to set it to forwards, and we want to remove this, and we want to wrap all of these two suspense blocks in this suspense list. Now what it does is, reveal order forward says that no matter which of these loads first, I'm always going to load the description first, and then we are going to show the meta description. So like either they both appear together, or they appear like first this the description and then the meta description, right? So now let's try to see how like what happens now. So let me like refresh. I go to about me. So like it's never gonna happen now that this section loads first. So only we're gonna like load this. So this is like for tip number two, like what to load when. That is like a very important question because it maintains the semantic ordering of what part of UI should be showed in like what order to your users. All right. Now coming into tip number three, and for this tip, we want to dive into the tweets, the next tweet section. Now, like I think you already remember like that for this tweets part, we were always gonna like showing a loader whenever like a person clicks on a tweet. But I want to ask this question that can we be like sort of optimistic in this part? So like let's say there are like users who are having like a very fast internet connection, and like it won't make sense to like show them these loaders like for a few milliseconds in this case. So like what do we like, what if we say that, hey, we will not show you a loader if your internet, like if your like internet is faster and like your data is appearing super like in a super fast way. So we'll wait for some time, we'll not show any loader, but like if your fetch takes longer than that, then only we'll show loader. And that is where a cool API called use transition comes into picture. So like I've like already written the code, and this consists of two things. Now I have like given it a timeout which says that okay, this use transition hook will wait. It will not show a loader if the data comes within 2 seconds, but it takes long. If it takes longer than that, we're not going to show the loader. So there's the start transition, and like what we have to do is on my buttons on click, which is like showing a loader and like setting the states, I want to wrap all of my logic in this start transition function. So what it does is it will wait for like these state updates to be done for this 2 seconds of time. And there's also an is pending boolean flag that it gives you. So like just to tell that like did it come or not, or like did it come within time or not. So I've like used this to disable my button for that case. So now let's like see the experience how it comes up. Now all right, let me just refresh and let me go to the tweets. And now all right, so when I'm clicking on next tweet, I am like seeing a loader. But let's say what happens in the concurrent part of this. So if I click on this, I'll not see like a loader for a few seconds, and like the tweet should appear in an instant. So like let me like click on this. Let's click. It like sort of disables, and then I have like get the tweet. Let me click again. So no loader, and then the tweet appears in an instant. So that's like a like this is like a more subtle way, right, for handling this part. So at least the users who are like having a fast internet connection don't face this problem of like having like seeing loaders each and every time. All right, so this was mostly it. We're gonna go back to slideshow, and yeah, like so we were able to like reduce some of the loaders in this small app with some very small practices, right? So yeah. Now the next question that you would ask me that, hey Nikhil, is this production ready? Like, can we use these features now in our apps? So the answer would be definitely yes, because React 18 is now available on npm, and the features that I use are like basically part of this React 18 release. So feel free to like check this out and try it out in your apps, and yeah, that would be awesome. So just before ending my talk, on a side note, we are also like creating super crazy stuff at Postman. So if you'd be like would be willing to be a part of our journey, and we wanna build something cool together, check out our careers page, and we'd be glad to connect. All right, so with this I end my talk. Thanks a lot for having me, and see you guys.
That was a great talk, Nikhil. Like, I definitely had a feeling that it would be great just by seeing the meme on the first page. So, pretty great stuff. Who is ready for one more Nikhil now? I think, like, we can have a bunch of Nikhils now giving great talks. So, next up, we have another Nikhil with us. And so, we are now going to talk about intelligent lazy loading. So basically, like how to lazy load your code based on the user interactions on your web page. Personally, pretty interested to hear this talk and like learn more from it. Nikhil works as a software developer at Cloudera, and yeah, the stage is yours, Nikhil. Without further ado, you can like start with your talk.
Hey guys, hope you can hear my voice. Um, So yeah, I'm the second Nikhil, I think, for today. Um, so I work at Cloudera as a front-end developer. So my talk today is on intelligent lazy loading. Um so first of all, before I start my talk, I want to preface it by saying um, I would think of it optimization as a root of all evils. So premature optimization, basically. So even when your app is working fine and you're building a bunch of functionalities, if it works fine, don't start your optimization before you face any issues with your app, because it would make your so adding more more code just for optimization before even you face an issue would be not ideal. So definitely the example that I'm going to show doesn't need this optimization. This is just an example that I'm showing for now, but only if you face any optimization or any optimization issues, then only optimize that. So with that out of the way, first thing is whenever we import a component, uh, this is the usual import that you do. If it's a default import, you import and then use it like this, like it here. So what this happens is Webpack is what we use for bundling our source code. So once you do that, Webpack bundles everything into a single bundle, which would look something like this. If I refresh here, you will load your HTML and you will have the bundle.js. So this chart is coming from Rechart's library. So if I open this is coming from Rechart's library. If you can see, all the code for it is bundled in the same bundle.js file. We only have only one bundle. This is coming from DevTools, which I have as an extension, and this is global.js. So we want all our source code, all our components are bundled together in a single JavaScript file. Now this, if you see, the load time here is pretty small, 19 milliseconds, and it's only 302 bytes. Even if you are using, let's say, slow 3G, should also be pretty fast. I would say just 2 seconds, still okay. So, but if it's a large app and you are loading everything in a single everything bundled together in a single file, the load time might take a bit long. So for that, to address it, what we usually use is a naive lazy loading, which is using this dynamic import, lazy import. It's coming from React, and then I have this component, and then have it here. So what it happens is I'm conditionally rendering this. Only if I click this button, I'm loading this chart. Until then, we are not loading this component. So that's what lazy loading does. It won't. It will bundle this chart component separately from the main bundle. So if I save this and reload this page, we have bundle.js. Okay, I should have gone to fast 3G. It's very slow. Okay, so we have bundle.js, and if you search for recharts, you will have only see one recharts, which is basically saying we have this library in our package JSON. So it's not loading all the code for it. And only if you click this button, and once you click this boolean flag is turned to true, and then we are loading this chart component. We will load this additional bundle files, vendor node modules, and the actual chart component in my code. So so while loading this, we are seeing a loading indicator. Maybe we can refresh and see. So this takes a little while to download because it's a separate bundle, and until the bundle gets downloaded, we will see this loading indicator. And it's even more slow when you are using slow 3G. So this is fine, but what it takes us back to is the so basically why we are going for single page application is it should look like an app, a native application. So you shouldn't have loading should, whenever you do a page transition, we shouldn't see a loading screen. It should be instant. That's the whole idea of single page application. That's why to improve the user experience. But having loading indicators all over your application is not ideal. So for that, what you can do is one extreme thing. We can prefetch it. So what this does is, this is adding the magic commands for Webpack. What it does is, this adds prefetch attribute to your link tags for your JavaScript files. And I can show you here. Let's take this, no problem. And if you see in the head, we will have this prefetch attribute added to the link tags. So what it does is, if you see the priority list here, of course, our HTML file is the highest priority, then the images, then our JavaScript files, the actual bundle files. And then if you see this chart and vendor, this is prefetched. If you see, the icon is a bit different, but also it has the lowest priority. So only the high priority items, like the actual bundle, the HTML, the images, are fetched first. And once everything is fetched, once the browser is idle, it would fetch the lowest priority items, like our chart library, and then our code for your component. So now when you click here, let's go to slow region. Now when you click here, it's really instant. Just we are seeing the loading indicator like for a millisecond. And also if you see the fetch here, this is the fetch. It's saying prefetch catch. So we are not fetching the new code. We are just fetching it from the cache that has already been prefetched initially. So this is good. This you can have it if you are pretty sure this would the action the user will take no matter what. This is a more common action that the user would take. You can have it, but this is also not ideal because we are loading the JavaScript too often. If you are cautious about your users' data, mobile data, or the internet, so we have to be more cautious on prefetching everything. That's also not ideal. That's what intelligent lazy loading comes in. So what we have is I'm just exporting this function here. We already had this lazy loading. I'm having it as a separate function like this, and then as usual we are also falling back to lazy loading. But one less step we are doing is based on the user action. If the user hovers over your button, or if you have a route link, if the user hovers your header navigation or your sidebar or the actual navigation item itself, then you can add an event handler there and then add the function to fetch the dynamic import. So once you have this, now on the initial load, let's go back to no problem. Now on the initial load, you won't be seeing it, not even free fetch. It won't be free fetched. But as soon as let's go to fast reaching. As soon as you hover, now you see the bundle files being fetched. Now if you click, then obviously it would be already being fetched. Then the loading indicator would be very minimally visible. And this also works for you have to think about the users using just the keyboard. So you have to add for on focus as well for accessibility. So let me refresh this. Now if I focus with my keyboard, then also it's being fetched, and once you click or enter, it loads. So this is the predictive lazy loading or intelligent lazy loading that you can determine based on your user actions. Based on if you have Google Analytics added to your page, you can think about the user actions, what the user most often takes. If it's an initial load itself, we are having the most user, let's say a button to change the theme. That's not ideal. Right? Most people won't be doing that. Most users would be sticking to the dark theme or light theme, whatever you have by default. So those buttons, those code can be predictively lazy loaded. But most common things can be prefetched or it can be part of the initial load itself. That's fine. So you have to be more predictive on about the users and see what the user actions that they take, and then based on that you can intelligently write your code. So this is all I had, and this is my so I uploaded this report to the GitHub, so you can scan this and see the repo, and can also follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn. And I will be available after this talk on Open, so catch up on that. Thank you.
Great talk, Nikhil. Really liked it. Pretty insightful in general. So, if you have any questions with Nikhil, you can hop on to his session and ask him the questions you like directly on one-on-one. Next up, we have one sponsor video for you. So, let me just share that.
Hello everyone, my name is Chen Wakasa. Mercari is constantly striving to recruit more world-class tech talent. In pursuit of this goal, Mercari has decided that in 2022, we will establish a development center in Bangalore, India. This will be the company's first development center outside of Japan and the US. Mercari is one of Japan's largest C2C marketplace services. The company was founded in 2013 and grew to become the first unicorn company in Japan.
Hello everyone, I am Mohan. Mercari will be growing in India, and we look forward to onboard new Indian tech talent who are passionate to take on bold technological challenges and be a part of our unique culture to help us grow and achieve our global mission together.
Great. Now we will have a lunch break. So it would be 50 minutes long. So you can like take your lunch, refresh yourself, and either go to expose as well once you are done. And we will see you in the second half of this conference with more talks. So see ya.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you've had your lunch and I hope you're not feeling sleepy. Nevertheless, I guess we got you covered and we will not let you feel sleepy with the rest of the talks that we have lined up for the day. Before we move on to our next talk, we have a small video from our sponsors, Postman. And then we will move forward with the next speaker. Let's have the video rolling.
Hey, Olive, you around?
Always. What's up?
I'm working on this API and could use your input. Are you on Postman?
Postman. Oh, yeah, I keep hearing about that. It's an API tool.
Yes, it's so much more than that. It's like this whole new way to build APIs. Here, give it a shot. I just shared my workspace with you. You have access to everything.
Sheesh. This is so much better than the way I've been doing it. Oh, hey, the labs team wants to conduct an experiment. Can we open the solar sail as it passes over us?
Yeah, we can. We can use the Propulsion API for that.
Cool.
Very cool.
That was our sponsor, Postman. Just for everyone's information, we have the expo in the Hopins platform. You can jump on where our sponsors would be there. You could ask any of the questions, participate in their giveaways, or any other thing they've lined up for you all. So please head on to the platform and enjoy the show. Moving on to the next talk. I think right after the break, let's start with a lightning talk. We have Mohit Maheshwari working as an engineer at 1MG, who is a soccer fanatic and who loves to read. Today, he'll be talking about solving coverage issue through async reducers and reducing app bundle size in the process. So over to you, Mohit. All the best.
So, hello everyone. My name is Mohit Maheshwari and I'm a software developer at Tata 1MG. And today I'll be presenting a talk on async reducers and where we'll be discussing how we use this approach to reduce our app bundle size in the process. So before we get started, I hope everyone listening to this talk have a fair understanding of what Redux is and how the React Redux system works so that it is easy for everyone to follow along. So with this said, let's begin. So if you look at this diagram over here, what we have a store. Now this store have multiple reducers, namely the shell reducer, or you can also call it the app reducer if you want. We have the home reducer, the cart reducer, and there are other reducers as well. Now, traditionally, how we create pages in React and Redux application is that whenever we create a page, each page most oftenly brings along with its own reducers and its own actions. Now, and we typically import all the reducers at one place and we combine them using the combined reducers and we initialize a store with it, regardless of whether we actually need all the reducers at one go or not. So now this can be better understood with an example. Let's suppose that if you are on an e-commerce site, okay, you are on their homepage and you search for a particular product, and based on that search, you have some list that is available for that particular product. Now, if this was your and you close the tab, now this was your journey for the e-commerce site. Now, if I talk in terms of the reducers used, we can map this accordingly. Like you started from the home page, so you were using the home reducer for that particular thing. And since you were searching for a particular product, you might have used the search suggestion reducers as well, because they must have suggested you certain products related to that particular keyword. And based on the search, you must have the product listing page. So you have used the product listing reducer. But there was no requirement of the cart reducer, because in the entire journey, you never visited any cart page. So, but still, the cart reducer was part of the store and hence it became part of the app bundle, regardless of whether we actually used it or not. So now this might not be a major issue if we have a small or a medium scale application, but as our application grows and our number of pages keeps on growing, this actually becomes a problem because our app bundle size keeps on increasing. So just to give an overview, as you can see from this image, so this is the app bundle of our 1 mg. So you can see the app bundle, and this image was something a few weeks back, where you can see the app bundle size is roughly around 138 KB in gzip format, or near about 750 KB. And you can see that the majority of our app bundle comprises of the reducers and the actions itself. So you can think of that whenever we actually create a new page, we are actually adding roughly around 15 KB of extra data to the app bundle, depending on whether you are going to use it at that particular moment of time or not. So the question now arises over here is that we divide our entire application into multiple chunks, right? We load the relevant JS and the CSS of a particular pages on demand. So why can't we do the same for reducers as well? After all, let's suppose that if you're on a home page, the home reducer makes sense. But if I'm on a product detail page, or if I directly landed on that page, I don't have any requirement for the home reducer, because that particularly caters the need of the home page itself only. So this was our thought process, but this thought process came along with its very own challenges as well. So this is how we actually we planned to import add the reducers to the chunks as well. So if you look at the before examples, if you look over here, we have the home page. It has its own widgets, its own container files and all. But we wanted to add the reducers as well. So the reducers become part of the each and every page bundles. And whenever we navigate, suppose that we land on the home page, then the home reducer becomes part of the store itself, not before that. So we technically we are loading the reducers on demand rather than before in the initial load. So, but this thought process had its very own challenges. So these were the three most important challenges that we faced. Now the first was actually there was no defined method to actually lazy load the reducers. So if you look at the web for this particular problem statement, you would actually find the resources are very scarce to this particular problem statement, and eventually if you are able to find there are certain resources, they use the React Redux context APIs. Now, to just to give an overview what this API is, it's a very low level API that is used by the React Redux library itself to expose us the methods like the dispatch or the replace reducers and other methods that we typically use with the React Redux library. And the React Redux docs itself mentions that not to use this, to avoid generally using this low level API, so that it does not break our entire applications. The second problem that we faced was we have to make sure that our reducers, our method particularly works both on the server side and on the client side as well. So now this was something important because if the reducers don't get attached properly on the server side, this would have impacted how we are creating our doc, and it would have actually, our performance would have taken a negative hit. So, and the third challenge that we faced over this one was actually an interesting one. This was something that we encountered while we were actually implementing the solution. So the problem was that whenever we add reducers to the server side, we were able to add the reducer dynamically, and we were able to get the state working as well. The thing is that we can get the state from the server side to the client side by stringifying the entire state, but we cannot get the reducer from the server side to the client side because reducers are basically functions, and we cannot just stringify it and just pass it from the server side to the client side. So we'll be looking on how we actually encountered this. We countered this problem, but first let me discuss how we approach this one. So the approach that we had, so basically this approach actually comprises of two particular things. So one is the reducer manager. Now basically it just exposes us the methods to add the reducers on demand, or just exposes us the method on how you'll be adding or for the default reducers you want to initialize your store with. The second method is a middleware that actually acts as a bridge between the reducer manager and the page itself. And the job of a middleware is to actually look whether the it needs to actually execute the reducer manager method or not. So we can understand this better if we look at this example. So I prepared a sample code for this one in the sandbox. So basically, the app is a simple one. So basically, it has a home page and it has a cart page. So if you click on the cart page, we are going to the cart, and similarly, we are on the home. So this is a basic app. Now, what I meant by reducer manager was that if you look at the reducer manager, what we have, we actually import the default reducers over here for the initial state. Now, what I mean by default reducers, so basically these are reducers that that are actually be going to be used across the entire applications. So, like if we would have a footer in this one, we would have imported the footer reducer because we know that we are going to need the footer for each and every page. So it made sense to actually add this beforehand rather than making it part of each and every page bundle. So this is what the default reducer comprises of, and this reducer manager comprises of two methods particularly. So first is the get reducer map, sorry. So this is simply how we actually combine the reducer. How we used to combine the reducer is just the same as that. The only thing is that it only create a store using the default reducer that we are actually importing over here, right? The second is the add method. This is the most important method. The job of this particular method is to actually take the reducer as an argument and add this particular reducer if it's not already part of these reducers keyword. And if it's and to after adding it, combine the reducer and just give us a single object, like a single store. That how we are using it for the other cases as well. Now, if we look at the reducer manager, we can actually expand it to other use cases as well. Like, let's suppose that if in future that if you want to, somehow want to dynamically even remove the reducers, we can actually we already have a method for this one to actually remove the reducers dynamically. So what we can do is that it is going to take the reducer, it's going to delete the reducers, and we are going to, update the store with it. So this is how it's actually working, or this is how the reducer manager looks like. Now, if we look at the store part, so this is how our actually store looks like in this particular scenario. Now, the store actually the middleware that we were talking about was the add reducer. Now, the add reducer has two important job. First of all, is to actually when the when the store is initialized first on the client side, it has to make sure that we first forcefully execute the reducer manager add method. Now, this is because we are not able to get the reducers from the server to the client side itself. And the second job of this add reducer middleware is to actually look whether we have already added the reducer in the store or not. So let's suppose that if I am on the cart, if I navigate to the cart page, right, and I come back to the home page, I was already on the home page and the reducer was already added. So it's not going to actually, actually execute this. It's not actually going to replace the reducer. It's just, just going to return this because the reducers we are already present and it's going to work fine without it. Now the thing with this now the other thing that we had is a simple function. Now this add required reducers are nothing but just a simple function whose job is to actually take the reducer and just call the middleware with it. And how we are actually using this one is that if you look at the home page over here, we are actually importing this middleware, and then we are actually dispatching it, and we are passing the reducer that we want to add to this particular page. Now this particular method is going to call the middleware and it's going to add the reducers on demand as well. So if I show you how this looks like now, if you look over here, the initially when we initialized the store, the only reducer that was part of the store was the shell reducer. But since we started from the home page, the home reducer became part of this of the reducer itself. Now, if you look at the cart also have the similar code structure, nothing difference. Only the difference is that we are importing cart register for this one. So if I navigate to cart, let me first clear the console. yeah, you will see that we are adding the card reducers as well over here. So this is how we were actually using this particular approach to dynamically add reducers, and by this particular approach, we were able to, more or less actually reduce our app bundle size by a significant amount. So if you look at the advantages that we had, so the first of all, the straight advantage that we had, our app bundle reduced, by a significant. So if you have looked the image on the initially, we were touching around somewhere around 138 KB gzip, but our current app bundle is now of 42 KB gzip, which is a great reduction in terms of size. Now, another added advantage that we had was that our code coverage, which was used to be 40%, increased by 20%. So we were roughly around 61% of our code coverage. And the biggest advantage I think that we actually had with this particular approach is that we can ship any number of pages and we can add any number of reducers without actually ever worrying about how that is going to impact our app bundle size. So with this being said, and there's actually a fourth advantage. So that is something that is not particularly mentioned over here, is that our LCF also dropped by 0.8 seconds as well. So this was another advantage that we see with this particular approach. So with this being said, this is what our final app bundle looks like. You can actually see that it's way neater than the app bundle that we used to have a few weeks back. And it's also a very small size. So we are roughly 41, 42 KB near about. So these were the advantages that we had using this async reducers approach. So thank you very much. So if you have any doubt regarding this or you have any questions, you can feel free to connect me on any of the platforms of your choice, and I'll be happy to discuss this in great detail. Or if you have any other topic, I'll be happy to discuss that as well. So thank you everyone, and have a great day.
Thanks, Mohit. That was one wonderful, very lightning and brightening talk. Um, Mohit will be hanging around in the Hopin session. Please feel free to head towards the session and get your doubts cleared. Uh, but before that, now that we are talking state management reducers, let's move on to the other talk. And we have Sai Eashwar, currently working as a SD1 at Grow, and he will talk about a topic that all front-end devs love to crib about, state management. In this talk, he will cover the much talked about Zustand with his most interesting title talk, Zust Do It. So over to you, Sai.
Welcome to this talk, where I'll talk about how state management can be simplified using Zustand. I am Sai Eashwar, and I'm currently an app developer exploring React Native, and I work at Grow, simplifying finance for all. Before we begin the talk, a quick disclaimer about what this talk is going to be about and what it's not going to be about. In this talk, I'll give a quick walkthrough of how we used to split Redux Saga into multiple substores. Then I'll talk about what were the problems we faced with Redux Saga, and then why we are switching to Zustand, and how we created some Zustand utilities which will help other developers use Zustand in our code base. What this talk is not about, this talk is not a comparison of all the state management libraries, and this is not a comprehensive review of either Redux or Zustand, and this is not the ideal state management solution for all the applications. With this disclaimer aside, let's just begin. We have been using Redux Saga since the beginning throughout our application, and having used it for so long, we did face some problems. Now, before coming to the problems, I'll show you how we used to split Redux Saga into multiple substores. Here's a contrived typical blog example. Suppose our blogging app has two features, blogs and account details, and we want to split our Redux store into two substores for blogs and account details respectively. Let's see how we can do that. So the first thing is we'll define the type of the state. So in this example, the state has blogs, which is an array of blogs, and then a couple of flags, fetching blogs and fetch blogs error, which are Boolean. One more quick disclaimer. Some libraries like server state management libraries like React Query make it much simpler, but this is out of the scope of this example. And this example is just to prove my point of the problems we used to face with Redux Saga. Next, we define the initial state. In this example, blogs would be an empty array, and these two flags would be false initially. Then we define the actions. Actions are basically objects which tell which reducers must be executed. We used to use a library called Redux source to set up our Redux store. This exposes a function called create actions, using which we define the actions where we define the payload as an array of strings, right? And then we have to define the different reducers. Reducers are the functions only through which we can update the state, right? So we have three reducers: fetch blogs, fetch blog success, fetch blogs error. In fetch blogs, we basically update the flags, loading flag to true, error flag to false. And in fetch blog success reducer, we accept blogs in the payload and we update the state with the blogs and we make the loading flag to false. And in the fetch blogs error reducer, we update the flags respectively, that is loading to false and error to true. Redux source produces action types which are screaming snake cases of the actions we defined earlier. For example, for this action fetch blogs, the action type would be fetch blogs but in screaming snake case. Here we are mapping the action types to our reducers and creating the reducer. Then we have to define sagas. Sagas are side effects which we want to run whenever a particular action is dispatched. And these are generator functions and we can run asynchronous logic inside them. So whenever we dispatch fetch blogs action, we want to get the blogs from the API and then set it in the state. So what this saga does is it makes the API call, it makes the API get call, and if the response is all right, we dispatch the fetch blog success action along with the response data as a payload. But if the API was failure, then we dispatch the fetch blogs error action. Next comes watchers. Watchers basically watch for action dispatches, and if any saga is tied to a particular action, then it forks that saga. So here basically for this action type fetch blogs, we are telling Redux Saga that whenever fetch blocks action is dispatched, we want to execute this saga. We want to fork this saga. So watcher basically forks this saga. Now we saw how we created the substore for our blogs feature. Similarly, we create the same for account details as well. And in our root reducer, we combine those reducers. And we create one saga in which we just instantiate all the different watchers of all the multiple substores. Then we create the root store. We define any middlewares. Here we are creating using the create saga middleware. There can be other middlewares as well. And then we use those middlewares in the enhancers. And then we create the store. We also execute this saga here. So that was how we used to split Redux Saga store into multiple substores for each individual feature. Now I'll quickly tell the problems we used to face with Redux Saga, and hopefully after looking at the example, you too can relate with these problems. The first problem is that the mental model of Redux Saga is quite complicated. It's not simple. Especially for newcomers, understanding how Redux Saga works and getting comfortable with it takes a lot of time. Next is boilerplate. Redux Saga introduces a lot of boilerplate. We divide our code base into multiple containers. A container is basically a product which we ship in the app. For example, mutual funds, stocks, etc. And each of these containers can contain multiple features as well. And we try to keep these features as modular as possible. So as you can see, feature A has its own components, screens, services, and a store. Similarly for feature B. Now using Redux Saga, like we saw in the example, we have to define actions, reducers, sagas, watchers, etc. for each feature. And then we have to combine all the reducers of all the features of that container. And then also in the root store, we have to combine all the reducers of all the different containers. So this introduces a lot of boilerplate, and this doesn't fit that well with our modularity principle. Next, like we said, we were using Redux source library. There were many problems using Redux source, which mainly boiled down to having poor type support. For example, when we were defining the actions, we pass the payload as an array of strings, but there's no provision to give the type for this payload, right? And even when we are mapping action types to reducers, there's no autocomplete, auto suggestion, etc. And it becomes very easy to create typos here. Moreover, even while dispatching the actions, due to lack of type support, passing payload becomes very hard. Some of these problems aren't Redux problems per se. We could use a better library like Redux Toolkit. But we still wanted to explore alternatives and see if there are any other easier libraries. Then we came across Zustand. The first thing which I remember when I came across Zustand was how simple it was to read its README and then set up a store within a couple of minutes, right? So we wanted to create a POC for Zustand, and we actually used it in one of our features, right? And we started liking it, and so we I'll enumerate all the advantages we found with using Zustand, and we also created some utilities which will help other developers use Zustand in our code base. The first advantage, like I said, is simplicity. There is no complex mental model like Redux. There are no actions, reducers, sagas, etc. It's almost like a regular JavaScript object. You can have all the state values as well and functions within the state. And these functions can be asynchronous as well. Hence, we don't need Saga. Right. Then Zustand provides something called transient updates, where you can listen to state changes without causing the component to re-render. For example, it's a very simple pattern where we use a ref to store any state value, right? And Zustand has a method called subscribe, and the callback which you pass will be executed whenever the state is changed. So in this callback, we just change the current value of that ref to the updated value. So in this way, suppose in your particular use case, you do not want to cause many re-renders for state changes. This might be very performant in those particular use cases. Then Zustand, there's not a lot of boilerplate. Zustand fits quite well with our modularity principle. Each feature can have just one slice file, right? There's no need of multiple files. There's no need to combine multiple stuff, nothing. Each feature can have their own slice. And this also gives that feature complete ownership, complete customizability of their state. So those were the advantages. And after looking to the advantages, we thought we should continue using Zustand. And we created certain utilities which will help other developers use Zustand in our code base. The first one is resettable slice. Many a times we would want to reset a slice back to its initial state, but currently Zustand doesn't provide any method out of the library. There are a couple of ways to solve this. One is to use a simple pattern. So in this pattern, you define the types of state separately and then actions separately. Actions are basically the functions in which you want to update the state, right? And in these actions, we'll have one function called reset. Then we define the initial state separately without the functions. And then when we are creating the slice, we just spread the initial state. We define the actions, like we define these two functions. And then what this reset we define a reset function so that it will update the state to its initial state. So using this, whenever you want to reset your slice, you just do use slice dot get state dot reset if you're using it outside a component. But we also came across a scenario where we have to reset multiple slices at once. For example, if a user logs out, we might want to reset all these slices, right? So in that case, we shouldn't expect each slice developer to call the reset callback in a particular file. So we created a function called create resettable slice. So this accepts a name, which is a string, and the rest of the arguments is similar to the slice. The signature is almost the same as that of Zustand's create. Right. So if the name is already, if a slice is using a name which is already used, then we'll throw an error. But suppose that is not the case. First, we use Zustand's create method to create a slice. We get the initial state using the get state method of Zustand. Then we define a resetter for that slice. Resetter in our case basically contains the name, which is the name of that slice, and a callback. reset callback. What this callback does is it just updates the state to the initial value which we got here, right? And then we also store all these resetters in an array. Then we return the slice which was created. This reset slice method accepts a name, which is the name of the slice you want to reset. So we loop through the array and then find the particular resetter and execute the reset callback. And suppose you want to reset all slices at once, then we loop through the entire array and execute each and every reset callback. One more suggestion here is, suppose you do not have the requirement to reset individual slices, then we can get rid of this name argument and then keep the signature exactly the same as that of Zustand's create. So this is about resettable slice. Next comes rehydration. So suppose you are persisting your Zustand state and the storage you are using is asynchronous. Then the process of reading the state from memory into your Zustand slice is asynchronous and it takes some time. So this time is called rehydration. In your app, for example, when the state is rehydrating, you might want to show a loader. For example, in app.js, you might have, if state is rehydrating, show a return loader, otherwise proceed further, right? Now, since we are promoting modularity, there could be multiple persisted slices. And if we want to show this loader, then every individual slice developer should remember that, okay, his slice is persisted, he has to handle rehydration, and then he has to come to this file. And there might be a big condition like if feature A is rehydrating or feature B is rehydrating or so on, a return loader or else proceed further. Then you'll have to extend this condition and make it even bigger. We do not want this, right? So we thought we'll create one separate slice. This contains rehydration statuses of all the persisted slices. So now in the place where we're showing loader, we just read the value from that, we'll read a single value from that particular slice and decide if you want to return a loader or proceed further. So that slice I was talking about is called use Zustand rehydration. What exactly does this slice contain? One, it contains a value called all slices rehydrated, which is a boolean. This tells, as the name suggests, if all the persisted slices are rehydrated or not. It contains an object, rehydration statuses. This is a key value pair where the key is the name of the slice and the value is the rehydration status of that slice. Then there's a method called add slice, which accepts a name, which is the name of the slice. And then there's a method called update rehydration status, which accepts the name of the slice and then the new rehydration status value of that slice. So what add slice does is it adds that particular slice into this rehydration statuses object. And whenever update rehydration status function is called, the rehydration status of that slice is updated. And then we check if all these slices are rehydrated or not, all these slices in this object. And then we update the value of all slices rehydrated accordingly. Right. And one more small thing to note is the default value of all slices rehydrated should be true. This is because it might just be the case that there are no persisted slices at all. In that case, it means all slices are already rehydrated. There's no need to show a loader, etc. So this is the implementation of the comments I showed in the previous slide. Add slice, what it basically does is it adds the new slice into the rehydration statuses object, right? And again, by default, the rehydration status is true. And update rehydration status, it basically updates the rehydration status of that particular slice. And then we check if all the slices are rehydrated. Here we are looping through this rehydration statuses object. And if all the rehydration statuses are true, then all slices rehydrated will be true. Otherwise, it will be false. And the updated value is stored. So this is use Zustand rehydration. I'll also show you how this is actually used in another utility in a short time. Next comes persist. Zustand provides a middleware called persist, which helps in persisting our state to memory. Right? There are multiple options, but we thought we should provide default behavior to 3 of those options. So one is get storage. Get storage basically tells Zustand which storage to use for persisting. Then it's another option is on rehydrate storage. On rehydrate storage is a callback. This gets executed when rehydration is about to begin, before the rehydration begins. And this callback, it can return another callback and the returned callback is executed when rehydration is completed. So before rehydration begins, this callback is executed, and the return callback is executed after rehydration is completed. And then there's another option called partialize, where we can tell Zustand what parts of the state to actually persist. Okay. So this is a persist wrapper. The signature is exactly the same as that of the persist from Zustand middleware. And I've commented what this wrapper basically does. So first thing is we add the slice to use Zustand rehydration. We use the add slice method. And then by default, we set the storage as async storage. On a quick side note, we are exploring better synchronous alternatives. But in this example, we are setting async storage as a default storage. Then we define a default on rehydrate storage behavior. So what this does is when rehydration of this slice is about to begin, we set the rehydration status to false in this slice, in the use Zustand rehydration slice. And then the developer might have defined his own custom on rehydrate storage logic. We execute that as well. And if that if the developer has returned any callback, we store that. And once rehydration is completed, we update the rehydration status of this slice to true. And if the developer had returned any custom callback, we execute that as well. Right? And coming to partialize, when we are persisting, we're basically stringifying the entire state and storing it in memory. So, and since in Zustand we store all the state values and functions together, it doesn't make sense to stringify the function as well. It just takes unnecessary space. So by default, we want to store only non-function values. So that is what this partialize does. And then we use these updated default options and use the persist from Zustand middleware and return the persisted slice. Now I'll quickly show the implementation of each of these comments. They're pretty small and simple. So first is, like I said, we have to add this slice to use Zustand rehydration slice. So we are doing that here and we're passing the name. And here we are defining async storage as a default storage. Next, let's come to on rehydrate storage. First, we check if the developer has defined his own on rehydrate storage. We store it in a variable here. And then when before rehydration is about to start, we'll update the rehydration status to false. Right? And then if the developer has defined his function, we call that as well before rehydration begins. And then if he has returned any callback, if the developer has returned any callback, we'll store it in custom after rehydration. And once rehydration is completed, we update the rehydration status to true. We are telling the slice has been rehydrated. And if the developer had returned any custom after rehydrate callback, we call that, we execute that as well. So this was on rehydrate storage. So this is how we are using the previous slice which we created inside another wrapper which we created. Next comes partialize. So like I said, in partialize, we basically loop through the entire state. And if the type of the value is function, we don't do anything. But if it's not a function, we append it to one variable called state to store, which is as an object, and we return this object. This returned object gets persisted in the memory. So these were some of the utilities we created, which we thought might be helpful to others. So the next time a developer wants to create a persisted slice, he need not worry about most of the default behavior. It's already handled. So that was it for my talk. I explained how we used to use Redux Saga to split into multiple substores, and hopefully you could relate to the problems we faced, and then why we think Zustand is a good alternative, and how we created some utilities to help others use Zustand in our code base. So that is it for my talk. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Thank you.
That was one wonderful talk by Sai Eashwar. He'll be hanging around in his session on the platform. Please head over to it to get all your doubts answered on state management, Zustand, and so on. Let's not waste any time and directly jump on to the next talk. The next talk is by Shriram Balaji. Shriram is one person who actively follows the 3D web space closely and speaks very passionately about it. And I can say it because I've seen it firsthand. Um, with the same passion, he will be speaking today on Concurrent 3D and Concurrent React and 3D. Personally, I'm really looking forward to this talk to learn more about creating immersive experiences over the web. So over to you, Sriram. The stage is all yours.
Thanks a lot, Tanisha, for that wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone. Hello, React Day. The last couple of talks have been pretty impressive, and I've been looking at all the set of talks and very excited for all the things that are there in store for all of you. So this talk is about concurrent React and 3D and sort of the great relationship that they share and how building things with 3D on the web is now better with the concurrent features that are in React 18. So let me start off with some history. I started playing around with 3D sometime last December, and my first dig at it was to create a box or a glowing cube of sorts. And this is now the logo of the internals meetup run by Sudhanshu Yadav, who is also a part of the front-end discussion panel that's happening later in the day. So hope you guys check that out as well. So now I was very intrigued with Blender in general, and so I wanted to see how I can take this knowledge of doing 3D and take that to something that I already know, which is building things on the web, right? But if you go at a first principles thinking sort of an approach, there are a lot of different things that like the fundamental components of the web are probably HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, right? But when it comes to a 3D scene, there are three important things, which is the mesh, light, and camera, right? And this is the understanding what these are fundamental to understanding 3D in general, and this is not specific to just on the web. If you are building, probably people are on game dev may understand this better. But if you're into a sort of any 3D tooling or anything that requires you to work with 3D, a fundamental understanding of all these three things are important, right? So lights and camera are probably something that you understand, but what is a mesh, right? So a mesh is basically two things, which is geometry and material. So what is geometry? Geometry is think of this as a plastic cube, a blue plastic cube, right? In this case, the cube is the geometry, and the blue plastic that you see is probably the material, right? So you could extend that for any 3D object in general, right? Let's go a level further below. Now, what is geometry? So this is might be a little bit mathy, but that's still okay. So in 3D, every point is a vertex, right? Every point is a vertex, and these vertices, connect to form triangles, right? Why is it a triangle? In 3D, it's called as a primitive. And why is it a triangle? Is because triangle is the most simplest primitive that you can take, and which cannot be further broken down into further shapes, right? So, and a triangle is always at 3 points, and a triangle has 3 points, and the 3 points will always be coplanar. I'm telling more math concepts here, but it's a coplanar. Think of it as given a simple plane that looks like this. It is always true that all of these points will lie on the same plane. But if you take a square, it has 4 points, and there is a chance that the fourth point can be on a different plane, right? So that is why most computer graphics or any computer graphics algorithm optimizes for building triangles, and that is why when you look at either Unreal Engine or any other game engine, when they show their performance benchmarks, they talk in terms of triangles. They say this can render this billion triangles in less X number of seconds, right? So that is why it is triangles, because it is the easiest for a computer graphics algorithm to work on. So when a light source, so now we know what vertices are, what are primitives. Now when we take a light source and basically reflect on top of a primitive, that becomes a fragment, right? And this is what creates shadows and the depth of field, right? So these fragments are then rasterized. So the rasterization is a process of taking something that looks like a 3D vector graphic and turns that into a 2D image, right? So what we are seeing right now is pseudo 3D in a way, right? Because it's not, we are still looking through a 2D screen, which is your monitor, right? The depth of field comes only because of this rasterization process of creating this, and it's basically a trickery to the brain to convert what you see as 3D into 2D, right? So this is a little bit important to understand how depth of field works, how lighting impacts everything in your 3D space, right? Now, on the web, how do we do? So WebGL has been an API that has been available since forever, and it is based on OpenGL. OpenGL has been available since like 1992. It is, and WebGL is a JavaScript API that you can play around with today. And you can do, it's not just for 3D, it is for rendering high performance 3D and 2D graphics on the browser, right? And it's based on OpenGL ES 3.0, which is fairly latest, right? And so WebGL is the core API that most of the graphics apps or render, like anything that requires graphics on the web, use WebGL in some form or the other. There are other upcoming APIs like WebGPU, but that is beyond the scope of this talk. But new APIs are also coming in the future. So now let's see how we draw a simple triangle with WebGL, right? So this is a video. There is a reason why this is a video. So in a WebGL program, right? As I mentioned, it is a rasterization engine, and the whole a WebGL program always deals with three things. It deals with points, lines, and triangles, right? And for the WebGL, what WebGL does is it needs to run programs on top of your GPU, right? Your GPU, which is your graphics processing unit. And to run on top of a GPU, it needs to send a pair of two functions or two shaders specifically. One is called as the vertex shader, the other is called as the fragment shader, right? And a vertex shader, if you can think of, that is what you can see from line 4 to 9 is the vertex shader. And what you can see from line 11 to 18 is the fragment shader, right? In this piece of code, right? And the vertex shader defines what is called as the position of every fragment, of every fragment. So say, for example, if you say every vertex that we saw earlier, right, it needs to have a position. So, and for every, the job of the vertex shader is to describe what that particular position is, right? And similarly, when it is computing this particular process, it also does another pass to identify what the color of that particular pixel should be, and that is actually given by the fragment shader. It defines RGBA colors. Here you can see it's RGBA, and this is the opacity, which is very similar to what we do, but instead of from 0 to 255, this is in a decimal sort of a thing, right? Okay, so now we know that we create a shader, we compile the shader, we do a bunch of things with the shader, and then we create a shader program. That's what you see here. We do an attach shader, we do attach shaders, and we link this program. This is the program that is actually going to get run on the GPU. But one particular important thing that you might have noted here is this is not JavaScript. All of this is not JavaScript. This is actually run, and this is in a language called GLSL, or I think it's a graphics library shader language. It's a syntax that is very similar to C, C++, right? And it's a very strictly typed programming language. It's something that we are not used to in JavaScript land, right? So then we get the canvas, then we do a bunch of things. We have to pass in data and all that. But the problem here is, at least the problem here is that you cannot like we've written, say, like 100 lines of codes, around 100 lines of code over here, and even after that we've not even we are not able to finish even a single triangle. That's the amount of work that is required to draw a single triangle with WebGL, right? But there are new like 3JS is what helps takes out all of that hard work and does all of that internally. So it abstracts out the important parts here. So say, for example, we say to 3JS, draw me a triangle. It does all of what you see over here. It defines the vertices, it creates and compiles those shaders, it builds those programs from the shaders, creates buffers, makes the draw calls, and finally draws a triangle on the screen and passes all of this information to WebGL, right? So as you saw, that it is a lot of 3JS is doing a lot of the hard work, and what we are doing with 3JS is basically standing on top of the shoulders of giants. Basically, 3JS has been there for a while, and it has been 3JS has done some phenomenal work in terms of reducing the complexity of writing 2D and 3D graphics on the web, right? Now let's try to draw the same triangle with 3JS, right? Let's see how much code that takes, right? This is standard practice. We import the 3D library, we create a scene, right? If you remember the first slide, this is the scene. A scene is where all of the elements go in 3D, right? We set a background so that it looks nice. And we use primitives that are available in 3JS. Here, for example, the primitive is a triangle, and we draw lines from. We create a shape. The shape by default is empty, right? The shape does not have anything. Now we have to draw lines from vertices. Say so here the line 2 that you see here is takes in x and y coordinates, and we draw a line from 0 to 10. 10 to minus 10 and 0 to minus 10, right? And then we create a geometry with that. So this creates that triangle, right? It's not just enough to create a triangle, but we also we need to create a geometry with that. As I mentioned, right? We basically need to create a mesh. And what we need to do create a mesh is geometry and materials, right? So we've created the geometry from the triangle, and now comes the material. We'll just create a normal material, which is there are different types of materials that come out of the box. There are materials that look like glass, for example. There are materials that look like metal. There are materials that look like cloth. There are materials that look like wood, right? So we'll take a normal material, and since we want, if in the future we want to work, make it flip or do through 3D stuff, we can we use it as a double-sided material, right? So that you have the coloring on both the sides, right? And then we initialize the mesh. As you can see, the mesh creates. Mesh takes in two values, two parameters as arguments, which is the geometry and the material that we used earlier, right? Now we need to set the camera. As you saw in the first couple of slides, that camera is also an important part of a 3D, because the depth of field changes based on where you position your camera, right? So right now we are positioning the camera at the X and Y are pointed to 0, and the Z value is 60. So ideally what we should see is the triangle comes, so the camera is somewhat placed over here, and the object is here. So we should see the triangle as a 2D flat surface, right? And we look at it, and then we render it. So for the rendering, we initialize a WebGL renderer, and then we get the app element, and then we render. We call the renderer.render method. So what comes up is an element that sort of looks like this. I will later add slides, so links to this particular slide, but where you can actually play around with your code sandbox. And this is what so the same triangle, same right triangle that took 100 lines of code to do, we're able to do it in less than 30 lines, and that's with comments, right? So that is the powerful abstraction that 3JS provides, right? We've done enough now. I think the whole talk was supposed to be 3D. We've just done triangles at this point. So let's just jump into building things in 3D, right? Like enough of 2D, let's just go and do 3D stuff, right? So this is a metaphorical portal that I'm taking you all into, jumping into 3D, right? Now let's draw a cube. I know it's a cube is probably the simplest shape that you want to draw in 3D, but again, coming from first principles thinking, without actually understanding how you draw a very basic shape in 3JS, a 3D shape in 3JS, it is difficult to understand further concepts or make better drawings, basically, right? Again, customary imports, set up the scene. Now we use a different thing. Now we use something called as a box geometry. If you remember, we used a shape earlier because it was a 2D shape, and we are using that to create a triangle. But 3JS has better primitives. Has much higher level primitives than a triangle. It has something called as a buffer geometry, which a buffer geometry is basically something that takes in an array of values. To say a buffer of values, let's say 10, 10, 10 is a buffer of values, right? This is an array of values. In this case, buffer means just an array where you cannot do random access, right? A buffer is just an array where you cannot just randomly go position A, position B, position C. It has to be accessed sequentially. You pass that buffer of data into WebGL to 3JS, which then passes that same data into WebGL. That's what we saw earlier, right? So in this case, this primitive is a box geometry where it automatically says I need a cube of size of width, height, and depth 10, right? That's what 10, 10, 10 means, and then we are just centering it in the so that we can see it nicely in the center. This is also similar. We are passing the same exact material, same normal material that we are passing, right? And then we are creating a mesh, right? So once we create a mesh, and we also now here's a small difference that you should see here is the camera is set at a different angle. The Z is still 60, but if you see X and Y values are 10. That is because we need to move the camera a little bit away from the object so that we can see the object in a 3D depth of field sort of a way, right? Now again, this is exactly the same thing, which is where we initialize the WebGL renderer that comes out of the box from Three.js, and then we render it, and then we actually just render it. Now we can see we have a nice box, which looks very cute, right? Like it's a multicolored box right now. Now that let's add some more spice to it. Let's make it rotate. Like, what have we done here? So if you look at the code over here, so you can see that the render function has taken a request animation frame, and then it's calling itself. That is the first point to note. And then we are doing some other thing. We have taken this cube mesh from here, and there is a rotation.y property that we're doing. What is happening here? What is this magic that is happening here? So basically, request animation frame is an API in the browser that takes in a function that you want to run before the browser repaint. So every time you render, understanding the whole browser cycle, is a talk on its own. But every time a browser repaints, if we pass a function in the render, it calls it once. And if you want this particular animation to happen multiple times, that is why this function is calling itself, right? So we want this to be an infinite loop of renders, right? So that is the request animation frame that takes in this render, and then it does a rotation. Every mesh has a bunch of different properties. It has position, color, and rotation is just one of them. And we want to rotate it in the y-axis. So we are rotating it in the y-axis by a very small value. That's why you see a very slow sort of a rotation. And this runs at a smooth 60 FPS because we are doing it in a request animation frame. In general, it is a recommendation to do any animations in a request animation frame callback. And this will be very important when we go into other abstractions, because request animation frames forms the basis of doing animations in the browser, right? So now we have a very nice triangle, but let's say we want to make a change around the geometry a bit, right? Let's use a different geometry. We have a rounded box now. So rounded box does not come out as an out-of-the-box primitive from Three.js, but it is present in the library. Nevertheless, it is present inside the examples folder. Now we have a nice looking rounded box that we saw in the earlier slides that we are able to now rotate, right? So I think this is, so again, with 30 lines of code, 35 lines of code, we're able to get a 3D object, introduce depth of field, introduce, have different lighting if we want, and also, make it rotate and do animations on top of it. This is sort of what Three.js is capable of, and we are just barely scratching the surface of what Three.js can do, right? So that's the big question right now. We've written, if you saw all the code, all of that is imperative, right? And we are in a conference that we are supposed to talk only about React, right? Or talk mostly about React. So how do we do this? How do we write it declarative, right? And of course, we'll use React. That's the whole point of this talk, right? So this is now we are already at one level of abstraction, which is WebGL and Three.js. We're introducing one more level of abstraction, which is React 3 Fiber. So React 3 Fiber is built by the Poimandres open source collective. It is a bunch of good-hearted people doing some really good open source work and building the top class libraries that you can depend on for production. So just for example, the previous talk that you saw about Zustand was as a library built by the Poimandres community. It is and you can Zustand, Jotai, Valshio, React 3 Fiber, React Spring are all multiple libraries that the Poimandres community has built. Right now, going back to the same example of so what is React 3 Fiber? That is the core. That is probably the first question that comes up, right? Like, so if you want to compose a 3D scene with reusable, self-contained components that can also react to your state and are also readily interactive, but also can leverage the large ecosystem of React. That is what React 3 Fiber gives you, right? And React 3 Fiber inherently it does not participate in the rendering loop of Three.js. And what React 3 Fiber is powerful enough to do is take some of the scheduling capabilities of React by writing its own reconciler. right? So a reconciler to just if it rings a bell, it is basically the process, it is the algorithm that happens of comparing state and props to identify whether something needs to be rewritten or not. I'm massively oversimplifying what a reconciliation algorithm does, but that is the gist of it, right? So React Fiber writes its own reconciler, and and because of its scheduling capabilities, React Fiber can even outperform 3JS at scale. And it is also pretty easy. It is very easy to write concise, maintainable, and functional code because of its declarative nature, and also because of the Poimandras ecosystem. It is much more dependable, even in using it in production today, right? So now let's go back to the same example of building the cube, right? How do we build the same cube, draw the same cube with React Fiber? Again, customary imports. We take React and React DOM. If you are not familiar with what's happening on line 2, that is how you should import React DOM from React 18, where you're supposed to do it on client. The reason is because if you saw some of the talks earlier in the day, you know that there is client-side rendering and server-side rendering, and React team is trying to bifurcate these two by sub-packages of such. So the React DOM is, you have to clearly mention that this DOM is for the client, right? And we import canvas and useframe. These are imports that we will talk about in a couple of seconds, right? Now, this is the same mesh that we saw earlier, right? But there are a couple of things that are happening here. So we seem to be having a use frame hook, and we have a mesh that which seems like a JSX component, and then it seems to have geometry and material. But if you've sort of taken a look at the talk from the last 20 minutes, this probably rings a bell. You can understand that a mesh takes in geometry and material, right? And that same knowledge can be transferred over here without needing you to rethink a lot of the concepts that you have learned in 3D, right? So let's see what this renders, and then we'll dive in deep into each of these, what happens in every line of this code, right? Now we are using the create route, which is the new route API that comes in React 18, and we are rendering it in the canvas. So canvas is the same HTML canvas that you see, but in React Fiber there are some other optimizations that we have done on top of the HTML5 canvas, but the underlying is, you can think of this as to be a one-to-one equivalent to the HTML canvas, inside which we are rendering the cube mesh. And as you can see, now it's the same cube, but we've also rotating it. Where are we rotating it? On this line, right? So this is this is the exact same code that we've written earlier, where we said the current rotation. Again, we are modifying the current rotation, and you can see that we have a rotating cube, but with even lesser lines of code. Now this is the entire app, and if you look at the actual cube itself, this is barely 6 lines of code, right? 6 to 7 lines of code. Let's look at that a little bit deeper. Let's take a much larger look at it, right? So the ref, I think ref everybody probably knows, but so the ref returns a mutable reference to an object. It is used mostly used it can be used for handling. If I have to be technically correct about using a ref, you can depend on a ref being consistent across renders. And the most common use case for a ref is to attach it to DOM elements so that you can to DOM nodes essentially, right? That's the use ref. Now let's look at the further other lines of code, which is the use frame. So if you remember the request animation frame that I told a couple of minutes back, right? So use frame is basically just a hook that is an abstraction around the request animation frame. And you can see here that the ref.current.rotation is basically the same as mesh.rotation, right? This is a one-to-one match of what is happening there, right? But so the use frame, so anything that happens in the use frame happens at 60 frames per second. So this is very important, because if you're wrapping something inside 60 frames per second inside a use frame, that is going to happen 60 times per second. And this is even more dangerous than a use effect, because that happens at every render. This happens at every it happens at every frame, right? So that is why this is very important to make sure that you don't initialize new variables or do any expensive operations inside the use frame, and keep it very minimal of what you want to do inside a use frame. But it is mostly to run animations is what we'd use your use frame. But in general, anything that you want to do at a 60 FPS consistently, if you want to do something at 60 FPS, you would probably use the use frame hook, right? Now let's look at the mesh, right? This we didn't see the a mesh, but this is exactly what React Fiber does behind the scenes. When we initialize a mesh like this, it takes that and creates a new 3-dot mesh, right? That's exactly what it does, right? And we also have a box buffer geometry, which is again the same as the buffer geometry that we saw there. But the important point here is the attach equals geometry, the attach prop that you see here. It helps it helps React Fiber tell 3JS that attach this particular element that we've initialized to this particular property. So you see the mesh.geometry, the key that you see there is what is getting translated from the attach prop. This is also similarly, it's the same thing with the material also. We create a material. Every time you call the JSX component, it initializes a new material and then attaches it to the mesh, right? So behind the scenes, along with what we've said, this is what it does, right? We saw that it creates a new scene. It instantiates its 3JS objects for every component, composes all of them to become a scene graph. So what's a scene graph? Scene graph is, if you can think of scene graph as just a tree of elements, of all the elements in the scene, right? If it's just a huge, like the DOM tree, right? Like you can draw parallels to the DOM tree, where the DOM tree is just a tree of all the elements in the document object model. A scene graph is the same thing, but in a 3D scene, right? That you can probably draw parallels to that. It also, but an important thing that if you saw in the earlier code is we will not set up a camera. That is because 3Fiber already sets up a perspective camera at a particular position for us. Right, and it also does the render loop. This is basically what you would see in any React app. This is calling the render loop that automatically renders to the scene. It also sets up pointer events. So you can, if you want to interact with it, it does pointer events. The raycasting is sort of difficult to explain, but you can think of raycasting as a point of light that goes to every mesh and then comes back of sorts. That is again, I'm massively oversimplifying what raycasting is. There are huge studies on raycasting, and there's like a proper engineering paper in computer graphics about raycasting in general. So I'm just massively oversimplifying whatever raycasting is, right? And it also handles window resize. We do not have to specifically talk about window resize, right? It handles that. But wait, we didn't actually set up any lighting, right? We set up a cube. We saw a mesh. We saw a material. We saw camera, but we never talked about lighting, right? So that is this next part of the demo where we will look at a code sandbox where we will talk about where we will showcase this is the basic lighting and shadows and all that, right? So this is, if you can see this particular thing, we have two basic components, which is a cube, a plane, and a plane. That's all we have, and we are rendering that inside a canvas. An important prop here is to show the shadow. This is just basic camera positioning, right? So this is a very normal sort of a cube that has no limelight in its life, right? So let's bring some light into it. Let's put it in the spotlight, right? So if once we put it in the spotlight, you can see it's casting some really nice shadows on its right? So, but again, what is and you also see something called as the ambient light. So if you can think of ambient light as an ominous source of light, where it's available throughout and it shines light evenly across all directions. This is physically not possible today. Even the sun is actually a spotlight or a directional light, but over a large distance, right? So it is technically not possible to have an ambient light, but for all intents and purposes, the sun behaves like an ambient light for us in the morning, right? So that's what you can think of as an ambient light. And without an ambient light, you can see that the entire scene becomes very dark, right? And there is just this spotlight that is coming here. And just to play around a little bit, we can also cast a yellow light if you want, right? That's what, and you can see that the shadows also look realistic, right? And you can probably not see it in ambient light because the ambient light is so glaring that, but there is a yellow ray of light that is coming out here, right? So that's the lighting story. Is that all we can do with React Fiber? Absolutely not. React Fiber offers us a world of possibilities, right? Let's say. Now, this is my favorite part of the demo, where we stage a 3D model on the web, but using a Ford Mustang. I'm a huge car nerd. I like to talk about cars, and especially cars like Ford Mustang they are sort of they are muscle cars and also sporty cars, right? So I want to stage them in a 3D model like they are in a showroom, right? This is what that looks like. Just a disclaimer, I did not build this model. This is from a website called Sketchfab, where you can get 3D models CC0 models that you can use in your own work, and we can make that look really nice. So just a fun bit of trivia for anybody interested. The Ford Mustang is started in 1965 and is one of the most successful Ford nameplate cars out there in the US. It's a very sporty car. This is the latest 6th series edition that you're seeing on the screen here, right? And just to go now, taking away all the attention from the beautiful looking red Mustang, let's just go to the code a little bit. So you can see the model we are using this hook called as use GLTF, right? Use GLTF is just a hook that takes in a GLB model, which can takes in a scenes, right? So there is a lot of there are a lot of things happening behind the scenes to take this GLTF model. Just for understanding, GLTF is the file format for 3D models on the web. It is an open format. It's been there since the 90s, if I'm not wrong. It's built by an open group called Kronos. And even Microsoft actually contributes to GLTF, if I'm not wrong. So it's an open standard, and GLB is just a binary format of it. GLTF is, think of it as a very large JSON file that you cannot understand, right? Standard tools like Blender or Spline or anything that you take will output GLTF for you. And Sketchfab is just one of those sites where you can get GLTFs for free, right? That's what this is, and we are the same use frame that you saw before, and we are now rotating it in this direction, right? That's what we have done. Again, this is the color. We're setting a black background color. You see a nice fog over here that happens in the horizon of sorts, right? And we're using a suspense here. Why are we using suspense? This is a concurrent feature. So suspense enables you to defer something to load without, and you can set up a spinner or something like that as fallback. I think this is standard stuff. People have been using this in the form of concurrent mode since a couple of years, since like React 16. But since React 18, this is much more official. And so we are using a suspense. Right now, we are not using a fallback. And we are setting up the stage. This is where the lighting takes place. Let me show you a couple of lighting modes, right? Right now, this is in a warehouse sort of a lighting mode. You can see reflections, right? Let's say we want to show it in a dawn, right? When we want to show it in the early morning, you can see a very nice sort of a pink hue that comes up, and this is coming from the environment that is basically setting up all the lighting. It's basically setting up behind the scenes, setting up multiple sources of lighting for you, right? And we have a nice this is the plane that you see in the black back underneath the car, right? This is very and this is just, again, we are only still scratching the surface of what is possible in 3D. But I can imagine multiple things. If you want to showcase your product in 3D, this is probably a way to go. Using with React Free Fiber, in less than 33 lines of code, we are able to get a full-fledged GLTF model and show it on the web, right? And this is running side by side, right? This is not and this is running in a code sandbox, right? Is that it? It's not. But as web developers, we also want to see how we can blend HTML and 3D, right? Let's do that now. So this is another demo where we have a Hello World app. Again, these are all some tweaked examples coming from the Poimandres group itself, most of which I did not build. I'm just showcasing some of them with just minor tweaks, right? And this is a point set of stars, a set of stars that's sort of floating in the abyss, floating in space, right? And again, for all of this, there's a couple of things that are happening, right? Let's take a look at the index.js file. So all of the things that you see here, this text is actually just an overlay, and you can see that it's just a h1 tag, which is some inline styling, which you're not supposed to do, but I did anyway. So there's some inline styling that is happening over here, and that's basically all the text that is happening, right? And we are using the same create router API from React 18, and then rendering the overlay, right? That is done. What is in the background is what is more interesting, where in the canvas we are rendering the stars. I think I'm over time by a couple of minutes, but I'll quickly wrap this up. So it has this has points and point material. What are these points? Points is every point that you see here. And how do we? So basically, what we're using is we are using a random generator that generates a particular count of points in a sphere, right? So this is the sphere that generates. So basically, this generates an array of values that have different positions, right? And those positions are passed on to these points. This is an instance of multiple points, right? This is what is called instancing, where you have a single instance of a position, and we are of a material, which in our case the material is that small circle that you see here. If it's too small, let's just make it a little bit too big. That's a little bit too big, right? Yeah. Let's make it cuter. Yeah. So the big circles that you see is the point material, and these points render around 5,000 stars. So we can tweak that. We can make it 100 stars if you want. We can make it lesser number of stars. That's all up to what we decide we want to do, right? So that's another way of using 3D. But now let's talk a little bit about what is possible. What are the realms of possibility with React 18 and some of the concurrent features in React 18? All right. Specifically, we'll talk about one API, which is the start transition API. In the morning, you probably heard about this, but I'm just recapping this a little bit. So you can mark state updates as transitions, which allow React to prioritize necessary state updates. So you can say what is important to React, it will prioritize only that, and everything that is non-urgent, it'll just interrupt until we have an urgent update like a click or a key press, right? A typical scenario today is we'd use the debouncing or throttling for many of these scenarios, but they can potentially be replaced by start transition. And this is what the API looks like a little bit like. So say, for example, if you have a search box, the set input, if a setting state, the set input value is what the value of the input, that is urgent. Why is it urgent? Is because every time you type, you need to show a state update. You need to save it in your React state, and then that has to show up immediately, right? That is why that is an urgent update. But for example, if you have to search, we don't have to immediately search. This is basically what you do use debouncing for. You would wait for 30 seconds or something like that and trigger off a call to your API, right? But instead, if you use a start transition, you can set the search query of the input. So this is just trying to understand what the start transition API does. Next, I'll sort of show a video. It's a video recording from Paul Henshin of what is possible with it. So this is here you can see that this is an object that is turning, and behind this in the camera, behind this this particular object that you can see, there are around 510 text geometries that are created in runtime, right? And this is extremely tasking for the browser to do. Sometimes the entire app will freeze, and if you're running it on a code sandbox, it will probably shut down, right? And it is possible that if you're running it even on an Apple M1, this will still make it slow, right? So but with React 18, right? Here you can see that this takes around 15 FPS if you saw that earlier, right? But just by introducing the start transition API over here, as you can see, so this is where you can see that each block that you are seeing on line 14 to line 18 is where the block of text that you saw in the background was getting generated, and this is just random characters that are getting generated dynamically during every render, right? So now since we have wrapped that inside a start transition, those updates are getting deferred, and you can see that you're still hitting 60 FPS. Something that with vanilla 3JS that took 15 FPS, we are easily able to hit 60 FPS just by introducing the start transition API. That's sort of the end of the talk. And with React 8, it is now possible to go beyond the current standards of performance, and we can there is a chance of truly competing with native development. We've looked at how transition APIs are able to enable us to time slice, and they can potentially defer heavy tasks. They can render a large set of meshes if they want, and how React 3 Fiber is also it brings the best of both worlds of React and 3JS together. Right. Before I leave, I want to show some real-world examples of what people have built with React 3 Fiber. So Sogan is a web-first metaverse where this is entirely powered by React 3 Fiber. It's a proper full-fledged metaverse experience that is running in the browser. You might see some lags because of screen sharing and everything, but you can probably go around and play with this entire thing on your browser today. And all of this is done by some of the core members of Poimandres, some of the people who are behind React 3 Fiber, right? And then a final shout out there to their docs. It's docs.poimandres / React 3 Fiber. This is where you can find all of their documentation. That's the end of it, and I'll probably hang out for in the session for any other questions. Thanks, everyone.
Wow, this was one amazing talk. So when I was first introduced to the 3D space by Shriram himself, I was really blown away with so much this has to have offer. And this sort of space, the 3D over web, can just intrigue anyone. And I'm sure you might have a lot of questions for him. So he'll be hanging around in the sessions. Please go ahead and talk to him, get the questions answered, and hope you had a great time listening to him. Without any further ado, let's just straight up jump to the next talk. Next, we have Ameer, tech lead at HackerRank, who will be talking about building collaborative applications in React. He will deep dive into various algorithms and existing solutions that will enable building collaborative experiences in React. So, over to you, Ameer. All the best.
I hope my screen is visible. Yeah. Hey, hello everyone. I hope you all are doing well. I had good lunch. I myself feel a little dizzy after a heavy lunch in my tummy. So I'll try to keep things as interesting as possible. So a bit about me. People call me Ameer, and I work as a tech lead at HackerRank. I lead the ID team. So the responsible for the ID team is to, make sure all the IDs that you see in the HackerRank products are as developer friendly as possible, and add HackerRank specific features into it, like for example collaboration and other interesting tech challenges that we have on the ID space. So that's what I pretty much do on a daily basis. I'm really excited to talk about collaboration. I know that like most of us got into collaboration when we saw Google Docs, and I myself felt it was some kind of black magic, and I thought like building such applications is going to be really difficult and it's not going to be straightforward. But after we built collaboration for HackerRank product, I made a realization that it's not that difficult at all. So here I am to share some of the learnings that we had while building collaboration into HackerRank products, right? So some of you might have an obvious question on like, but why, right? Like collaboration could be a good to have feature, but it's not a must to have feature, right? And like collaboration can be something last on my roadmap. But in today's remote first world, that has changed. Almost every application that you use today, even the terminal, has brought in collaboration, right? I guess some of you might be using the WAP terminal. So almost every application that you are using today has some kind of collaboration built into it to enable remote collaboration. So collaboration is becoming more of a core feature to some of the products that are right there, and it's becoming a must to have feature for a lot of products out there. Some obvious example, if I take Google Docs, imagine like working with your friend on a Google Doc without collaboration, right? Unimaginable. Figma, like the entire idea of Figma itself is to collaborate on design, right? And in HackerRank interviews, when you're giving an interview to an interviewer, you want you and the interviewer to collaborate on the same code, right? So one of the biggest feature that when Trello came out was like you can see in real time, like who's updating the board, who's working on what, and who is updating the wallpaper and stuff like that. And an escalator, right? If you have something in your mind, you want to put the design to paper and you want to collaborate on with your friend, you just share a link and there you are collaborating on the design that you had in mind, right? So with this, I guess I might have brought you to the edge of the seat, but just to prove my point on like how simple it is to build a collaborative application, I have a small example over here, which is kind of a collaborative to do. So like for example, I can add a to do. I have opened the same window into another browser object, and you can see that like it is getting reflected on both sides, and I can do the same on the other window. Give me a second. Sorry for that, folks. So yeah, so you can see a simpler collaboration of to-dos, right? And you can see that I have created a simple hook. We'll go through the hook, but this hook gives me a to-dos and a way to add the to-dos, right? As simple as that. And this, trust me, this hook is not more than 20 lines of code, right? So before I take you through the code and show you like how the code looks like, I want to take you to the back seat and see like behind the scenes what is happening, right? So there are two major algorithms which drives this. There are many algorithms, but these two are the most commonly accepted and widely used. One is called operational transformation, or OT. Another is conflict-free replicated data type, or CRDT. I know the title sounds very scary, but trust me, the actual algorithm is pretty straightforward and simple than it sounds, right? So before we dig deep into it, big disclaimer: it's pretty simplified. I'm kind of keeping it very simple, avoiding a lot of nuances, edge cases that are part of the algorithm. I would highly recommend going through the white paper of the OT and the CRDT to know more. So yeah, all that I'm sharing is the most simplest use cases to get us ourselves accustomed with the algorithm itself. So let's start with operational transformation. Right. Let me bring up my browser. Cool. Yeah. So for us to understand operational transformation, let's try to implement a similar algorithm, right? Which is very naive and it does nothing extra, right? What the operational transformation algorithm does. So to understand that, let's just imagine that we have a client 1 and client 2, your friend and you working on a document which has the current text ABCD and ABCD, right? And there's a central server which is gonna act like a moderator between client 1 and client 2 to sync their state, right? So let's imagine there is two concurrent edit that's going to happen to the document, right? You make a change and your friend makes a change, right? So let's imagine you add a letter E after B. So it's kind of becoming operation of inserting E at position 3. So this is non-zero index, which means the index starts from 1, 2, 3. So at position 3, you are inserting E, and your friend is deleting C, which is an operation of deleting at index 3, and the number of characters that got deleted was 1, right? So these two operations that you did on the document, right? So let's imagine the single purpose of the central server is to broadcast the operations that are being sent to the server. It would broadcast the delete operation to client 1, and it would broadcast the insert operation to client 2, right? Imagining that the client 1 and client 2 are applying the operation naively without no extra effort, let's see what would happen, right? So this would apply deleting the character 3 of length 1, it would delete E and it would become ABCD. And the client 2 would apply the insert operation E at position 3 and it would become ABED from ABD. So as you can see, both the clients, you and your friend, are in a divergent state.
Ameer, can you zoom in a little bit? It's not readable.
Sure. Is it readable now?
A little bit more.
Yeah. How about now?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Cool.
Can you make sure all your slides are readable like this? Thanks.
Sure. Will do. Thank you. Cool. So, if they apply the operation right away, what happens is that you end up in a state where you and your friend are having different content of your document, right? Which is against the point of collaboration itself. Cool. So let's make some changes to the algorithm to avoid these cases that we just faced, right? So let me zoom into this also. Cool. So again, we have a similar setup where we have a client 1, client 2, both of them are in the same state, ABCD and ABCD, right? And there are two concurrent edits that goes in, which is again we are inserting E at position 3, right? And the client 2 is deleting C, which is at position 3. One big difference here is that the client 1 is gonna go into a state called waiting for acknowledgement. So acknowledgement here means that the server is telling you that I have got your operation that you sent, and it has been broadcasted to all other clients. That's what acknowledgement means here, right? And the client 1 moves into the waiting for acknowledgement state. And similarly, the client 2 sends the delete operation and it has moved into waiting for acknowledgement state, right? So obviously, one of the operation from client 2 or client 1 is going to be broadcast at first. So let's imagine that the central server decides to broadcast the delete operation first, right? It says like, send this to all client, where the client 2 deleted character at index 3 of length 1, right? So the central server sends that and sends an acknowledgement to client 2 that, what, I got your operation, I have broadcasted to all other clients, right? Now, when the client 1 gets this operation delete, it checks what state it is in. It is still waiting for acknowledgement. So what it does, rather than applying the labeled operation directly, it takes all the pending operation for which it is waiting for acknowledgement. So it is waiting for acknowledgement for insert E at location 3. So it knows that the other client must have meant not the current third index, it should have meant the fourth index, right? Because you have interest in the client 1 has inserted E at location 3. So the client 2 should have meant location 4, which is C, right? So this is what we call it as a transformation. So whenever you get a new operation, the client checks if it's waiting for an acknowledgement. If it is waiting for an acknowledgement, then it transforms the current operation relative to all the previous operation or the pending operation it is waiting for. Now what would happen? The delete operation gets transformed to delete 4, 1, and ABECD becomes ABED, right? And then the central server is going to broadcast the insert operation to client 2, which is insert E at location 3. Now the client 2 checks its current state. It is not waiting for any acknowledgement. There is no pending operation, so it directly applies the operation, which is nothing but inserting E at location 3. So they end up having ABED, and the client 1 is also having ABED. And after broadcasting insert, the client 1 is going to get the acknowledgement. So after all this back and forth, both the client are in ABED and ABED state, which is consistent, and they are in sync, right? So this is the heart of operational transformation. So in operational transformation, all the operations are not applied directly, they are transformed if the client 1 has any pending operation that needs to be broadcasted to other clients, right? So this is what we call it as operational transformation. So you might ask that, like, okay, Ameer, you said it is simple, but the algorithm doesn't seem to be simple, because I have just talked the basic use case. There are other conflict resolutions and more things and nuances that the operational transformation algorithm takes care, right? So as the saying goes, right, for every complicated algorithm there is always an npm package. So there is an npm package which is called Firepad X. So Firepad was initially created by Firebase team to demonstrate how real-time Firebase is. So it's an implementation of operational transformation for you to collaborate on code editors, so that two folks having a code editor can collaborate on the code, right? But at HackerRank, we wanted some more features, and the original Firepad didn't support TypeScript, had an outdated build system, had an outdated API, and it was tightly coupled to Firebase. So we rewrote it from ground up. So it has all the nuances of operational transformation. And if you want to provide two code editors in which two folks can collaborate on, you just use our library and just call this particular method, in which you pass a database refer of Firebase, and then you pass an editor instance, let it be Monaco, CodeMirror, or anything, and then you would have a collaborating code editor between two clients. It can be multiple clients also, but it's not tightly coupled to Firebase or an editor itself. So we have an architecture in which you can provide an editor adapter which adapts to any editor. It can be even a text area, and we have a database adapter which can adapt to any database. It can be Firebase, Postgres, whatever it is, and as long as you implement the database adapter, it should work, right? So that is operational transformation. Cool. So operational transformation, on a brief note, it can sync only text. That is one small disadvantage of it, and it needs a central server. Without a central server, operational transformation won't work. And it is used by products like Google Docs, HackerRank Code Sandbox. So most of the text collaboration that you see on the internet, most probably are using operational transformation. And one of the biggest advantage of operational transformation is it is always consistent. As long as all the clients are connected to the internet and they have pretty similar network speed, they should always be in the consistent state, right? So let's dive into another algorithm for collaboration. It is called conflict-free replicated data types, or CRDT. It is also, again, for collaboration, but it takes a different approach when compared to operational transformations. Cool. So to understand operational transformation, let me bring back the Excalibur. Cool. Cool. So in operational transformation, all the operations were based on indexes, right? That's where there was a need for you to transform the operation that you send to other clients, right? So the CRDT algorithm kind of eliminates it by kind of removing the index from the algorithm itself. So what CRDT does is it assigns a unique ID to all the character in your text. Let's just say you have ABCD in client 1 and client 2. So it start assigning a unique ID to all the characters. So here the 1 is nothing but the client ID. So client 2 has client ID 2, right? And AB is nothing but incremental identifier to each of the character, but this will never change, unlike a index, right? So 1F is always fixed for A, 1B is always fixed for B, and on the other client 2A is always fixed for A and 2B is always fixed for B, right? Now let's just say there is 2 concurrent edit coming in, right? So someone inserts E, and here the operations are represented using the unique ID. So I say someone inserted E after 1B, right? Here we are not using index, we are using the unique ID to represent where things are getting inserted, right? Here we say delete 2C, which is the unique identifier of the character to be deleted and the length of the string to be deleted, right? So since this doesn't involve the index itself, both the client can independently talk to each other, which can be over even a peer-to-peer communication using WebRTC or other peer-to-peer protocols, and then they can apply the changes that they want, right? So the changes that were sent were, it wanted to insert E after 1B, right? The client can directly after 2B, it can insert E, right? And the delete, when it was sent, it specifically said delete the 2C identifier and the length is 1. So it can directly go ahead and delete C. So right away we end up in a consistent state in which the client 1 and client 2 are having the same text, right? So the idea of CRDT is you don't use indices, so you don't care about transformation at all. You just apply the operation that comes to your to the client, and it is kind of transitive nature. You can apply any operation in any order, and both the client would eventually reach consistency, right? So in the conflict-free or CRDT, you can sync more than array, map, and text, which you will be seeing soon. It can do more than text. And in CRDT, the data structure itself becomes collaborative. Text is also kind of a data structure, and in CRDT, it promotes it to array and map and other data structures. And in CRDT, you can have a central server, but it also supports peer-to-peer, which is not there in operational transformation. Like we use HackerRank CRDT a little bit in HackerRank, and in Figma, if you the pointers of if you see the mouse cursors of the other users, it is actually using CRDT. Jupyter is another IDE which is for data science use cases. It also for collaboration uses CRDT algorithm, right? So with that said, let me take you through the example that I had, right? It is actually using YJS, which is again an implementation of CRDT itself. So there are multiple implementation of CRDT. CRDT is just the algorithm, YJS is an implementation of it, and its implementation is just not just available in JavaScript, it's available in multiple other languages also, but YJS is mostly the reference language. Cool. So let me take you through the example that I had. So we can see here that we have one hook, which is called useToDo. Let me zoom in so that everyone can see. So yeah, so it has a single hook called useToDo. Let's go into the useToDo and see what it does, right? So in useToDo, we are getting something called a ydoc from a context, right? So it's coming from a context. So let me have a look at the context. So in the context, what I'm doing is I'm creating something called a new doc from YJS. So in YJS, the data type that you're sharing across clients is called a doc. You can think about it as a shared data structure. So the data structure that you're using in one client is shared to another client over the wire. It kind of feels like magic, but that's how YJS works. So in the YJS, you create a new doc and you connect the doc over the wire. So this is where I'm connecting it to the wire. So I'm using the WebRTC, using the to-do demo as a key, and I'm saying that, okay, connect this to WebRTC, and this is the shared data type that I'm going to use over the wire, right? So that's what I'm injecting here through the context. and then I'm using a method on the shared data structure called get array, right? So this is going to create a new magical shared array and give it back to me, right? So whenever I am calling the add to do method, what it's going to do is it's going to push it to that magical array. So this is a shared array, right? Remember, so I'm just pushing it to that array. And it also has another method called observe. So using the observe method, you can get to know whenever the other clients are making changes to the shared data structure, right? In that, I'm just updating this to-dos with the current to-dos, right? So I'm just listening to it and updating it, right? So the entire magic lies in creating this shared data type, which is shared over the wire, which is over WebRTC, and just doing all your operation that you would usually do on that particular shared data type, right? So there are other methods also. You can get an array, you can get a map, you can get a text, right? You can even get an XML fragment, which is much more complicated than for complicated use cases. So yeah, so you get a shared array, you do your operation on that, and that's it. So whenever you are adding to the shared array, all other clients are notified about the change and they update in real time, right? So take a simple use case like the mouse pointers of multiple users, right? They are again a shared data type in which it's a map in which you store each user's current mouse position across all clients, and you can easily render multiple users' mouse cursors moving around in the screen, right? So that's the power of CRDT. In CRDT, you can do a lot of collaboration by a shared data type, which can be array, map, or text. And the biggest advantage is it's peer-to-peer, so you can scale little better when compared to central server. Yeah, so now let's take a final look at what are the quick differences between OT and CRDT. So the operational transformation requires a central server, and for CRDT you don't need a central server. You can do it over peer-to-peer, and for using operational transformation you can only sync text, not more than text. And in CRDT you can do text, array, and map. So in OT, the order of operation is critical. What I mean by the order of operation is you can apply operation A only after operation B, right, or vice versa. But in CRDT, that is not a requirement. You can apply the operation at any order, and you would end up in a consistent state. Both have their own advantage and disadvantage. For example, the order of operation is useful. For example, at HackerRank, we use it to use the order of operation as a keystroke. So we can give a playback after the interview, like how the candidate wrote code and how he went about it, and we use it for we can use it for plagiarism checking also, whether the codes were copy pasted and things like that. But we kind of lose the keystroke data when it comes to CRDT, because the operations can come in any order and they are not time stamped. So that's one issue with CRDT. And operational transformation ensures that there's always consistency. As long as you're connected to the central server, you're always consistent. CRDT always promises only eventual consistency. At some point in time, all the clients would have the same consistent data that they're supposed to see, right? So that's about operational transformation CRDT and how we can kind of use existing NPM packages and implementation to use this algorithm to build collaboration into your web application. So yeah, I hope that kind of sparked kind of a curiousness that you would go ahead and think about adding collaboration to your web application. Again, thank you for listening to me, and let me know if you have any questions in the session that you'll be joining. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Ameer. That was one wonderful talk. Ameer will be hanging around in the Q&A session. You can go ahead and ask any doubts if you have. Moving forward, before we jump on to a small break, I know we need to grab our coffees, teas, just to energize ourselves. Let's have a small sponsorship video, and after that we can close out for a small break. So we will have the video now. So this was Storyblock, one of our sponsors. We thank Storyblock for sponsoring our event so that we could stay connected. Don't forget to head to the booth area where you would find all our sponsors, all our partners hanging around, and you could be a part of those discussions. So please go forward and have fun. We would now go for a small break. It would be a 20 minutes break. We would be back at 3:50. You could go ahead, grab any coffee, tea, and just come back with the same energy that we started. Looking forward to concluding the second half of the conference, which with much more interesting talks. So see you in 20 minutes. Bye bye.
Folks, I hope you all are back from your break and have your tea, coffee, or any other beverage with you. Now we move on to the next part of this conference. And now we have Zubair with us. As developers, we spend half of our lives using Chrome Dev Tools. And what's like better than learning more about it? Today, Zubair, who is a senior software developer at Mattermost, will talk about finding memory leaks with Chrome Dev Tools. So I'm personally very excited to learn about this because like I explore Chrome Dev Tools a lot, just like every other developer. So stage is yours, Zubair. We are looking forward to learn more about it.
Thank you. Hi everybody. I'll be presenting a lightning talk on finding memory leaks with Chrome Dev Tools. So let's get started. So just a quick definition before what memory leak is. It's a sudden or incremental increase of memory over a period of time in your application, which makes other applications slow in your laptop. So, which obviously with the increase of time, your app consumes a little bit more energy, about memory, but that sudden spike or irregular pattern is what we call as memory leak, and that is not later freed up by a garbage collector. So at OS level, we already use these tools like Activity Monitor in Mac, Task Manager in Windows, and all that to just see which application in your OS is eating a lot of memory. But to go a little bit more further to simplify in terms of application, we have something called Chrome Task Manager, which shows which each tab how much memory is being taken. It has lots of parameters like memory. Memory is the native memory in your OS. And then the tab which we are interested in is called JavaScript memory. So this is basically the heap size of your heap memory size. And if you see the number in the brackets, that's called that's actually the objects which are reachable in your code. So let's try to understand what exactly that is. So if you know how the garbage collector works, is it's going to remove all the objects which are unreachable if it doesn't have a reference. For example, if we have an object and let's say it's declared globally, and we added a property called name to it, React Day, and then as you know there is a reference to reach this object. We have a reference. Now if we put the conference as null itself, right, and then the reference is lost because this object was already there and the reference for this is lost. Now here's where the garbage collector comes in and says, okay, this is not needed, it doesn't have any root references, so I'm going to clean that up. So that is a little bit about garbage collector. That's like very overview terms. That's it. Now let's try to understand. Now we know what memory leak looks like. Now let's try to, how do you diagnose this kind of problem, right? So we have a couple of tools in Chrome. The first tool which I like is called Profiles in Memory tab. So basically with this tool, what you do is you take a heap snapshot at a particular instance in your app, right? So when you do that, you get the list of all the objects, everything, which takes up the memory, right? Now obviously just looking at this is kind of like overwhelming, understanding where these things come in, what is the object and everything. But what you can do is actually after for example, you're interacting with the application and you have concluded that, okay, when I'm switching from one channel to another in my application, that is taking a lot of time. So what you do is you take a snapshot before switching to a channel, and then after switching channel to again you take a snapshot. Now when you do a comparison as you see here, then you will understand what new objects were created and which objects were which were retained. So the better way to do would be to, if you go to something called class filter here, you can actually type detached. So detached will list all the detached DOM nodes, all the strings, all the functions, everything which does not have any reference to the actual code. So if you go, obviously when you start opening these tabs up, it will be kind of a rabbit hole because that's how applications have become. But you'll have to be a little patient to understand where or what, where this object is coming from. So that can give you an approximate idea. Okay, this is the component. This component might be responsible. Now again, you see memory leaks. There are two types. First is a memory leak happens at a one particular spot, and then the
Zubair,
memory.
can you zoom in a little bit? We can't read it. Can you zoom in a little bit?
Okay.
Oh, these are slides, right?
Oh yeah, this is. I don't think I can zoom.
Sure. Yeah, then we'll move forward. Yeah, no
Okay.
problem, no worries.
Yeah. So, anyways, even though this Chrome DevTools are a bit dense, even if you open the application, it's like a lot of things and a lot of yeah. So yeah, I was I was saying that it's better to run. I was saying about the types of memory loss, right? So if it's the first type where you know this particular component is causing it, it's really easy to go and fix that component. But if memory is leaking from various spots and you have small leaks in many places, then it becomes very hard to pinpoint the problem. So if it is first, if you see this is a component which is leaking memory, it's really easy. You go ahead and fix it, and bam, the problem is solved. And then this just gives you an idea where exactly which approximately the component is responsible for. Now there's something called JavaScript profiler. This is really useful if you want to know how much time your app is spending in which function, right? If you open that, you will there's something called, if you see there's garbage collector is being run 34% of time. Now running garbage collector, it's obviously that is an automatic process, but every time a garbage collector runs on your application freezes for that particular small amount of time. That's how the nature of browsers is, right? So obviously you don't want the garbage collector to run every time, so that your app freezes up. So again, over here also is kind of a rabbit hole to which function calls which function, blah 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 blah. Again, gives you an idea of where approximately which function is taking a lot of time. And then this is really easy. What we usually do is we open a performance monitor up, and we try to interact with the application and see what changed. Right? We open a channel, we open a new direct message or a group message, and see how much the memory have increased. And then if that memory is not released, right, if you see there is a spike over here, and then after some time the spike goes down, that means that's fine. The garbage collector collected the references which are not there. But if you see the graph is like it's going up, and then it stays the same again you do an operation in your application, again it stays the same. So that means that particular interaction in your app has a problem. And also it also has good attribute like how many JS event listeners are there and everything on that. Now let's come to all this. Let's come to understanding of how we had a very hectic week of actual memory leak back in February in Mattermost application. So if you don't know what Mattermost is, it's collaboration platform which started as a chat application for enterprises. It's an open source software. So basically this the way we do the incident report is we first write what is the incident, what impacted, which customers are impacted, and what exactly is the impact, and what is the timeline of the fix, and then what was the root cause, and then we give the recovery. So let's try to go let's try to go into that incident. So basically we started to observe that web app was suffering when a particular customer or a user had a large number of direct messages or group messages. And then we thought, okay, that was the incident. And then the impact was, it was not impacting all the clients or all the users, but the users which had lots of channels, who were participant of lot of channels, lot of DMs and GMs. But the users who were kind of like moderate user were not, seeing this leak. And then the timeline was, as soon as we shipped the new version, the clients, which a lot of user bases started to see this problem. So then we understood that we pointed out that this is the particular release that happened, and that exaggerated the memory leak. So what was the root cause? So basically, there was this is everything which is written down in a document. But basically, to sum that up, is there was a very bad Redux selector which was running on every keystroke, and that particular selector was actually placed very further down, very further up in the component tree. So that was rendering everything as we were striking the keystroke. So we had to memorize that selector and bring that up to a place where it would not run again and again. So these were the two PRs that went in. Again, it's an open source. You can actually see these PRs over there, what was improved. So basically, we had to move few selectors out from the text box components, the box component where we actually type the messages, to a provider above. And then we had to get a new selector, which was and also another selector which had to be memorized. So basically, every time a selector runs, it gets a new objects. So whenever it gets a lot of number of objects, the garbage color kicks in, and until the objects are cleared, the app freezes. So that's exactly what was happening. And there was another PR again to counteract this effect, where we had to change a lot of users' states in the user object. So basically, these two fixes went in, and this was the response from the customer. The timeline for this fixes was about approximately 1.5 weeks. So it started from day one is identifying which customers were affected and what we have to do. So it wasn't just a linear approach. We had to go back to memory profiles and see what was causing it. Again, go back to try to do this fix. It was not a linear process, but it was a lot of to and fro process to come to that conclusion. I think that's all I had to share. Thank you so much. I'll be available for the questions later on after this.
That was a pretty insightful talk, Zubair. I am pretty sure that a lot of people would benefited by this and can use this in their day-to-day work. Moving on, we have Navya with us. Navya is a polyglot developer currently working with Adobe Experience Cloud. She looks after the authentication and orchestration part of the stack, with the broad goal of optimizing the performance and scalability of the system. Navya will be talking about accelerating UI engineering and improving customer experience using Developer Toolkit. So we are looking forward to her talk, and yeah, just go and rock it, Navya.
Hello, everyone. So, I hope you all had a good tea break and a good coffee break and are enjoying your event on the React Day today. So, today we will be talking about accelerating UI engineering and improving the customer experience using Developer Toolkit. So, before that, hey, I'm Navya. I work as a software developer at Adobe Systems, and I currently look after the optimizing the performance as well as the scalability of the system. Okay, let's dive in. So the agenda of today's talk is the motivation, why we built this particular product, what was the use case, what was the scenario. Next, we have the design and architecture of our developer toolkit. Next, we have the components that should be a part of the ideal CI/CD pipeline. Next, we will be taking you to the strategies to reduce the front-end build time with CI/CD, then the future aspects of this particular solution, and some key takeaways for the audience. Okay, so before we start with the actual content of today's talk, I have a few questions for you all. So let's make it interactive and feel free to use the chat box to answer them. So while shipping changes to the production, do you fear that you might have missed a critical bug? Do you fear that might be the end customer or the user might hate the new experience? Do you also fear that your code might have broke down? It might break down the current existing customer experience. Do you wait weeks or months for simple changes to go out live for your customers? If the answer is yes to most of the questions that I just asked you, then your situation might be something like this when you are pushing things to prod, which clearly is not pleasant. Now imagine this. Bugs go in the live code, get fixed with nearly zero risk. Almost all the bugs get caught very early in the development cycle so that you don't annoy your end developer.
Navya, I think you haven't shared, you haven't made the slides full screen, I guess. We are still on the first slide.
Just give me a second.
Yeah, maybe you have to present the... Yeah, you have to click that, I guess.
Is that okay now?
Yeah, but still, yeah, it's good.
Okay, cool. Okay, a quick recap then. Okay, so I was just asking certain questions that I already read you guys out, but and explaining the situation. What if you fear these scenarios, but what if you actually wait for weeks and months for the simple changes to go out for prod to your customers? So you will be in a situation something like this. And what we want is not to put you guys in this situation, and we want that all the new features can be toggled on and off and gradually rolled out in the production. We also want that all the bugs get caught very early in the development cycle so that you don't annoy your end customer. Also, we would definitely want that the changes are made in real time, as well as the key business matrix attached to these feature set is also achieved in real time. This is awesome, isn't it? So in order to achieve this kind of agility, what we need is a CI/CD pipeline. I'm sure most of you might be aware what a CI/CD pipeline is, but for the unversed, CI/CD stands for continuous integration and continuous deployment. The objective of having this pipeline is to ensure that we detect any errors or discrepancies very early in the development cycle, and at the same time focus on the continuous deployment for our feature set. Now let's talk about our motivation at Adobe, why we all know, okay, a CI/CD pipeline is good, but I just wanted to take you through the journey why we wanted it in the first place. Now at Adobe, we have quite a huge number of teams that build single page applications. So we wanted to have something, a centralized pipeline and push for standardization. Now consider a scenario that we have user one who is named Rohit, and he just joined Adobe. And as a part of the first work that he is given, he is supposed to build a single page application. Apart from building the application, bundling it, Rohit also thinks that I should maybe put linting, maybe put unit testing, end-to-end test cases, performance analysis before I push this particular thing to prod. Now let's assume we have Aditya as user 2, who also joined Adobe roughly at the same time, And he is also given a similar job that he is also supposed to create a single page application and make it available for the customers. So what Aditya thinks that apart from writing the code, he also writes some unit test cases for his particular application. He also does the accessibility testing. He also goes through the security and integration test cases. Now, it's clearly evident that Rohit's definition of done is quite different from Aditya's definition of done. So, we wanted to eliminate such redundancies and push for standardization across users, across teams, across orgs.
Sorry, Navya. I think your slides are not moving. So maybe you are not in presentation mode, I guess.
No, I am in the presentation mode actually.
Because on the left hand side we still see slides 7, 8, 9, 10, right? No, we should only see one slide at a time. Maybe you can.
Is there a lag or something? Because I am in the presentation mode.
Oh, okay.
Good. Is it working now?
Yeah. Now, when you're clicking, it is changing. But when you're presenting, it's still stuck in the old slides.
Okay, let me put it this way. Is that okay?
Yeah. Is there any slideshow mode? Like for example, this after next to the animations, there is slideshow, right?
Yeah, I'm clicking actually on that only and presenting. So.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. We'll see.
Is it
If there is.
working? No.
Yeah, we'll see as you continue, right? If the slides doesn't move, I'll let you know.
Sure. So actually, I'm just moving as a dry run. So currently, I can see push for standardization slide, and the next currently I have our motivation. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks.
Cool.
Sorry
Okay,
for the
thanks. No worries. Thank you. Okay. So we were discussing the motivation. So as I just told you that we wanted to push for standardization. Next comes in we also wanted to focus on building one team that handles all the infrastructure, automating feature set, as well as the capabilities for testing, for localization, etc. With this, teams can focus solely on the development workflow. This brings in two benefits. The first one is increasing the development velocity, and all this heavy lifting work is done by one team. Also, a huge saving on the infrastructure cost. So before this particular setup was in place, each of the teams used to have their own CI/CD pipeline, which meant that multiple infrastructure costs. So now with just one centralized pipeline, we have all the infra cost at one place. Now let's just have a look at the quick sneak peek into our architecture for this particular pipeline. So I have shifted the slide. I hope now you guys can see the architecture slide.
No. I think
I'm assuming.
no. So maybe you have shared a wrong screen, I guess. In a sense, you have to share the presentation mode, right? While selecting the screen share, maybe can you stop sharing and try resharing? When you're resharing, you can share the presentation mode.
Just give me a second. Okay, what do we see now? Is it the architecture?
Yes, but still, I don't think this is presentation mode. I think you have like two modes. One is presentation mode, and one is your dry run mode or something.
So this is the presentation mode currently.
Okay.
What if I show? So now I'm not in the presentation mode. It's just the slides, and also I have this left rail. Do you see the slides moving now?
Yes. Yeah. You can present in this mode then.
Okay, let me present in this mode then. Okay. Cool. Okay, so let's talk about the architecture. Okay. So talking about the architecture of our system, As you can see that this is a very simplified and a very immature snapshot of our architecture. So what we have over here, so we are using Jenkins for our CI/CD pipeline, and we are using Git webhooks for communicating to our Jenkins setup. So as you can see over here in this particular box, we have different repositories, each pertaining to a different single page application. As soon as the user makes any merges or pushes anything to this particular repository, a Git webhook event is triggered, which interacts with my Jenkins master. So let's leave this box for a couple of minutes and I'll just come back to it later. As soon as the Jenkins master receives a Git incoming Git webhook, what it does, it makes a connection with the Jenkins agent. So we are using Kubernetes setup. We have a Kubernetes cluster wherein all the Docker agents are spun up. So and the pipeline then basically runs on these Docker agents. So at the end of the pipeline, all the static assets are pushed to Azure Blob Store. So we are using Azure Blob Store for storing our assets, which are later on served by the server that we have in-house in place, as well as these assets are being synced to the Azure CDN to ensure that we have good optimization and caching capabilities. Not talking about this box, you might be seeing things like HA proxy, Jenkins master, Jenkins primary agent. So and might be wondering what exactly is this, right? So we wanted to ensure 100% availability of this particular setup to our customers. In order to ensure that we have a HA proxy mechanism over here, what it does, it ensures that in case the primary master goes down, secondary master can take its place automatically. So what happens is that there is a cron job that is being run between the primary master and the secondary master at a definite interval of point, and which does the sync. So just to ensure that these two masters are completely synced at any point. And let's say the primary master goes down, then the secondary master automatically takes its place. So this setup is just to ensure that we have 100% availability of this particular system for our customers. Okay. Now, okay, so far we have seen that, okay, what a CI/CD pipeline is, what benefits does it bring to the table. But now let's talk about what should be the ideal CI/CD pipeline look like. The first and the foremost impact that we wanted to target at our organization was automated testing. Here, I have broadly classified all the test scenarios that we can imagine at three different levels to make the most positive impact. In the first category, you see things like unit testing, linting, integration testing, static code analysis that we achieve via SonarQube, and likewise. So these are some things that I call the fast to run, fast to fail kind of test. And these acts as the first safeguard against bugs. So these are something that are mainly responsible for developers within the team. Now, coming to the second category, we have end-to-end scheduler test as well as security testing. So these play a major role when it comes to cross-functional or org level things. Last but not the least, we have feature flagging and accessibility kind of test, which make sure that they guarantee a better and more inclusive experience for our customers. So here you see the same thing that I just talked about in basically a pictorial mode. And also this particular timeline just talks about the impact that each of the tests has in the CI/CD world. So probably, for example, linting and unit testing have a major impact as compared to performance analysis or bundle analysis, and likewise. Also, in this particular screenshot, you see that how the tests are divided between team versus org and user level. So this is a snapshot of the contract between the SPA pipeline team and the developer who is leveraging this particular pipeline. So as you can see, this particular file is a YAML file which takes in the various commands from the user. So for example, you can see the build command, the unit test command, the integration test command, etc. The user is just supposed to specify some make targets or yarn or npm scripts, and the pipeline will be picking them and running as per the progression. Okay. So in addition to the extensive automation testing tool that we just saw, we also provide these particular out of the box features for providing a better experience to our developers. First of all is the rollback functionality. Developers can roll back in case of emergency scenarios to a previous stable version. Next is switching from manual to automatic mode for localized strings. So another capability that we have added is earlier developers used to localize the strings at their local machine manually and push them into the CI/CD build process. But by making this automated and making it as a part of the current pipeline, we have now converted CI/CD basically into a CI/CD CL pipeline, and so that customers or developers can have localized strings from day one. We also publish modules to Artifactory apart from pushing them to the blob store. So this ensures that any of the experimental versions, so for example, for PRs, it might be an alpha beta version. And when the developer is confident enough to push the things to prod, we release the minor patch or the major version as per the developer specification. Now talking about confirmation workflow, which is pause and validate before going live, right? So let's consider a scenario that you are all set, you have tested your PR, you are pushing the things to prod, you click on that merge button and the pipeline flows. Now, in between over here somewhere, one of your colleagues just pings you that, we missed testing this particular critical bug or critical feature, which is very much important for this feature. So now you have only two options. Either just pray to the gods that all is working fine and your colleague it was probably a false alarm, or maybe your colleague was actually right and you missed some scenario, it was critical, it is breaking your changes, and so you will be waiting for this particular pipeline to complete and making a rollback. Clearly, none of these situations is really ideal, right? So what we have provided is kind of a pause and validate before going live. So in such scenarios, you can pause your build, test it out, and in case everything was fine, just click on the proceed button. And in case something was actually wrong, you can click on the abort button. So by making use of this particular feature, you can ensure that you don't have to go through that hassle of rollbacks or pray to the gods. So yeah. Next we have cross-lab library sharing with CDN support. So as I was mentioning previously that we use Azure CDN for storing our assets and fetching the contents from the thing. So, but it has, so there may be scenarios that the Azure CDN is on an outrage. So what will happen in that scenario? We can't let our customers show an empty website or just say that, our Azure CDN is down. So first, in order to deal with such scenarios, we wanted to ensure 100% availability for our customers. So we have an asset fallback support, which ensures that in case the CDN is down, the assets will be fetched from the blob store or the content server that we have in place. So this just ensures that we have 100% availability for our customers. Next is automated changelog generation. So it would be fantastic if from the Git metadata that you can see on the left side of your screen that, this is an important fix for customers, you have something that you see on the right side of the screen. So we also have added this capability of automating the changelog generation / release notes from the Git metadata that user is entering as a part of the Git comments. Next, and the very important feature is the preview links for PRs. So consider this rough snapshot of the app that you are seeing on the screen. So it has a black banner and it is currently on stage. Now, let's say I am making a feature change in which I have to change this black thing to a red banner, right? So this is currently on my local development or it will be on prod soon. But what if I have to take this particular PR to my managers or to my product manager or to my QA? So in that case, I definitely can't take my laptop everywhere. What would be best is if I can give them some sort of URL, a preview link for them to test this particular thing out, give this particular PR their feedback, and then we take it to prod. So for this particular purpose, we have preview links for our PRs. This ensures that before going out in production, you can have such PR-based links that can be taken throughout the organization to collect feedbacks and testing scenarios. Okay. Lastly, talking about notifications. So we have multiple channels on which we send out our notifications. So first is the mailer, depending on whether the PR was a success or failure, we send out this particular message. Next, we have the build URLs and the preview links posted as a part of the Git comment history. So as you can see on this top left corner, you see that a warning, okay, the build size for that particular PR increased by this and this thing. Also, we use Slack for internal team communication. So we also send these particular build notifications to the Slack as well. Okay. So far until now, we saw that building such a pipeline and making it as automated as possible is like giving superpowers to the developers. But with added capabilities comes added build time. What if adding all these feature set increases my build pipeline time to, let's say, 35 minutes or 45 minutes? This is not clearly a good scenario, right? So now I want to take you through some steps that we at Adobe ensure we have integrated in our system just to make sure that we optimize the front-end build time with CI/CD so as to keep our SLA down, along with all the capabilities that I just showed you. So the first step is the stage order optimization by parallelizing the stages within the CI/CD. So as you can see in this particular screenshot, any of the non-interdependent stages are basically put under parallel stages. So for example, build is not at all dependent on linting, or let's say linting is not at all dependent on unit test. So you can parallelize these stages just to ensure that your SLA is really down. Next is using parallel webpacks. So let's assume that you have 2 entry points for your application. So consider this particular screenshot for better understanding. So as you can see in the first, at the top part of the box, that you have an entry point named as first job.js. And in the second point, you have second job.js, right? So you can run both these 2 entry points builds parallelly, and this will ensure that you have a good time, and basically the first job and the second job are basically built at the same time, which means that you will be having a 50% reduction of your build time overall. Next we have is using downstream job for non-blocking stages. So basically, as you can see in this particular screenshot, there is this particular box which says user experience test. So these tests are something that I don't want that they will be determining the result of my build, right? So this can be some form of, let's say, performance testing, which I might just want to have a look at them later, and they are not determining the success or failure of my pipeline. So in those scenarios, you can use a downstream job which runs these particular tests in a async fashion. So as you can see in the bottom of your screen that these user experience tests to 4 minutes. So since we are running them in an async fashion, you are saving 4 minutes of your time on the entire build SLA. The next technique that we use is pipeline caching for NPM node module install. This, just like we have a local cache at our local machine, we also maintain a cache at our Jenkins workspaces. This ensures that every time we are running a new build or we are rerunning a new build, NPM install does not take place from scratch. Whatever is available as a part of cache is picked from there, and only the dependencies which have changed or are added are downloaded from the internet or the Artifactory. Next strategy that we follow in order to optimize the CI/CD pipeline is the catching the build failures early. So let's consider a scenario that you have unit test, linting, and build. Now, what you would want is that unit test and linting is something that might fail very frequently as compared to a build step. So the order you should maintain is that you should have your unit test and linting prior as compared to the build step, just to make sure that in case there are any errors in these stages, they are cached early, and you don't have to follow the entire pipeline and wait it to complete and give you an error message. Next is running ITs and UTs parallelly. So various frameworks, for example, just if you're using for unit test cases, or in case you are using Test Cafe or Cypress for integration test cases, they have a mechanism by which you can run the test within a particular framework parallelly. And you can use Jenkins parallel execution of stages for running these tests. This also ensures a good SLA time. Last but not the least is ad hoc stage execution. So let's assume that you are in a scenario where you want to, that I know that my integration test cases won't be failing because of this particular fix, or let's say my static code analysis won't have an effect. So basically what I want to see is how my unit tests are performing or how my linting is performing, and I really don't want to complete the entire 10 stages of the pipeline. So for those purposes, we also have ad hoc stage execution, which lessens the build time of the pipeline, and the customer can just build what he or she asked for. Yeah, I think that was all about the content of today's talk. Talking about the path forward or the capabilities that we want to add as a part of this particular pipeline is we also want to add renovate app support to ensure that any dependency change is automatically applied to the particular PR. We want to support custom Docker images for tests. We also want to enable differential CI, meaning to say that only the parts of the pipeline that have changed are touched or are built by the pipeline. The rest of the parts are not touched by the pipeline, and thereby decreasing the total SLA. We also want to integrate Jenkins with Jira. Currently, we have single page applications only on our pipeline, so we also want to extend this capability to multiple page applications. Some key takeaways or major points for the audience. So as we know, today using CI/CD developer tools is a must for any web application development. Automated testing offers compounding productivity savings, both in terms of the developer velocity as well as the infrastructure costs. Think and choose that what works for you, for your use case, for your organization. There is no right, no wrong. It's not required that you need to have all the set of capabilities. It is completely user specific and organization specific. Optimizing web apps is a must, we all know, but so is optimizing CI/CD. So yeah, thanks. I had a lovely time with you all. Let's engage and collaborate. Also, on a side note, Adobe is hiring across all different levels, both in the front end as well as the backend domain. So in case you are interested, feel free to ping me over LinkedIn, or you can visit our career website. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
That was a lovely talk, Navya. Really like the part where you shared optimizations of CI/CD. That was like really insightful. Next up, we have Rahul Maheshwari with us. He will be talking about end-to-end testing React applications. Rahul works as a SD4 at Misho. So let's dive deep into Cypress and how we can use it for testing.
Hello. Hi. My voice is audible?
Yes, we are good.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So today we are going to discuss about Cypress and how we are utilizing at Misho to ship our product at a speed without compromising with the quality of the product. Since we are shipping it at a very high scale and we ship actually daily, we have a daily releases. So how to maintain the quality and how to like keep the developer and a tester in a quite integration manner that our products are testable end to end without leaving any loopholes like this is not testable and this is not testable. So we'll discuss about how we are leveraging Cypress in that. And so let's move forward and move into the next slide. So today's agenda is what is Cypress? What can I do with it? How is it better than existing tools? Live demo and trade-offs. Before moving forward, I hope everyone as a front-end developer must have used Jest for React testing, or any other framework for Mocha, and Kai for, you can say, assertions for unit testing the different components, whether built in Vue.js, whether built in AngularJS, whether built in React.js. But anyone has the, like, everyone has, if any one of you got any error, you must read logs rather than going through the visual testing or anything else. So Cypress provides that. You can look actually what is actually happening, how the component actually renders, what did it miss, and how can we improve, or what can we fix by visual rather than just by reading the logs. So it makes the testing execution faster and debugging easier. And all the trade-offs and everything, we will discuss it today, and we'll go through the live demo too. Next step. So this is me, what I do at Misho, and I have an experience working on JavaScript, TypeScript, React, GraphQL, Node.js. I mean, experience 7+ years, and this is LinkedIn and Twitter profile if anyone wants to contact after this presentation. Let's move forward. So Cypress is basically an end-to-end testing framework. I would like to compare, and I would like to tell there are three types of testing: unit testing, end-to-end testing, and an integration testing. Unit testing we do for a component, whether our component is working fine, or with the input, whatever the input we are passing, whether it's creating the same output as expected or not. Now we have an integration testing where we check whether, since we works in a multiple paradigm, and one developer is sitting somewhere and one developer is sitting somewhere right now, as remote culture is booming. So we can't ask, hey, your component might break my component or not way. And how would you bring that confidence to the engineering manager, or any of the product manager, that okay, we are building in a sync and nothing will break even if we integrate it? Yes, Cypress tells, give us your components and I will integrate it, and I will generate your end-to-end test report, and you can verify and keep it as a screenshot to make it as a visual proof or a visual evidence that everything was working fine with the integration also. So Cypress covers all these things: end-to-end integration and end-to unit testing. Right now, Cypress just released the 10.4 version day before yesterday, and it added a separate tab for end-to-end testing and a component testing. So it is more focusing on one tool, one testing framework, one language, and and that is JavaScript. If you are a JavaScript developer, you can easily test any of those components, whether it's integration testing, end-to-end testing, or a unit testing. Now, what we were doing before that Cypress was, we were using a different tools, like for Mocha, Jasmine, Qt, Karma, or depends on the framework which we are using. Like Angular, we mostly go for Karma, and for React, we used to go for Jest as a test runner. Rather than for assertion library, we used to depend on Chai or Expect.js or few other libraries. It comes bundled with the, I think, React testing library, few assertion commands there also. And for stubbing, we used to do Cinnamon or test outs, or just provides inbuilt stubbing. But yeah, still you have to download and include multiple frameworks other than Jest, Kai, Mocha. And for integration, we used to rely on testers and ask them to run these things in a Selenium. And the benefit of Selenium and a disadvantage of Selenium we'll cover in the next slides. So these Cypress, when we chose Cypress in a Misho, we were like quite inconfident that is it our approach right or wrong? Then, as everyone knows, if the community supports it, definitely it's a good thing to choose as the React. What happened with React, as what's happening with Vue.js. So these are the few things which built us a confidence in us that we are on the right path. So Kenshi dots, everyone knows Lumigo and all these tweets. So Cypress does not use Selenium. What Selenium used to do is like, uh, suppose you want to test something in the browser related to the browser. So first you need to create a browser kind of environment. So creating a browser kind of environment, you create a headless browser. There is in one process your application is running, in one process your browser is running, and in one process your test cases are running. So what used to happen? Test cases, okay, ask the app, okay, what has to do next? Then app tells I have to click somewhere. Then test cases sends the commands to the browser environment that what should be the response of the clicking event, or what should be the response of the hover event. So it involves lot of network calls also, HTTP calls also. So And also to testing in a multiple browsers, you have to include different drivers of the browsers. For Chrome you have to install different browser, for Firefox you have to install different browser, for Edge and everything else. So means it is completely pluggable kind of framework Selenium, in which you have to again install multiple driver softwares to make it run in a one environment, which made it quite complex and which made it quite difficult to maintain for a long run. So the Cypress covers all these things. And before moving forward, I hope everyone has used jQuery in early stages of their career, and they must be using right now somewhere else or somewhere less, somewhere more. So it is similar like jQuery, how the jQuery access the DOM, Cypress access the DOM in the same way. It is quite semantic, and it is so much semantic that any of the developer or a non-developer can read it and tell us what is happening and what is wrong and what is right in it. It's too semantic in that language. So let's move forward. Cypress runs in a two process. One is a Node.js server process where it actually runs what is a Cypress test runner. And Cypress runs your application in the actual browser. Actual browser here means whatever the browser you have installed on your system. So you might have a Chrome, you might have a Firefox, you might have a IE, you might have a Edge, you might have a Electron. Cypress does not support Safari and IE till now. That is a disadvantage over the Selenium. But later in future, it is like it might support it, but it's right now it just supports only Chromium based browser. It does not support Opera also. But yes, let's move forward. A test runner built for humans. Cypress tells that okay, this is the test cases you have written, and this is the how the tests are performing, rather than just looking in those logs and debugging those logs and converting those logs into a text files. It took quite a lot of time and quite it was quite of cumbersome to read those logs again and again and again. So it brings us a visual results rather than just a logs. Yes, Cypress performs better than most of other testing tools. Compare it with the Selenium, compare it with the other Karma kind of test runners. It runs test cases in parallel. Yes, in parallel means suppose there are 30 or 40, 50 test cases. It will run all the test cases in a parallel. Definitely, it will consume your CPU memory as per that, and you can definitely put up those depends on your limits, like how much parallel test case you want to run without consuming all the CPU RAM, and it definitely it improves the speed over there. It does not wait whether the first test to pass or a second test to pass, but you can definitely put a hard stop there, that if any of the test cases fails, like promise.all, that if any of the promise fails or any of the test cases fails, just move out and say the test has failed. It depends on your configuration. So this is semantic kind of test cases. It has easy debugging of the Cypress tools. You can directly read it here. Like we have to visit some particular website. Does it contain that particular word? If it is clickable, click it. Get after clicking, does it opening the model or a dialog box? And after that, contain whatever it has to contain. Then click it. So this is a dashboard, how the Cypress dashboard looks like. We will cover in this demo that how does it look like in actual. And so let's move to the live demo. I'm sharing my screen. Let me know when my screen is visible. Hope my screen is visible to you. Yeah, let's run this first. So it is a very simple command to running the test cases. That is Cypress, you can say npm run Cypress, and it is written here in the
Rahul, we are still seeing your slide, live demo slide. We don't see the actual demo. Maybe you haven't shared the entire screen. Maybe you
I've
shared
shared
only
the
the
entire
slide.
screen, but my slide is taking precedence over my screen. So I think I have to remove it from the stream. So both things are shared as of now.
Okay, can you share the entire screen? Only do one screen share. Okay.
Okay. Is my screen visible now?
No. Okay.
Now
Now we still see the live. Okay, okay. Now we see the
I think
entire
it is,
screen.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can you go to the
sure.
demo? Yeah. Yeah. Now we can see
Yeah,
the
I'm going
demo.
to the demo now. Perfect. So this is the command line terminal, and to running the test cases, just write the command npm run Cypress, and it is written here in the package JSON. Cypress open, simple. Install Cypress and start running the Cypress as soon as it installs just by a simple command. It has a few config files where you can configure how it should look. Does it has a coverage task, or you can like again make it pluggable and you can write your own plugin how you want it to perform and how the coverage you want to. It's a simpler to-do application. It looks like this, and we need to automate it using a test case. IE in Safari does not support. You can choose your browser in which you want to test. Suppose I'm choosing a Chrome. I'm starting end-to-end testing in Chrome. This is the terminal of the Cypress. How does it look like? And yeah, so this is the file which has a test cases. We'll go there also. What has written here? So where I've written a few simple test cases to test the complete application. First, I have to visit the app. Suppose this is my local host or any of the app I have to visit, like google.com or misho.com, and it should focus the whatever I want to do, whether the input is focusable or not. Does it accept input or not? Whether input box is typable or not? Does it display a list of to-dos or not? If it displays, like, what is the number of the to-dos it is displaying, and am I able to add a new to-do? Am I able to delete a to-do? And also the last one is like, how can you test the any of the request? So basically what happened, we used to do in Jest or other framework, we used to stub them or mock them. Definitely we can stub them or mock them here too, but to test it at least once, we should have some kind of um, a scenario like whether from a front end my API is reachable or not. Because backend test is backend test. They check their test cases in their own environment, but from the front end environment, is that API is reachable or not? We can test it that also. Yeah. So let me restart the app. Everything is in automated mode. See how fast it run, and first it visit the app. So the Cypress has also has a timeline feature. So with timeline feature, you can directly go what happened when the test was run. So that this was the screen when the test was run. Does it focuses the input? Yes, go there. Yeah, it actually focuses the input. Does it accept the input? Yes, it accepted the input. Same way, like does it adds the new 2D? So it added the new to do. And does it deleted it? Yeah, it should deleted it. Yeah, definitely. And last one is just a API, which just a mock API which I tested. Is it returning me 200 or not? How much of data it has or not? Kind of thing. Also, we can switch to the different browser from here directly. Okay. So it by default you have checked it in Firefox, Chrome, and other browsers if you have installed, and you can just directly check in different guides and different viewports. Cypress has a command, different kind of command structure. cy.viewport where you can pass the viewport on which you want to test, whether you want to test on phone, whether you want to test on desktop, whether you want to test on tab. Everything is customizable. Yeah. So let's move forward one step ahead. And the next slide was for CI/CD, and we'll check how the CI/CD covers by a Cypress. It has GitHub Actions to run the test cases automatically as soon as someone pushes the commit, and that test is also recordable on the dashboard. So somewhere sitting somewhere can record and check whether, without going into the actual logs, what happened when the test case was run. Suppose our engineering manager or product manager wants to check whether what is the performance of the test cases. Are we pushing the good quality product or not? Same kind we can check on, and let's go there. Yeah. Let's check it. Check the commands here. Yeah, so Cypress open. Again, in end-to-end testing, just cover like how did it do as a Meesho application. We can directly hit the Meesho web. This is the how Meesho looks on the web, and we can directly check on different browser how Meesho looks on a different web application without restarting the process again and again and waiting for the tester to come back to give us the result on a different browser, that how was it looking on a different browsers. And also the beautiful thing is taking the screenshot of the whole page, scrolling automatically without any of the user intervention. So definitely this screenshot is for the future purpose, or you can say your history, that what was the test case looking like when you run the test case. So the screenshot has been saved here, and you can directly look it here. Suppose tomorrow someone changes the text somewhere here, and how would you find the difference that without any proofreading or without any content editor help, that someone has been changed or not? So definitely we can use the
I think there has been some technical glitch. Let's just wait for a few moments and just see what happened, and we'll like get our guest on the screen.
Hi Rahul. Can you share your screen? I think,
Hello.
yeah, we lost you.
Where did you lost me? What was the last slide on which I was?
I think you
What
were
was I talking?
doing the demo, right? Demo.
Yeah, I was doing the demo.
Yeah, yeah, on the Misho
Yeah.
pages. I think that's when
Okay.
we got disrupted. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So I did some changes in the um, Misho web test, and we'll look how much automated it is, that it can automatically pick the test cases, run it, and will show you the result in the Slack. Status, get push origin. Let me pull it first. Taking some time to push. Okay, let it push, and we can move to the next slide. Kiran, do you have the slides available, or should I move?
Yes, we can
So let's
see. We
discuss
can
about
see.
the trade-offs. Yeah, so we can discuss about the trade-offs meanwhile, and the trade-offs are like currently there is no support for multiple browsers or a multiple tabs. The multiple browser, what does mean? You can't run task test the application in a multiple browser at the same time or parallelly. The same case with the tabs. You can't run multiple tab at the same time with the Cypress. You have to reach one tab at a time and test one tab at a time. Only support JavaScript for creating a test cases. Yeah, the all the test code you will test should be from JavaScript or a TypeScript, just a wrapper, and you can test whatever being tested in a browser. So browser only support JavaScript as of now, and so you can just only test the JavaScript related code. There is no support for Safari and there is no support for iframes. We actually stuck in one of our production problem, that we were using some third party payment integration platform, and we found that Cypress is not so good for iframes. So this is the documentation which Cypress provides. So Cypress is focusing on the problem from the architecture paradigm, that whether you want to do a component based development, or whether you want to do a integration or end-to-end based development. End-to-end based development means here, like suppose you are building your web app in a case of micro frontends. In micro frontends, you don't have any kind of limitation of using a framework. One person can use React, another one for another micro frontend can use Vue. In test as a whole, Cypress also has a solution as end-to-end test cases with component based. Whether you are building your application from a component pattern, then choose that particular framework, whether React, Vue, or Angular.js. It is a very good documentation for that. And yeah, so let's move to the questions now. If anyone has any questions, you can cover it. I think it has been pushed now. So let's go there and check whether our actions has been done or not. So I think it has been failed somewhere. So whatever it is passed or failed, you will have it recorded here in the dashboard. So this is the dashboard for the Cypress. So if the test case has been failed or passed, whatever it is, then it will even give you an alert on a Slack. And we have integrated our Slack also using that, and you can directly check whether your test cases has been passed. It will give you a notification to all other developers that who pushed the code and how much time does it took, and what was the test case, what was the commit for that. So you can just directly go to the graph and check what happened, how many test cases passed for that day, how many failed, and what was the test suit size, what was the run duration. You can actually check what is the number of the how, slowest test, most common errors, and all the flaky test. So it just happened by just by making some change in the code and pushing it, and we have actions and provided by Cypress. So these are the actions which are inbuilt by Cypress, and you can directly use it. And this action will run as soon as you push your code to your repository. This is the recording key, dashboard recording key, which is being generated by the dashboard, and you have to pass it here so that you can tell where you have to record your test cases in which particular dashboard. And let's move to the screenshot now. So any questions?
You can take questions outside this. You can take in the sessions. Right?
Perfect.
All right. Pretty great session about testing in general. Really insightful. Now, if you have any questions to ask, you can head over to the sessions and ask Rahul your questions. Next up, we have our panel discussion of the day that we all have been waiting for. Our panel discussion is around front-end architecture, and it would be between Prateek, Ankit, and Ritesh. And Sudhanshu Yadav is our moderator. Let me quickly introduce Sudhanshu. Sudhanshu is an architect at Proficiency and loves everything around front-end and JavaScript in general. He has built a lot of cool open source projects as well. So you might want to head over to his GitHub to check them out. I'll give Sudhanshu the privilege to introduce rest of his panelists. I am personally very looking forward to this panel because like these are some of the people I have been looking up to for a long time. So let me just be emotional about this thing for a minute. So yeah, Sudhanshu, stage is yours and like simply introduce your panelist.
Hey everyone, Sudhanshu here, and with me we have I can't see other panel members. I'm not sure if they are connected. Okay. Hey Prateek. So we have Prateek, we have Ritesh, and we have Ankit. All are like the big names in the community. And I don't think I need to introduce any of them, but yeah, I've learned from everyone. I'm very fond of everyone's work. Prateek work on React and Next.js. Ritesh, I've like recently I was using one of the transform tool for the GraphQL. So like anytime you think of some side project, Ritesh is the first point of that, and Ankit, our smiley guy, and he teaches with his smile. So yeah, that would be my points. You people want to say something about yourself? Prateek?
Okay, yeah, I can start. Just a little bit of intro. I'm a front end engineer at Coinbase. I'm looking after their build and deploy and infrastructure. I have been working on their front end and a bunch of other organizations front end for quite some time now. Have dabbled with, as you said, a few frameworks and libraries that a bunch of you might have used. Yeah, that's mostly about it. Ritesh?
Ritesh.
I'm Ritesh. I work as a front-end developer at PSPDF Kit. I I do a lot of side projects that are basically related to music or art. So yeah, that's about me.
Cool. Hey everyone. I think Sudhanshu just said that I have a good smile, but my code I think is I think 10% of it. So that's how beautiful my code is. And I've been working a very long time in front end space. So I was with Flipkart for 6-7 years, and then I recently switched to Disney Plus Hotstar as an engineering manager. So that doesn't mean that I just talk about roadmaps and stuff. So I actively deep dive into architectures, and I think that's why I was selected in this, not because of my smile. So, so looking forward to having some fun talk here. Although I can't see how many participants there are, if you are, hello to everyone.
Yep, yep. So I have one first question. Like basically, there is a when we say front-end architecture, people have a different meaning of it. People like everyone I talk about front-end architecture, they start with a different point. So I'd like to start with you people. Like when we say front-end architecture, what does it mean for you? So maybe we can start with Ankit.
So for me, so I have worked in very different spaces. So I've worked in e-commerce, I've worked in internal sites, I'm now working on OTT platform, right? So your architecture differs with each use case. And for me, it's just a means to an end. So if your end is, let's say, performance, so then your architecture should be fast by default. You can't pick the latest thing on the shelf and then work towards it, right? That does not work in a long run, in a long ended project. It's not a weekend project that you would spend 1 week fixing this and then uh, it's a recurring cycle. You will find yourself reinventing the wheel a lot of times if you don't think very clearly about it. And if your use case is just some forms, right, so then it depends totally that what architecture you should use. So that's a very high level of view. I think we will get into specifics, but let's have a round with Ritesh and Prateek.
Yeah, Ritesh. What do you think about
So
front-end?
the meaning of front-end architecture has, I mean, changed for me over the years. Like when I was a beginner, I thought that front-end architecture is mostly how I structure my repository, the file structure and everything. And today, if you ask me, then I'll say that it's mostly a set of decisions which help you to make sure that your code base is maintainable and scalable. So it can be anything that actually helps you in doing this. Uh, so yeah, that's from me.
At least on a long run, I have learned that folder structure doesn't matter a lot. It's
Exactly.
yeah, Prateek.
Right.
What's your view?
Okay, so I guess both Ritesh and Ankit have covered most of the points here. Just to add a few things, as Ankit said, like there are the domains in which websites are built, right? They are vastly different. I've been lucky enough to be in some of framework related projects, and then there have been like some currently in a fintech related space. So the priorities differ and they basically drive your architecture. For example, if you were to build, if I were to build a new framework today which I would want to be adopted widely, I would rather focus on developer productivity and getting good results by default, right? That's what a lot of web frameworks do. Whereas if I am starting with a fintech company, right, with anything related to anyone's money for that sake, right, my top priority would be security. My decisions would be made on how I'm securing everyone's data. My decisions would be made on how close my CI would be, and then probably obviously like if it's a consumer facing product, I would also focus on performance. But if it's an internal product per se, a lot of times we focus on the meaning of data. I would not per se focus on first meaningful paint or core web vitals. If my users are already logged in, I would probably focus on a different thing. So it's definitely a choice of tools, as Ritesh said, right? But you have to pick your priority and work backwards from there. You cannot definitely choose, am I going to do edge rendering, or am I going to do like a CSR app or something like that, and basically build towards your users. It's basically where your end, that's where you start from and build backwards. There are a bunch of ways to do like different things, right? You can build your internal apps in a variety of ways. As of now, a bunch of e-commerce shops are being run on very different code bases. So that's I guess that's what front end architecture is for me. Picking your priority and picking your tools which match the end goal, and yeah, just
Yep.
going with them.
So, going more on the same point, basically, like you all work on a different class of application. Basically, one Pratik, you work on like more of a exchange app, which is under authenticated, and Ankit works on B2C, not B2C. It is more of like a D2C uh, product, which people can open without login or with login, and
Right.
they just work on a B2B product. So architecture completely differs in all three products, right? So if you can give a brief about how things are at your organization, and like what are the focus point which defines the architecture of your product.
Right. Maybe I can start with for this one. So, as you said, like in an authenticated exchange, this deals with a lot of crypto. This deals with a lot of money matters. Our architecture is basically a combination, I would say, of two different, uh, in two different buckets. We have a non-signed-in experience, which is for marketing and sales and your landing pages and search engine optimizations, right? Parts like that, which are totally built on a different code stack and are published in a different way to optimize delivery, to optimize performance, and to reduce basically people bouncing off to competition. Once you are in the system, you are signed in, and you have a higher rate of engagement, and basically you start dealing with data which is more sensitive. Our first priority is meaningful data and most recent data given the volatility of the market. The first focus is the delivery of that data, the faster delivery of data, and loading a shell, but that's not the priority anymore, right? Given that you have already shown a sign of commitment, you're not taking anyone for granted here, right? Just to be on record, the user performance or the user is not taken for granted, but your priorities change. Now you would want to see the most recent data and the most meaningful data. And that's basically how the architecture is divided into two different things. We start putting in more GraphQL, more Relay as soon as you sign in, right? And you need more pieces of the application, versus when you are outside, we probably pre-publish those pages and keep them on all over our CDNs and every throughout wherever our CDN coverage is, and those pages are optimized for delivery. Yeah.
Yep.
Ankit, Ritesh?
Okay. Yeah. So now I'm working on an SDK, you can say. It's a library. So since businesses use our product is not the whole app. It's just a part of an app, which means that we don't have to worry about this app shell models and time to first paint of that part, because that is being taken care by our customers. Now, what we have to worry about is how fast we load our library. Now, that also depends a lot on the technique that you are using to load the library. Are you loading the library just when needed? Are you able to integrate it in the way that it's supposed to be? So integration becomes a major focus point for SDKs. So when you are deciding about the architecture, you think how easy this architecture is going it to make for the customers to integrate this SDK in their application. So that becomes the first priority. Now, the second priority becomes the performance. And since we use WebAssembly, then we have to make sure that that WebAssembly file loads faster. And there's also another product that communicates with the server. So we have to also make sure that those things, those API responses and everything. So those things are fast. So as you can see that there's a very big difference between the priorities of what Prateek said and what I'm saying, and I'm sure Ankit will have a new one.
Yeah.
Thanks for putting me on a spot, Ritesh. So what I want to say is that when you think about front-end architecture, I think most people have like some marquee keywords in their heads that I will use Next.js, I will use Remix, I'll use TypeScript. Now, what I want to say is that these are some conventions over configurations, right? So if you would have used Rails, so it would create your folder structure and it will sort a lot of things without you thinking over it. But that is not what defines your architecture. That is just a hygiene enforcer or some best practices that are tied to you. So for example, let's say I want to build Flipkart or I want to build Hotstar, and my main aim is to show a lot of dynamic content on the page, right? So that is my main use case. That today, if a Marvel movie releases, I want to change the layout completely. Tomorrow, IPL releases, I want to change the layout. Now, if this is your number one requirement, it is not scalable for you to use any of these frameworks and hand code these layouts. You have to think on a different abstraction level. Like, how can you arrange these small elements in a Lego kind structure? So that becomes your architecture. So if you see, your entire thinking goes from frameworks or anything to these problems. So this is what I have now realized after so many years, that your love towards one tool or anything will not take you far. So you have to be in the shoes of your users and think from their perspective. And so this is what you should think when you think in terms of architecture. So these are very gray areas, and I think probably one of the reasons that architects are so hard to get and they charge a bomb. So I've been having a lot of difficult HM conversations with a lot of candidates. So yeah, I think
People do ask about this as well. Like now, Next.js is there and Remix is there, which controls the complete architecture. Then what is the job of architects? What they do?
no, 100%.
Probably you can your answer answers that.
100%. And I'll tell you, I think I was talking to somebody over architecture, and they said that use this new shiny framework, and this has the lowest bundle size. And I just did a timeline profile, and it was totally red. I said, no matter what you use, but if this is your end result, your architecture choices does not matter, because users will not care what new shiny architecture you are using. So browser is still the same. So all of this edge rendering that is happening, but if you're not able to honor the rendering pipeline of the browser, if you still don't care about how many panes, layout thrashing, then I don't see the actual point in doing all of this fancy stuff if we can't just keep track of the basics.
Yep. Agree. And also, like in any certain application, right? It's not single architecture which defines the whole application. You have a different parts of your application where you have very customized requirement, and using same maybe state management library or using same pattern might not work. So do people have any experience on that, where you integrated multiple type of architecture into one piece, and without creating chaos? Because generally happens when there are two different way things are done, then if you mix them, then something sparks. So any experience you people want to share on that?
I think you can never prevent chaos. There is bound to be some chaos when you are mixing different patterns. You can just minimize the effect. That's it. I mean, one of the things I think most people do here is when they are migrating their website from some A design to B, they prefer doing it first on mobile or desktop and then redirect you to the old one on one platform. Now, it doesn't have to do anything with your internal architecture, but eventually the whole architecture is around that concept that when the request comes, I have to serve this, and from mobile, and then from desktop I have to serve this. Now, no matter how much you try, there is chaos there. And I believe that if you are going to mix things, there will be some of that always.
I'd like to add a small point there, just in continuity to what Ritesh said. I've worked on an application which was one of the large internal applications which was using micro frontend, and then at one point in time and experience, we had to handhold the users to move to another experience which was not micro frontend and was built on totally different architecture, and then they have to come back. The one of the things that helped us the most was keeping the two pieces stateless. Like web as historically was built to be as stateless as possible. HTTP is stateless, right? In a multi-page app, this would have been a no-brainer, right? You move from one page to another, you take it for granted that everything is stateless, and you have to have your solutions around that, right? If in a world of single page apps, we don't take care of that anymore, and we don't have to take care of that anymore because it's a single page. It's just we, for vanity's sake, we change URLs, and for accessibility's sake, we change URLs and show different content. But if you are working with two different architectures, if you can keep the transition between those two architectures as stateless as possible for your users and for your two applications, that could basically minimize the chaos as much as possible. As Ritesh said, it won't. There are very exceptionally rare cases where it will be zero, right? But if you can keep the transition between the two architectures stateless for the baseline, that would be a good starting point. There are a bunch of other things that you can do to keep it sane, but this definitely should be your baseline.
Yep.
And I think on the topic of migrations, once you start a migration, I think you should make sure that your migration actually finishes. Otherwise, you will just have lots of pieces on your pages. And as Prateek was saying, so Ritesh was saying that you have multiple things on the same page. You have because all these frameworks, right? They guarantee you that you don't have to replace your entire app. You can start small, but the frameworks are not small. So you can start small, but the frameworks will come in entirety. And if you are doing page by page, so you have to make sure that all of these pages, so right now all of your transitions might be client side transitions, you are not doing a server side refresh. But if you are, say, going from page A to page B, and page B is on a different server, you have to make sure all of your transitions are hard transitions, and that itself is a very hard problem. Because in if you are in an app which has like thousands and lakhs of pages, like an e-commerce website, it's very difficult to make sure that you account for this. And more often than not, we think about this rollout strategy only at the end. So you will think all about which frameworks and what folder structure to use, but how do you actually roll out this to users? I think this is where most of the people do not think, and that's where architecture like really shines up. Like, are you even clear? How will you ship this or sell these things out when the time comes? So there's a meme, right, wherein one person is sitting on the bus, it's very rosy, and the other one, it's very sad. So it is like while writing a new product, while rolling this out. So you can relate with that.
Yeah, and I remember like in my last organization we were migrating from Backbone to React, and uh, there was a point where we had to uh, uh, where we were opening the same page on Backbone version and the React version just to do like A/B testing on that, and to support that we had to do like a lot of Nginx thing, some like cookie thing. That was a fun. I would like to go more toward these patterns only. Like, so there are small patterns, like Pratik mentioned, that having a stateless portion lets you keep things sane for a long term. What are different other patterns which you people have felt that those are some of the basic core concept? If you follow that, your architecture will grow fine, and it will scale well. Maybe Ankit, we can start with you.
No, I think I'll just listen to this others answer first.
I mean, sorry, but the question is not clear to me. Can you please reword it?
So there are certain core engineering principles, and these core engineering principles, like keeping things stateless, or isolating, like isolating the responsibility to certain pieces, or you could have more of like a single source of truth type of thing.
Got
So
it.
if you can give some example which where these principles help you to scale your architecture. uh, Ritesh?
Yeah, I think this conversation is going towards micro frontends, where you actually divide your application into smaller parts so that you can actually maintain it well. I have used that in the past, but not when long before the word micro frontend was popular. It was just microservices then. Uh, and I think one of the biggest part, when you are creating anything where you have different parts having different architecture, one of the most important thing is planning. Like for example, you said that when you were migrating from one framework to another, and last we talked about chaos. There will be chaos, but how you manage that? Like for example, last year we migrated from TypeScript to Flow, the whole, and if it was
That's interesting because people do
sorry
the other way.
reverse. Sorry, I said the reverse. We migrated from Flow to TypeScript,
You were in the flow.
and yeah, I was in the flow. Sorry. Now, see, the thing is, now since we don't actually have a micro front end for a SDK, a lot of times it doesn't make sense for a SDK. The thing is that we had to actually migrate the whole code base from A to B, and it's not easy unless you are planning it well. So there was a bit of chaos for 1 week, but we planned it in a way that it didn't affect anyone's work. Now, if it was a micro front end or different, small applications, then it would have been much easier to actually migrate one part at a time and then, move to the another one. So I think these techniques might be helpful if you are trying to create a front end architecture where you want to follow different patterns, because although micro front ends can follow different architectures, even different frameworks, or one can use TypeScript, one can use Flow, it doesn't matter as long as the public API of that micro front end or what it does remains the same. So that really helps if you want to mix different architecture patterns. But if you mix it in the same front end architecture, then I don't think it's a good idea.
So I know Sudhanshu here is the one who asked these questions, but I want to know, like, micro frontends, how do you make them work with faster page loads? Because let's say you are using two big frameworks and the same section, how do you still make your page load fast? Because the frameworks will still download in its entirety, right? So what is the strategy that people use, or they don't use any strategy?
Can
This is
I
a
just before we totally delve deep down into micro frontends, can I just take a step back and answer Sudhanshu's prior question, right? So obviously, we've talked about micro frontends, but there's another lens of how do we keep our architecture scalable, right? Is basically we have been looking for quite some time, in my previous role, previous I would say, for contributing to a bunch of open source frameworks. We definitely took a look at how the biggest organizations on the planet keep their architecture scalable, keep their application scalable, and basically have a gazillion employees working and without just lighting it up, right? So one of the biggest things, as you said, few principles of single source of truth and keeping the best practices up in the front is definitely helpful. However, there were a few other things, and the biggest contributor to that was basically guardrails, right? If you have a sound architecture, if you have a sound setup for your front end, right, there will be instances where folks will be introducing anti practices. There will be folks that are holding it upside down and still making it work, right? One of the things that you should invest as soon as the application grows decide the threshold, and as soon as application grows beyond that threshold, start investing into guardrails. Like how do we actively stop developers at the very authoring time, right? To basically write entire basically stop them from writing entire bad practices or holding the whole thing upside down, right? uh,
So
Basically you
Prateek, are
can
you talking about end user metrics or your
no
architectural?
no I am talking about keeping the architectural scalable and ensuring that your developers don't misuse or basically don't bring in things which are not supposed to be, right? You can very well bring in, for it's a oversimplified example, but let me still put it out there. There is nothing stopping you to include jQuery in your React application, where it's pretty known. It's like everybody would just say that you know it's not required, right? Other than from some if it's coming from some third party, right? So how do you stop your developers from basically doing this? It can be as simple as lint rules. It can be a bit more complex, as it's something sitting in your compiler and looking at not only your first party code but a lot of your third party code as well. Here, auditing processes, right? How do you ensure that whatever npm modules randomly your developers are installing are good to go with your architecture, and does not, exactly what Ankit was saying, does not download 100 MB framework just on fly, right? So this is something that a lot of major companies invest in, and it definitely helps whatever is your state of the art, the current state of the art. It helps it keep in a sane shape, right? Because it basically like prevents any developers from abusing it.
So I think on the same line, right? I think what we did was that I think people chunk out these codes, right? So you chunk out into vendor bundle. What we did was we created different like buckets for node modules. Anything related to React goes into one. Anything related to, let's say, Lodash goes into one. So we had 5 buckets. Anytime a new bucket gets created, we used to fail the pipeline. You're
Right.
gone.
Right, exactly.
You can't.
Yeah, so that's another example of how you can basically start preparing what should not happen and start investing into tools which can stop that, right? And as I said, it can be as simple as just lint rules, right? Or something as complex as was Ankit is saying.
Mine was I took it, I googled it and found how to split your node modules into. So I'm saying you don't have to know everything like the back of your hand, but you should have your Uber goals clear, that I want to do this, and then you will figure it out how it needs to be done. So
And on the same point, basically any other examples or more in a terms of like
no, I think my question for page load is still remaining. Who is answering that?
I can take that one as well. Sorry. And I let Ritesh or Sudhanshu add to it. So what the concern of loading multiple front ends is definitely valid, right? However, micro front ends is more towards an organizational concept where, hey, your products you can ship on your own speed. You can build on your own CI. You can use your own setup, right? And still ship with the rest of the application. But I don't think it's necessarily 2 different frameworks when it comes to 2 different micro front ends. It can very well be that, hey, the product page team, sorry, we just have a lot of roots in Flipkart. So a product page team is its own owner. It has its own CI setup, has its own process and pipelines, and can very well work with a product listing or a discovery team, right? Which basically how you reach to that product page. How you stop that we are not shipping to, like if you're shipping to frameworks, that's also, I guess, like it wouldn't be by mistake. The 2 teams couldn't be writing Angular and React by mistake. Someday it would be a more thought out call, I hope, right? But yes, there's no stopping in by design. Micro frontends doesn't stop something like that. But also they were, I personally feel like, and everywhere that I've seen and worked with micro frontends, they were to solve an organizational problem, to give different paces to different team and entire autonomy and stuff. They weren't really solving a technical problem. They were solving more of an organizational problem.
Yeah,
I
and
stopped talking.
So yeah, I can add to it. So as Prateek said, that it allows you to do that, but you can't always do it. Like web components actually always says that we are a perfect fit for micro front ends, because then whichever framework you are using, we are there to help you out. So that's one of the use cases they actually promote for themselves. So that is possible. But then also there's a thinking like, why will you use React in one micro front end, then Angular in another, then Vue in the third one? It's mostly to speed you up. So I don't think this is actually going to speed you up, at least in an organization.
And what if you use different versions of React?
And I think what Prateek mentioned, right? This is more of an organization problem, and probably I think micro front end, there is a clear separation between two pieces of your product, where like let's say one user doesn't go on a flow, and that flow is defined with a different framework or something. Then it doesn't
Right.
matter whether it's on a different library or
Yeah.
it's the same library. Though like I'm completely in aligned with that having one library, at least on such level where React versus Angular, it makes sense to have just one. Uh, Having too many different things, it kind of slow down in every aspect. So, like you can't have a common piece of a code, and you can't share things much easier.
Yeah. Yeah, in the most
Yeah, I mean,
performant micro frontend, sorry, just to complete my
go
thought,
ahead.
in the most performant micro frontends products that I have worked with, you don't get to choose your tools, right? The tools are definitely singular, and like they are common for every micro frontend. You get to choose your autonomy, you get to choose your own velocity and your own deployments, right?
Yes.
If you want to if you are a very critical piece and you want to deploy after regressive testing, deploy only once after a week. Everything that is in master will not go to production every evening, versus if there's a team who is very comfortable shipping every evening, then they should be able to do that. But like as I said, for the most performance ones that I have worked with, the tools were not a choice, the autonomy was,
Yep, yep.
right?
And I have a similar experience. Like uh, the micro front end mostly governs the deployment cycle, that different people can deploy differently. There is a different product have a different threshold of error, you can say, where if you break on one product, it might be fine, but if you break the same thing on the other product, it might not be fine. So having that autonomous is very helpful.
Although I'm thankful I do
Yeah,
not
and
have micro front end experience.
I think we can actually simplify micro front ends into plugins. They are just, different parts of your application that come together and make it work. When you think of them like plugins, then you can actually relate to, okay, I use Babel, it has different plugins. Why are they there? Why is it not a single bundle which we actually ship? So it just makes testing easier, maintaining it easier, and organizing and everything easier. It doesn't necessarily have to, be written in a different language. It just makes other things easier. So
Actually, I like this analogy. Like, if we consider it as a plugin, uh, then all is good.
But
yeah,
coming with a good plugin system is equally hard.
yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Do we have any questions from audience? Are they even interested in what we are saying, or they have something totally different in their heads?
Um,
And
I can't
let's
see
quickly
comments.
Sudhanshu scramble.
I can't see comments, so
Then
I
we'll
don't know.
believe
Maybe if
you.
I think
Kiran is looking at comments or
Okay.
something.
But I have one question on more of like a some of the bad experience you people have because of some bad architecture, and why it was like a bad experience. If you can give any, uh, I know like it might be. uh, uh,
Sudhanshu, just I'm looking at comments, and there is one question that probably Not sure if you can take a look at.
Okay, so I think somebody's asking what trends do you consider to look forward for front-end architecture in future? Say, for example, Web3 and HTTP 3. So these are totally different.
Yeah,
And
Sure.
I mean,
so even
no
if
comments
you
about
have
Web3.
older architecture, you should use HTTP 3. So you don't have to change your architecture for that, right?
Yeah.
And Web3, I have very little. I've just lost my money in Web3. So
And anyone
So,
here have experience on Web3?
I have a remote experience with Web3, right? I'm not actively contributing to any product which is directly related to Web3, but from all the remote knowledge, Web3 is uh, the impact of Web3 into front end technologies is or a major idea for front end or how browsers work or how delivery works is yet to be explored, right? There are a few ideas, there are a few um, proposals on few things that we can do differently, right? But none of them are groundbreaking, as in like they will change the way how we render on or how we basically build or how we deploy or how we deliver. So that's one thing. But I guess one of the trends that I am looking forward is for the edge rendering to solve a bunch of problems at hand, right? For example, few of the things is delivery, right? If we can deliver only the piece to the users which they require and not a bunch of if else condition which go to the client and then decide that hey, is this user supposed to execute a code or not, and skip that part. This is one thing, and like this can be translated into a better A/B testing infrastructure for client side apps, right? We don't have to bundle literally every permutation combination to all the users or all the experiments to all the users. If at my edge, if I have enough user context and can potentially just deliver the minimum required bundle to them, that would itself be a good starting point, right?
I have one question there on the edge rendering part. Is it first? Is it ready yet? Second, basically, most of the edge rendering comes with having stateless servers, which doesn't have much context and which does very minimal thing.
Right.
But a product, when you have a session, you have a lot of context here and there. Um, is edge rendering good to solve that?
I wish friends from Cloudflare were here to answer
yeah.
that better. Uh, but yeah, anyone?
hard pass.
I mean, I haven't actually come across examples where you have dynamic data and then you are using edge rendering there. Most of the examples I have seen have been about static content being served from CDNs. Mostly,
Right.
I mean, for analogy, I treat it as a service worker where you have something saved and it just gets delivered to you quickly. And if something is not cached, then you call the server and pick the latest one. So, and talking about that, Web3, and of course, I know edge computing is totally different, two different worlds. So, Web3, whatever I've seen, most of the use cases so far have been theoretical, and we haven't actually proven that, they will actually add value in real world. And that might happen, but so far, most of the use cases have been theoretical. Now talking about HTTP 3, I guess this is the next version of HTTP 2. I was very disappointed with HTTP 2 actually. Uh, Everyone thought that it will by default make everything fast, and it didn't actually happen. You won't see HTTP 2. If you are talking about performance, it might come up, but if anyone has actually used it, you will realize that no, it doesn't actually always improve the speed. We implemented it in housing and we realized that it's actually making our website slower than before.
Mhm.
That's true.
So there is one question, and actually, it's a important one. Uh, when we are creating, when we are deciding an architecture for an MVP, maybe on a startup, what are the considerations we should do? Because an MVP product and like a full-fledged, which is already running from uh, many years, that's completely different. Uh, and what steps probably we should take while thinking how we should future proof whatever architecture we are deciding on the first hand.
So then it actually depends also, right? That what is your MVP? So let's say you are building an app, real estate app, right? Where you want to find homes for rent. Now, you would not go there always and routinely. So your app needs to be optimized for first page loads, not for subsequent loads. So there you can go ahead and do some fancy stuff. You don't have to optimize for blocking calls. Sorry, you don't have to optimize for subsequent calls. So then your guardrails and exit criteria is totally different. But whether if you're creating an app like Instagram, wherein people would come even if your page load time is high, because they don't have anything to do while sitting or wherever you are scrolling. So then you have a different problem statement. Your app should run without any memory leaks and it shouldn't crash. So
Did
so
we just
these
create
are
a new domain of doom scrolling?
so these are very difficult things to answer like right off the bat if you just say an MVP. And I think with an MVP you would think that you would have a lot of freedom, but then the time the moment you say MVP, that means that you have a deadline and you have to ship out that MVP. So that plays a very critical role.
Yeah.
And instead of doing what do you say, decision log of all the frameworks, everything, you would just go to whatever you are comfortable with. And I've seen this happen a lot more. So there can be 100 things out in the world which are right, but you will still go and watch Friends. So 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 that is what I have seen, and it is practical. But nothing against it,
Yeah.
but
True. I guess this is, we are definitely going to our first question, back to our first question a little bit. But for our MVP, yes, exactly as Ankit said, like do what you are most comfortable, because for an MVP, iteration is the key, and not really performance or not really anything else, or layout trashing on how, or browser performance or anything, right? You want to quickly build something, and I'm not sure who the stakeholders are in this case, but present it to them, right? So if whatever somebody is comfortable in is should be their first preference, because the key is iteration, and you want to build that
Yeah.
thing probably faster than others.
Yeah. And
And
I have a similar.
most of the times the point to prove with an MVP is that the product works, not that
Right.
micro front ends or some state management library. So you just have to do it quickly and make sure you don't invest extra time or waste your time, because MVPs can fail. Whatever time you wasted in thinking a lot about those micro front ends and all will be a wastage if it didn't work.
Yeah, and I have a
and I think
similar
read a
opinion
lot
where
of code. I mean, as much as you can, right? Because see, you can't always learn from the mistakes that you have made. So you should read out a lot of code, even if it is bad code, whatever code that you get, and see, did that make difference to the product that it was written in? So will that help my situation or not? Because if you just try and learn to whatever you are doing, I don't think it will scale. So that has been my go-to thing. So if somebody puts out something there, I always make it a point and go and read this out and see, does it apply to my context? Can this apply to my context in future? And that's how you keep your mental notes. And if this situation comes, you have some points that you can at least talk it out in the meeting.
what I was saying, I have a similar opinion, and basically, the best architecture is which organically grows based on the requirement. You can never be right on the first hand, and we shouldn't be right on the first hand, because the requirement changes a lot for a MVP versus a product which is scaled to like millions of users. So the whole requirement is different, so the architecture would be different. So rewriting is fine. And I've seen like a maximum company do a lot of rewrite on architectural level, and which is fine because depending on when something was required, uh, it served the purpose.
Cool. I think whenever somebody says that you need to rewrite, so you should take a step back also, because rewrites are fancy. Everybody wants to rewrite somebody else's code without thinking
Right.
that what the other person did. So I have also done that. That my code is best, the other codes not so
It
much.
has a
But
cost to it, which is
yeah.
usually ends up being much higher than what you expected.
So I think you should also go down and not just see from requirements perspective. You might have like 5 requirements, but if you see in the code, you would have somebody else would have handled 50 conditions. So you need to also see so that you don't lose out and you are not recreating whatever was in the past. So you should have that strategy as well upfront before you even start rewriting it. So.
Yeah. Not sure how much time we have left, but we can take. There are 2 more questions from people. One is basically, can you share any insight on e-commerce architecture for high scale? So probably Ankit, we can go with you on this one. Uh, you have worked with Flipkart and now Disney.
I think the architecture is extremely complex. It's not. I don't think I can do justice to it in 4 or 5 minutes. But I think you should, for e-commerce, right? I think you have 2 3 pages and focus more on performance and see how less you can do. There are lots of frameworks now that have e-commerce starter kits and all, but I think you should have a real strategy on how do you do your widgets and layouting. So performance, you would nail it down, but in the long run, whatever are your frequent operations, that I think you should have in mind. Overall user metric, you should have a good grasp on metrics, what metrics to track. So let's say Amazon, people will go to Amazon even if it's not on first load, right? But they might not make that buy decision if the click on the buy button takes 7 seconds to load the next page or widget. So I'm not sure whether there is a way where we can surface out these metrics, because I always see Lighthouse scores 100. I mean, they don't tell even 80% of the story. It's just the first load. What did the user do after that? How can we map that journey from home to checkout? So that I feel is very difficult to solve. And
And because you came to this point, sorry, Ritas. So I have a question on, like, most of the time people focus on the first payload or like FMP or TTL, but what might matter is real, like what user perceive. Any experience to all of you where you have improved for user pursued experience and not just the like metrics, and is there any way you people have tracked those pursued experience?
so
Can you some like repeat that? I kind of missed.
So Prateek, what Sudhanshu is saying, that instead of showing your 100 green scores of Lighthouse, right? Was there a way that you solved the, let's say, jank, or how much time does it take in between navigations, or render performance optimization? So I think I would like to give a small example. So in laptops, people have M1 Max. It doesn't really matter like if your performance is bad or if you're doing a lot of painting, your component is re-rendering. But if you switch, so at Hotstar we have a lot of apps on smart TVs, so Samsung, LG, these have web based apps, but their performance is like 1/10 of your laptop. So if things are working fine on your laptop, on TV, if you try and navigate, it'll not be that fast. So I think if you have that use case, you should go and optimize that. You profile and set up some journeys. I think Lighthouse now supports journeys where you can transition to pages and record the times and emit lots of custom metrics. So yeah, not hogging all the time.
I think if you want to chase one metric, the most important one will be time to first meaningful paint. It's not time to first paint or anything else. Time to first meaningful paint, and the second will be time to interactivity. If you get these, I mean, under control, then I think users will have a good experience. Another thing is you should actually see the screenshot, like how after how long you feel that okay, my site is usable. There's no alternate to that.
Just to add to that, like both of these metrics have a real user metrics companions now, as largest contentful paint and int, which is a bit experimental, but interaction to next paint. Now these are more focused from the user's point of view instead of developer's point of view, so you might get a bit more realistic and field view data. But yes, like both of these are pretty spot on user experience metrics.
Cool.
Cool. So one question, and this is to all from the beginners, that there is a lot of Twitter-driven development happening across all the organization, and it also leads to people just knowing one framework which they saw on a Twitter and they just tried it out. They try to implement the same thing on their organization. How do Actually, I diverted from the question which people asked, but how to prevent from that Twitter-driven development thing? How to not fall into that trap?
I'll go for this. So I think there was a time when we actually complained that there's a lot of Twitter-driven development, but I don't think we can complain about that anymore. I think the content on Twitter is not a lot about use this, use that. Right now, it used to be a bit different 2 years or 3 years ago. Now, I mean, I can see the actual. I think it's the question is like most beginners know one framework. I think is that question?
No. I started with that, but I got diverted. So I will ask you that next. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So I feel that nobody can actually convince you to not try the things that you don't actually need. You can just accept that there will be n number of things, and the list of things you don't know will always be greater than the list of things you know. So just accept that. Don't try to chase it every time. I mean, I don't know GraphQL. I haven't used GraphQL. I mean, even after so many years, and I've been saying this every year because I've never needed it. I once tried to forcefully use it in a invoicing platform I was making, but I realized that I'm just wasting my time. It's not needed. So I think it's on you. You have to accept that you can't know everything.
Yeah.
Or maybe you can be a bit smart about it, that you can categorize frameworks, let's say frameworks which have virtual DOM, right? You try one of that. Then there are frameworks which do not have virtual DOM. You try one of that. And then it would allow you to think and expand your brain that this is not the only way that things can work. So maybe you have React, you try something for reactivity also, like Solid.js or let's say Svelte. You don't have to try everything. So yeah. Keep your to-dos.
That's a good idea, actually.
Yeah. And I think
thanks.
that answered that question as well, where the question was beginners mostly know one framework, how they can improve.
No, beginners know more than us, I think. I've seen some of their, so not on Twitter, but I've seen their GitHub profiles, and when you go into hiring calls, right, I see a lot of talent now. It might not be on Twitter, but I see a lot of new things that the beginners are doing, and so it is not generalized, but yeah, you need not know everything to be a good engineer. I think if you can think on your feet, if you think long term, I mean, people knew only jQuery back then, and they are superstars. So
I was sitting on that very idea that knowing one framework can still take you a very, very long way.
Yes.
And as you
know how it
proceed in your
works.
career, yeah, exactly. And as you proceed in your career, there will be, like, at least for a beginner, there is a good long way that you will be given an opportunity to work with different things, where you won't really have a call that we should work on this or work on that. So just knowing one thing for at least for some time wouldn't be the worst thing possible, right?
Just don't be a user of a framework. That's it. So I think there
Don't
was a
join a
video.
cult.
Paul Irish, he did a video that 10 things he learned by reading the source of jQuery. So just not be a user, and even if you know just one, try to just go deeper in that and think that if this is happening, how it would be done, and reverse engineer.
Yeah, I think for a beginner, the focus should be to learn one thing well rather than learning a lot of things. You are a beginner, so it means that it's expected from you that you won't know everything. So I don't know, what the problem is. It shouldn't be a problem. That's okay.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And most of time it's just like a feeling that which we think whatever we know is not good enough. It's just the feeling. It's nothing like people don't know anything, and basically
No, so
sticking to
that's
one
true.
framework.
Whatever we know will never be enough. So whatever you know, there will always be so much to learn.
It has nothing to do with being a beginner.
Yeah.
Even after 10 years, you'll feel the same, no
Yes.
matter how much you know. So
This panel can
you
tell.
just can't. You have to accept it.
And live with it.
Yeah. Seems like this panel became more of like a thought
Thought leadership.
Motivational.
Yeah, this is
motivational.
where we end the panel then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enough gyan for the people.
Thanks everyone.
Okay.
I
Thank
think
you.
we are on time as well.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, all the panelists and Sudhanshu for moderating the panel. So that brings us to wrapping up this day. Thank you everyone who tuned in today and attended our speaking sessions, our panel discussion, and attended the expose as well. That's all we have for today, but I strongly encourage you to join in again tomorrow. Tomorrow we again have an amazing lineup, and I'm very sure that you will enjoy it thoroughly. As we mentioned in the starting of the conference, that there are a lot of giveaways that are waiting for you. I would like to repeat again. So whatever you learned today or like today, you can like tweet it out with the hashtag React Day India 2022, and you can use the hashtag TIL for tweeting your learnings, hashtag fun with it for any of the fun screenshots or memes you have around the speakers, MCs, and co-participants. And I'm sure you might have like attended the expo, so because like there were a lot of sponsor giveaways there too, and we are just like looking forward to reading your memes, puns, and your learnings. So use these hashtags because like there would be a lot of giveaways going on, and I hope we hope you win them.
So before we close out for the day and bid adieu for now, let us again thank our partners who helped us in promoting this event. It wouldn't have been possible if it were not for the efforts. Uh, Also, along with our partners, I would also like to thank our sponsors who made this event possible, who helped us connect the way we are connecting today. So, thanks a lot to all our partners and sponsors. And yeah, I guess that was all for today, but uh, that's not the end. Tomorrow, we have even more interesting talks lined up for you, and I hope you would enjoy it thoroughly. So get get some energy, get energized, and be back tomorrow. And we hope to have even more fun tomorrow. See you. Bye bye.
Bye.